Well, good morning, everyone. It is November 19th, 2024 at 10 a.m., and I will call this Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. And we have a special guest in the room, a veteran. We just celebrated Veterans Day, as you know, and he used to help the city of Reno with their Veterans Day parade. His name is Mark Ashworth. If he could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Ashworth. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair. Commissioner Clark.
Present.
Commissioner Garcia. Here. Commissioner Andriola.
Present.
Assistant County Manager Dave Slero.
Here.
And our DA today is Mary Canderas.
Here.
Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into public comment. Mr. Slero.
All right, item number 4 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda.
I'm so sorry. I accidentally skipped our invocation. I am so sorry. I will go back to public comment. Now we have an invocation by Nanette Oleson. Please come up.
It is such an honor to live in a place where we can salute our flag, one nation under God, where we can give an invocation and ask for a wisdom that's higher than our own. Because to do what you do, county commissioners, takes an amazing amount of fortitude, of wisdom, of balance, of creativity, ingenuity. And I just thank you from the bottom of my heart for choosing to serve our community in this role and in all of the face of opposition you may have had, in your own desires to bring beauty to our community. I am so grateful. I am a native Nevadan, proud of it, 65 years, born in Winnemucca, retired from the Carson City School District, and I'm an artist. So I have a deep stake in our area, and when we cross the state line, I sing Home Means Nevada, Home Means the Hills. At one time, I went away to get my graduate degree and thought I could leave Nevada and never come back. And after a year away, I said, Nevada, I can live and die here. It is a beautiful place. And I am so grateful that you are stewarding this place for the future for us. It is an honor, and home means Nevada. So I begin this invocation with a prayer to our Father, something I pray over my children, even as they're older, not too old, is that they be kept, that they are delivered from evil, that they are not led into temptation. And you as public speakers, not only representing us, but representing your families, your children, balancing your life. I pray, our Father, that these who represent the County Commission be delivered from evil, not led into temptation, have clear minds to represent the good of the people and to balance these difficult questions between small people, big people, all of the things that lie before us, that they will have wisdom to steward the gifts that you have given them. For certainly they're here with gifts, and that's why they've decided to represent our community. So give them wisdom, heavenly wisdom, to steward what is true and right and beautiful, to judge between the little and the big, between fiduciary responsibilities and the good of our future community, as we are so rapidly growing and it takes such great wisdom. So I declare that they will have designs that are unlike other things that they may have thought about, that they will be able to weigh things accurately, that they will be able to implement their heart's desires and weigh those with the good of the community, that they will be able to judge rightly the people that come before them, and the needs that are represented, that they will be able to balance competing interests, and that they will have long-range planning goals, that we will forever be singing, home means Nevada, home means the hills. It's a beautiful place, and I am so thankful for all of you. Pray for your Thanksgiving, that reconciliation be at your table, that reconciliation be among your group, and that reconciliation be among your constituents. The other part of the Father's prayer is to forgive. And I'm sure you have many you could forgive. I'm sure there are many that probably need to forgive you. So we ask for a spirit of reconciliation, which is forgiveness, and that your grace will oversee our community now and even forevermore. So I ask and pray these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to public comment. Mr. Solero, item 4.
Item number 4 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are made to the commission as a whole, and there is virtual public comment available in Incline Village and Gerlach as well. A speaker's viewpoint will not be restricted. However, reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant statements, unduly repetitious statements, and personal attacks that would objectively antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. The Board of County Commissioners carries out the business of Washoe County and its residents during its meetings. The presiding officer may order a person be removed if the person's conduct or statements disrupts the order or safety of the meeting. Warnings about disruptive conduct or comments may or may not be given prior to removal. Furthermore, certain disruptions of the public meeting are criminal acts as defined under Nevada Revised Statutes 203.090 and or NRS 203.119, which may result in prosecution in appropriate cases.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
We have several people signed in, so I will call 2 names. The first one will go directly to the podium. The second one, please queue yourself up and be ready to speak. First up, we have Cliff Lowe, followed by Bill Miller.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nice to see you all again in person. For the record, my name is Cliff Lowe, and I live in Washoe Valley. This is kind of going to be like sort of like an opening argument, although I don't like the word argue, but opening message. And the items I'm mainly here for today are much later in the agenda, and they have to do with the Housing Affordability Package 2.5A. But let me tell you, if I may, what I am not trying to do and have no intention of doing in my various public comments today. What I'm not seeking to do is attack or criticize any member of staff, especially the planning staff or the members of the Planning Commission. I truly have great respect for what the planning staff accomplishes, what they get done. This housing affordability package is literally and figuratively a very heavy lift, and they've got a lot done in it, and a lot of it is really good. Some of it and the process leave something to be desired. I also appreciate, and want to state on the record, I appreciate the time that planning staff has taken out of their extremely busy schedule to meet with me or with me and other people, and in person or on Zoom or Teams, to answer questions and try and help me understand. But what I and others will be seeking to do is show how Housing Affordability Package 2.5A is not ready for adoption. It's not ready in substance, and it's especially not ready in respect to the process. I think you will hear a lot of things during the day about the substance of this package. I will mainly be focusing on the process. I also want to give kudos and praise to the residents of Spanish Springs, who somehow learned how serious some of the effects of this package are, and how serious those effects would be, and understand the impact on people that, for whatever reason, don't personally need to seek out affordable housing. I also want to explain, in the few seconds I have left, why I and others from the South Valleys did not appear before the Planning Commission. The biggest reason is that it went under my radar, under mine and those neighbors that I rely upon to tell me about proposals like this one. Admittedly, my focus, like many of my neighbors, has mainly been on something called Sierra Reflections. And one of my neighbors who did spot this package on the Planning Commission agenda asked planning staff if this affected Sierra Reflections. And the answer basically that they got was no. And seeing as how I'm running out of time, when I come back, I'll continue my explanation. See you later. Thank you.
Next up, we have Bill Miller, followed by Mark Ashworth.
Good morning, Commission Chair Hill, commissioners, staff, fellow citizens. I'm Bill Miller, Reno resident, here today to talk about Benjamin Franklin, legendary American writer, publisher, statesman, inventor, and scientist. As a scientist, we know him today for discovering lightning was electricity. But since we take it for granted, it's hard to envision how stunning a discovery that was and how revolutionary its impact on the world's perception of reality. Prior to that, lightning was a manifestation of God's wrath, specifically at human behavior. We made that up because that's what humans do when we don't understand the actual cause of threatening forces. And typically these stories are based on our own darker impulses and actions, not reality. So in doing so, Franklin literally stole the thunder from the ministers of his time and their forceful, if fanciful, hold on their fearful congregants with actual facts and logical theories based on those facts. And yet, this learned genius only had 2 years of schooling. How did he accomplish this prodigious intellectual feat? With another of his inventions, the lending library. What began as a group of local merchants and trade people loaning their books to each other, Franklin extended to the public. And the idea spread, an idea as American and revolutionary as any in our founding era. Franklin used access to knowledge as the foundation for his discoveries, theories, inventions, statesmanship, and later his role in drafting the Constitution. The point? Libraries matter. They are our foundation for knowledge, for expanding our worlds and enchanting our minds. To ever cut funding for them or limit their reach is un-American. Now, you might argue that libraries are no longer necessary. We have the internet. And it's true. You can find every fact I stated here on the internet. You can also find out that windmills cause cancer, the moon landing was faked, and Elvis is still alive. Actual libraries come with librarians who can steer you to actual facts and open new ideas, vistas, and vision, the tools we need to create a better world and make a more perfect union. Please remember this as you consider future funding for our public libraries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kayla Bailey, followed by Mark Ashworth. So Kayla's going to speak first.
Good morning. My name is Mark Ashworth. I'm here with the Sierra Nevada Realtors. With the council's permission, I'll ask my associate, Kayla Bailey, to speak first.
Good morning, Chair Hill and members of the commission. My name is Kayla Bailey. I am here on behalf of the Sierra Nevada Realtors. The Realtors would like to express our support for Washoe Housing Affordability Package 2.5A. This code update will allow for more innovative housing solutions and provide more obtainable housing for people entering the market. We understand that the intent is not to change density or zoning, but rather to look at the missing middle. We applaud the hard work of the commissioners and staff on these code amendments and for working with us and our Realtor members. We look forward to the implementation of these amendments so that our development community can provide more diverse housing in the county at a more obtainable price for new home buyers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark Ashworth, Sierra Nevada Realtors. I would like to echo my associate, Ms. Bailey's comments. We thank you very much for your time this morning. We further thank staff for their efforts on behalf of the Washoe Affordability Package 2.5A, and we hope for and encourage your support of this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Aaron Fracker, followed by Valerie Wade.
Hello, my name is Aaron Fraker. I'm in LA2 for the Washoe County Library System, with my library branch being in Spanish Springs. I have come here on my own time, not as a representative of the library, but as a citizen of Washoe County, to share my experiences and perspectives with you here today. After this, I'll be going back to work 11 to 7. I have here a binder, you can see, that is just for our storytime programs that we have at this one branch of 12, kids ranging from 0 to about 11. In it, we record how many kids attended our programs, what books we read, what reading standards or colors or grammar ideas we have covered, that sort of thing. I've received more joy from this job than I can express in this short time I have. I've read books to children and watched them grow, from babies to toddlers to story time, to attending our various older child programs that aren't recorded in this binder. I have watched and laughed, and in my own small ways, helped them on their journey to becoming people, teaching them how to share, how to sing, how to read, understand, and question. I've read hundreds of books to thousands of kids, and if we tally up the children 0 to 11 that have attended programs at our single branch, just one of 12, you will find that over the last year, we have had more attendees to just the programs in this binder than the margin that WC1 did not pass by. 9,401 children to 9,163 votes. This does not include our Lego Robotics Club, our teen programs, our coding programs, our weekly crafts, our monthly STEAM programs, anything, just our 3 story times weekly. Just reading stories and helping the youngest members of our community. You, as county commissioners, have been chosen to have discretion over these funds. And if one single library branch has more attendees, age 11 and under, coming to just 3 of our many programs than what the vote narrowly failed by, it should be clear to you that our presence in the community is a strong one, a good one, and a healthy and joyful one. I could talk about all sorts of things here, how the opposition WC1 has falsehoods in their arguments, how for some reason this idea that funding libraries is some sort of right versus left political argument, how many voters in Washoe County did not understand that this was not a new tax, merely a division of existing funds. But all of that is, in my opinion, secondary or immaterial. The fact is, you have been chosen to have discretion over these funds. Libraries are part of a healthy and thriving people. If one single aspect of what we do at one single branch touches more lives than the vote lost by, it should be very clear that continuing to fund the library is in the best interest of your constituents, even if some of them still need help with their shapes. Thank you, God bless, and please do the right thing.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Valerie Wade, followed by Den Fuso.
Good morning. Valerie Wade for the record. I hate public speaking, so my voice shakes a little bit when I come up here. I'm here to support our library system. 30 years ago, we committed to improving and expanding our libraries and the services they provide. As a result, we now have a phenomenal system that we can all be very, very proud of. This month, a slim majority, 1% of votes cast, voted to not designate that funding specifically for libraries, but instead to let you decide every year how those tax dollars will be spent in the general fund. So what that tells me is 49% of people who cast their votes for maintaining the 2-cent revenue specifically for our library system will have to ensure that this board hears why the funding should stay where it is. And I can own my part of that. Today I'm going to focus on 2 things. Number 1, our system is amazing and incredible. I retired last year and I've had a chance to go to different branches, and I'm always amazed that this is my hometown and that we did this. The programs, the facilities, the ease of using both, and the staff are incredible. Number two, our incredible library system could have been better over the last 15 years, but this board has reduced the general fund support multiple times to fill in holes when the economy has declined, and has always been very slow to rebuild the library budget. I look back at previous budgets, and between 2006 and 2015, about 40% of the full-time equivalent positions were cut from the library general fund. From 165 in 2006 to 94 FTEs in 2015. If you include the library expansion fund, we went from 193 to 106 FTEs during that period. It involved a massive layoff of skilled and experienced staff. Since that low point, general fund staffing has been very slowly coming back over the last 10 years. It looks like the current fiscal budget is 101 FTEs in the general fund and 23 FTEs in the library expansion fund. To strip away the expansion fund staffing budget would be another, 20% reduction in personnel. So what I want you to consider is the history of the cuts our library system and services have already taken, and I want you to consider stabilizing that budget for at least the next fiscal year by designating all of the revenue for the 2-cent library expansion funding to our library system general fund budget in fiscal year 2026. Think about the cuts that have been made over the last 15 years, and please consider the daily impact our decisions will have on the services the library system provides and our community relies on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Den Fuso, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Den Fuso. I love what the Washoe County Commissioner webpage says about you on its profile page, Commissioner Clark. It says, Commissioner Clark is a proud supporter of libraries, sharing his belief that if a person is able to read, they can accomplish just about anything. I agree with that. Years ago, there were 2 places I could take my kids that they loved and cost nothing, the playground and the library. We couldn't wait to get home after weekly library trips to read our stories. We discussed broad topics, diverse situations, and challenging problems from our reading. It was magical. From this, they became strong readers with a love of books and excellent critical thinking skills. That thirst for knowledge was foundational in their progression toward professional careers. From purely a governmental perspective, rather than being a drain on society, they are exceedingly sound citizens and taxpayers. Without a good library system, this outcome may have been far different. On February 15th, 2024, a Colo 8 news headline by Emily Benito stated, "Student literacy drops below 50% in Washoe County." Below 50%. Clearly, this is not the time to ignore resources which can help remedy that problem. Even if literacy in Washoe County was not a problem, there are other reasons to maintain a dedicated budget for the library. Strong libraries benefit our local economy indirectly. Companies and professionals, like doctors and nurses, look at a host of factors before deciding to relocate or remain here, including schools and libraries. Good libraries are a sign of a thriving community. Washoe County Question 1 may have failed due to misinformation in the Republican Voters Guide erroneously stating it would raise taxes. That is a travesty. I strongly encourage you to set aside an amount in the budget that will keep library accessibility and services at the current level, because growing literate, responsible, tax-paying citizens is a very good return on investment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Pam Dar.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today I'd like to address following the money to employment in the case of homelessness. Most existing businesses are owned by the rich, which makes them a lot of profit, which is how they became so rich. Not all of the work is done by them. They usually hire other people to do the work for them. And even though the owners don't do the work, they make a lot of profit off of those who do the work. And their profits usually grow really high, while the workers who do the work often barely get by. It's the owners who decide who it is who gets hired, and they also decide who it is who gets fired. It's the business owners who decide the wages that the workers make and decide the days and hours they work and if or when to take a break. It's the business owners who make all of the decisions, and in order to increase their profits, they make all of the revisions. If the workers don't work up to par, those workers will likely get fired by the owners, who then decide who will then be hired. To get fired and lose their job was not the workers' intent. Now they have no money and they cannot pay their rent. So they will probably wind up homeless and on the street. Where are they going to sleep? What are they going to eat? You can follow a little money to those who still work, but you can follow it only as long as they're still going to work. It's the rich who make most of the money. That's what they're in business for. But the workers make just enough to live on. Without it, they'll wind up poor. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today. And just so you know, I'm speaking freely, so I don't expect you to give me any pay.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Pam Dar.
And by the way, I'm a retired librarian, so I agree with a lot of what's already been said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Dar, followed by Jamise Flanagan.
Good morning. My name is Pam Dar. Good morning, Chair and fellow commissioners. I have a few things to say. One, I was concerned about something that's happening locally in my land management association. I thought there was a mandatory process happening through the county. I'm finding out that's not the case. But I'm still working on it, and I want to thank some of the county employees that are helping me contact people to get answers. My board's not really working with me, but you guys have been helpful. That being said, I'll keep you updated. The second thing is I'm here to speak out against the Housing Affordable Package 2.5A. I live in that area. I'm seeing what's happening. I mean, there was some major car accidents just down the street from my house. This wasn't happening before. I literally don't want to go to places because it's getting too crowded and dangerous to drive out there. My insurance rates have gone up. I've always driven cautiously, but there's just the infrastructure is just not there yet, and that and other reasons. So I would like to put that in there. And then the third, this is hard for me to say. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I'm on Nextdoor, and I've seen the petition for the library, and people made comments. Not that they're against the library. They've been trying to be heard about some of the things that are happening at the library, and they feel like they're not being heard. Well, that petition was removed. That post was removed because I guess that person didn't like the comments, so they took it down. So if you take down the voices again, there's questions that fail that I'm not happy about, or some that pass that I'm not happy about. But the people have spoken. And the ones that spoke out that they voted a certain way, they need to be heard. It's not healthy to shut them down. But you guys have the power for what you want to do. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but there were some stories in there from parents that made my jaw drop. So they should be addressed. No matter what direction you guys go, they should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamise Flanagan, followed by Diane Torrey. Ms. Flanagan?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and Honorable Commissioners. My name is Janice Flanagan. I am a longtime resident of Reno, Nevada, and an even longer library card holder. I got my first library card 81 years ago. I think I may have the record here. I couldn't live without a library. My children spent hours, wonderful hours. I've taken my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren to the wonderful story hours that are available here in Washoe County. You cannot move toward being the leadership force in Nevada without a strong library system. It needs to be fully funded. There was a lot of misinformation during this election, some of which was directed toward the library funding. And people voted it down, I understand that, but of a narrow margin, and I believe they were misguided. I think the library deserves to be fully funded. It is an important part of about the joy in living here in Washoe County. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Diane Torrey, followed by Alan DeQueiroz.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak today. My name is Diane Torrey. I, too, am a long time resident of the Reno area. And I'm here with other supporters of the petition to support the full funding of our library. We are here as members of the community who deeply value and rely on the Washoe County library system. Today, we want to highlight the library's contributions to our county and why continued stable funding is essential to its operations. Our goal is not to overturn the results of the recent ballot measure, but to emphasize the critical role our libraries play in our community and to demonstrate the overwhelming support for maintaining that funding. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Alan DeQueiroz, followed by Isla Barbatum. Mr. DeQueiroz has documents to distribute.
Go, sir, you can continue.
Okay. So I'm continuing the comments from Diane Torrey.
Yes.
Good morning. Before diving into the library's achievements, it's important to address some of the disinformation that likely influenced the outcome of WC1. One of the most misleading narratives came from a Republican voter guide, which claimed that WC1 was a new tax and urged voters to vote no. This statement was incorrect. WC1 was not a new tax. It was a continuation of funding that has existed since 1994 and is already part of property tax assessments. A yes vote would not have increased property taxes. So what we're talking about here, this is from that Republican voter guide where it's saying that it would have increased property taxes erroneously. Unfortunately, this disinformation likely unraveled efforts from those trying to educate the public about what WC1 actually was. Many voters misunderstood the ballot measure and voted against it, thinking they were rejecting a new tax. In fact, some voters have expressed regret after realizing their decision put library funding at risk. This highlights the need for us to demonstrate community support for the library now. Regardless of the vote for WC1, we want to ensure that misinformation does not lead to critical services being jeopardized in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ilya Arbatman, followed by Tara DeQueiroz.
Ilya Arbman for the record. Continuing Alan's comments. Libraries aren't just about books. They are vital hubs for education, technology access, community engagement, and resources that serve all age groups and demographics. I have here on the screen just a list, it's many pages long, of accomplishments since 2020. I'm just going to be flipping through that as I read. However, consistent and reliable funding is crucial to ensure these services remain operational. Without it, programs could be cut, operating hours reduced, and the library's ability to innovate and meet the community's needs would be compromised. Libraries are not a political pawn. They're a cornerstone of any thriving community. A well-funded library system supports early literacy, job seekers, students, and even underserved populations. Let's take a moment to look at what the Washoe County Library has achieved over the past several years, an incredible testament to what consistent funding makes possible. In 2020, during the pandemic, library staff adapted quickly, creating virtual programming, contactless services, and digital library cards. They also supported public health efforts with 40 staff members assisting the health district with contact tracing. In 2021, libraries fully reopened, expanding hours in multiple branches. Staff continued offering virtual programs and helping patrons stay connected and engaged. In 2022, Northwest Reno and Sparks libraries were renovated to improve facilities. A partnership brought high-speed internet to Gerlach, serving the Pyramid Lake Paiute region. The Sparks Library launched homebound services, delivering materials to those unable to visit in person. Over 1 million checkouts across all branches in 2022, and over 50,000 users of meeting room spaces. In 2023, bookmobile services began, bringing resources to underserved areas. Zoom Room virtual meeting pods were installed, and new ADA-accessible facilities were added. 1.2 million checkouts, even more than in 2022, and almost 30,000 meeting room space users. And I have here these are official library statistics here that I'll hand out to you guys, but checkout counts and gate counts, and I want to highlight here, if you can see, that in South Valley's library, which is Commissioner Clark's library, has by far the most checkouts, and Commissioner Herman's, these two North Valleys, Northwest Reno combined, are in second place, and also really high gate count in South Valley's library. So I urge those commissioners to think about what would happen if library services were cut in their districts. That would certainly displease constituents, and I think that these numbers really speak for themselves as far as what library funding makes possible. There's no doubt that these numbers would go down with cut staffing, reduced weekend hours, and other issues that would arise from the budget suffering. And I'm going to hand these out to you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tara DeCaras, followed by Bradley Lovett.
My name is Tara DeCados, and I'm just following up on some of the comments that Ilya was making. In 2024, the library system partnered with the Reno Housing Authority to offer essential services like housing applications and rent payments at the downtown library. The bookmobile expanded to serve even more communities. Washoe County Libraries were recognized with the Public Sector Innovation Award. Through June of this year, there have been over 650,000 checkouts and 28,000 meeting space users, and total gate counts are already over 600,000 for this year. There are some future plans listed here. Many of these plans were actually contingent on funding, which the library has yet to receive. Those future plans include renovations for the South Valleys and Spanish Springs libraries, as well as the construction of a new North Valleys library. And so that funding, as I said, is up in the air. These accomplishments show that the library consistently uses its funding wisely and innovatively to serve our community. Just highlighting some statistics by district. In District 1, from January of 2022 through June of 2024, the libraries had over 325,000 checkouts, a gate count of almost 350,000, and over 10,000 meeting room users. The constituents of District 1 use and value their libraries. In District 2, from January 2022 through June of 2024, the South Valleys Library had over 740,000 checkouts, a gate count of over 380,000, and over 37,000 meeting room users. The constituents of District 2 use and value their libraries. In District 3, from January 2022 through June of 2024, the libraries had over 600,000 checkouts, a gate count of over 470,000, and almost 18,000 meeting room users. The constituents of District 3 use and value their libraries. In District 4, from January of 2022 through June of 2024, the library in Spanish Springs had over 497,000 checkouts, a gate count of 188,000, and 38,000 meeting room users. The constituents of District 4 use and value their libraries. In District 5, from January of 2022 through June of 2024, the libraries had over 820,000 checkouts, a gate count of 290,000, and over 6,000 meeting room users. The constituents of District 5 use and value their libraries. Funding for libraries is not a party issue, and it is not a population issue. It is a district-wide need for libraries to continue to have the same level of funding they've had for the past 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bradley Levitt, followed by Mary Katz. And we have documents to distribute.
Hi, my name is Bradley from District 1. I'm here with my friends who you have heard speak already, and we're here to ask you for your continued support of the Washoe County Library System. While the ballot measure did not pass, what we're asking you is to promise that libraries remain a priority when allocating any future funds. Libraries are not just buildings, they're lifelines for countless individuals in our community. They provide resources for job seekers, students, families, and seniors. They host vital programs, serve as evacuation centers during emergencies, which we saw during the Callahan fire. Mr. Clark's library was an evacuation center for that. And they bridge the digital and literary divide in our county. We also want to show you that the community overwhelmingly supports the library. 6,000 residents have signed my petition urging you to maintain proper funding. You have each been handed a thick green folder with comments directly from your constituents pulled from this library petition. We ask you to consider this support as a reflection of how vital the library is to Washoe County and ensure it remains a cornerstone of our community. And anybody behind me who is here in support of the library, I just ask that you hold up your library book in support. As you can see, not all 6,000 people showed up, but I don't think this room could hold 6,000 people anyway. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Katz, followed by Lynn Amon.
Good morning. My name's Mary Cates. Believe it or not, it's pronounced Cates. I am in District 2, sorry. And I just want to say, I'm going to be very brief. I agree with all the comments right now supporting continued funding for the libraries. I was a career software engineer. I never read. I brought my kids to the libraries in California, but I was not a reader until I retired 6 years ago. I'm now in 2 book clubs, love reading, love going to the library. I love using Libby. I've got a book right here from Libby, and I encourage everybody I know to join book clubs. We just learn so much. I'm in an organization where we use the meeting space at South Valley's library once a month, and the facility is fabulous. The AV equipment works beautifully. The new chairs are really great. We just used them last night. So I totally want to support continued funding. In reference to the survey that was made, I have comments to read from Amy Keys in District 2. My 2-year-old daughter and I are grateful for our libraries in Washoe County. We visit for story times, check out lots of books, and play with friends at the library. I so look forward to enriching her life with more of the many activities and educational events the library offers as she grows and broadens her interests and abilities. I am hugely saddened to know that our libraries may have to cut hours and services, and I do believe that people here in Reno love and support our libraries, and that the wording of WC1 may have been confusing for many voters who were not aware of it before they cast their votes. Our libraries bring so much to our community. Please make sure they receive the funding to continue to do so at their current level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn Amon, followed by Danielle Anders.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm also here in support of funding for the libraries, and I'm reading some comments that you probably now have in your hands from the community petition. This is from Jason Cruz from District 4. Public libraries have been and always will be necessary to our society, and it is our civic duty to maintain them. Before I became a student at the University of Nevada, Reno, I was a teenager struggling with household insecurity. If it weren't for public libraries, I never would have made it into higher education. I have spoken with countless other students who've been raised below the poverty line, and their story often mirrors mine. The public library is a pillar in every city, the only pillar to not exist behind a paywall. It is a haven and hope. Without them, class mobility will be next to none. The poverty line may as well be a wall closing the border to community. The second comment I have is from Linda Coday. I hope I'm not mispronouncing her name. She's from District 2. Our libraries are an incredibly diverse resource for every citizen of Washoe County. They were an evacuation center for both the Davis and Callahan fires. They were polling places during the recent election. They are a source of joy for the beginning readers at story hours and all the free books you want to borrow. They are learning centers for both students and lifelong learners. They are attuned to the latest trends on the bestseller list, working quickly to procure the newest books and get them to us through their incredibly efficient reservation system. Truly, I can think of very few government entities that use their resources so efficiently while simultaneously benefiting such a broad cross-section of our citizenry. Our library system has earned our absolute support and deserves restoration of their funding. And speaking for myself, a very avid supporter, so many places in our society and in our community want money from us. Consumerism is who we've sold our souls to, it feels like sometimes. This is a place you go to that nobody wants money from you. The library is available to anyone. No, I think somebody said earlier, playgrounds and the library, and that's it. Thanks for your time.
Danielle Anders, followed by Joshua Patton.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Anders, and I've lived in District 1 for the last 27 years, and I am here regarding funding for the Washoe County Library System. It's very personal for me. The public library system has played a critical role in my life. Specifically, it's the downtown library branch for my family. It was a beloved place for my kids growing up here in Reno, starting over 25 years ago, and we would spend hours searching for books to read. We got to know all the librarians, research topics for school projects or personal interest, and we attended story time at multiple branch locations. I have many friends today who get digital and audiobooks through Libby. I have attended many community presentations, performances, and talks by local authors. I received the weekly library informational emails, and the downtown library is where I've gone to vote in person for every election. Beyond the resources provided for me personally and my family, it's important to me that our community at large has access to the many resources that are provided by the library system. I'm extremely passionate about the benefit and the importance of our libraries, and I'm here today to ask that you ensure that the necessary funding is allocated for the library system from the general fund. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Joshua Patton, followed by John Klippenstein.
Good morning. I'm going to keep it brief and personal. Also here in support of continued funding for our public library systems. As a child, I was a homeschooled kid, and I know that that's an issue these days too, but without the resources available for free to my family growing up, that would have been an impossible choice for my family. And I think that it's an important thing to maintain these free resources to our community. Nobody here in support of continued funding is denying the results of the election that we just had. We're just imploring you as the now the folks that get to decide where the money is spent to please continue spending it in the right direction as it goes into the general fund. I can't think of anything I would rather have my property taxes go towards than funding public libraries, and I do pay property taxes in Washoe County. So again, brief and personal, just I wouldn't be able to be the person that I am today without the public library system. So please do the right thing and do not cut funding, staffing, resources for such an important public resource. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Klippenstein, followed by Mary Hickman.
Good morning, Chair Hill and Commissioners. My name is JD Klippenstein. I am the Director of Development for the Reno Housing Authority, and I'm also a board member for the Nevada Housing Coalition. I'm here today on behalf of the Nevada Housing Coalition to read some prepared remarks by our Executive Director, Maurice Page, who can't be here in person. The Nevada Housing Coalition's mission is to promote the development and preservation of affordable housing for all Nevadans. This guiding principle underscores the urgency of addressing the housing needs in our community and the needs that span across all income levels, but are especially pronounced for our low and middle income residents who often find themselves without viable options, which is why today the Housing Coalition is here to speak in strong support of the affordable housing package that is being brought before the Commission. I believe it's item number 26. I think it's been a long day, so I'm not going to stay there till item 26, but the Coalition is a broad-based organization. We have stakeholders from all the different sectors involved in building affordable housing. And to keep it brief, this is a common sense solution to create more opportunities and tools, particularly to address the missing middle and diversify the kinds of housing that we need in our community so that we can grow equitably, that folks can have opportunities to buy homes, to become homeowners, and also to afford rent in the community that they want to live in. So we would encourage you to keep pursuing innovative solutions and to keep meeting the needs of our growing community when it comes to affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mary Hickman, followed by Alan Nichols. Mary Hickman.
Good morning. I am here in support of the libraries, and I am reading a statement from Christopher Robeson in District 5. The ballot question was very confusing, and even after reading it and the explanations for and against, I came away with the impression that it was a new tax proposal, not a renewal of an existing tax, or even just the redirecting of already collected taxes. I believe this horribly worded and confusing ballot initiative misled many voters. I firmly stand behind our library system and its critical importance for our community. My family was poor when I was growing up, and the library was one of the best resources of community support we had available. Excuse me, I know I get emotional about this. I learned to read at the library, and that experience is one of the primary reasons I have become a successful adult. Please don't rob our community of these valuable resources. Please vote to maintain the same level of funding the libraries have currently, at least for the next couple years until we can run a new ballot question to restore the funding permanently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Nichols, followed by Lisa Hill.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for listening to me. We are a family that came here from Kaufman and Rockwall, Texas. We homeschooled our children. James graduated with his master's from UNR. Caitlin graduated with her bachelor's from UNR. And one of our other sons, Brian, is a teacher for Washoe County, and he's taking his bachelor's and master's from UNR. I'm an electronic engineer. I've worked in 10 countries. My top secret clearance with the United States Navy was on the AGM-78. We took that missile to Vietnam. I've been in 4 wars. So my hearing isn't exactly great, excuse me. What I come to tell you about today was the 2 libraries that I know very well. Princeton Library in New Jersey, in Princeton, New Jersey, and the Faulkner Library in Arkansas. I went to school in Mahwah, New Jersey, engineering school, and I graduated from that engineering school, and I also built an uplink facility in Little Rock and lived in Conway, Arkansas. So I know these 2. And I put that on the paper that I emailed to Jean and to Mary Luth. What I wanted to say was, this is my library card. Our whole family has library cards from here. We go to the one in Spanish Springs. So you can locate libraries on our website, www.gogreenlocally.org. We're Washoe County 501c3. We have 20 cities now that we work with. They're all on our website, and we're working on new sites in Phoenix, Omaha, Minneapolis, San Francisco, and Sacramento. That'll bring us up to 25 cities. If you look at our website, you'll see what the libraries are doing in these other cities. I came here to recommend to the Washoe County Commissioners to contact Princeton, New Jersey Library and see how their programs work, especially the English as a second language and the Garden Project. It is amazing. For the technical items, as an engineer, I recommend that AT&T be contacted.
I'm sorry, sir. You've run out of time, but shoot us an email and we'll follow up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Lisa Hill, followed by Terrence Barker.
Hello, my name's Lisa, and I've lived in Washoe County over 40 years. Mine is a personal story for you. As I don't even really remember because I was so little, but my mother took me to the library. It was my first experience with the outside world. It was warm and inviting, and I got to take a book home. It was really fun, and it was a positive experience. As a teenager, that confusing time, I went to the library after school with my friends, and it was a safe, again, welcoming, warm place for me to be. As a student in college, I spent lots of hours there learning my craft. Again, it was a warm, available, safe space for me to be. And then here in Washoe County, I took my kids to the downtown library, Sierra View, and then when the Northwest Library was built, we went there too, to Story Hour. It was a warm and inviting place for me to take my kids and available. It exposed me to the outside world, and like many have said, taught me to be a critical thinker and a good citizen. After hearing everybody's comments, it's clear to me that the question there was confusion and it needs to be rerun. So I'm asking that a new question be floated in 2 years, and that you as commissioners figure out a way to stabilize the already allotted money during that time so that we can re-legislate this. At the very least, we need, out of respect for the many staff that work very hard in our library system, to have a safety net so that they can run their programs for the many people that benefit. And I don't understand why the libraries have been weaponized these past few years, because they clearly serve such a wide swath of people in our community and are so important. They open lives and minds like mine. So I'd like to see you not just go from year to year, but stabilize over the next 2 years until we have a chance to rerun this question more clearly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrence Barker, followed by Rick Snow.
Good morning. My name is Terrence Barker, longtime Washoe County resident, here to support library funding. When my children were growing up, the libraries were an important resource for them and for me as a parent. And now as a retired resident of Washoe County, the libraries are an important both intellectual and social resource for me and for many other retired folks as well. I would like to urge the board to prioritize funding for our library systems so that they maintain their place in society as a vital resource for Washoe County residents of all ages. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rick Snow, followed by Peter Banson. Rick Snow. Peter Banson, followed by Connie Douglas. Peter Banson. Okay.
Good morning, Chairperson Hill and members of the board. My name is Pete Banson. I live on Greensburg Circle in Reno. Washoe County's libraries are one of the only county services available to all of our residents, regardless of age, economic status, or location. County residents from Washoe Valley and Incline Village, all the way to Gerlach, depend on the library system for a variety of services. In an election that proved to be all about the economy and its effects on individual voters and their families, the ballot question reauthorizing a 30-year-old library funding measure was worded as if a yes vote would authorize a new tax. One had to read the election materials very carefully to determine that the measure would, in fact, have no effect on the property tax paid, and there was no mention on the actual ballot. It's not hard to understand why such a measure failed, and then by less than 10,000 votes. The failure of Washoe Question 1 threatens the library system with a loss of 25% of its funding, a situation that would be devastating for any county department. In this case, however, there is no loss of funding to the county, and your board has the ability to allocate the funding as you see fit. I'm grateful to Chairperson Hill for her commitment to maintain library funding at current levels. I hope that the rest of your board will also do the right thing and support funding for the library district at least current and hopefully at improved levels when you start the budget process for the 25-26 fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Connie Douglas, followed by Matthew Wilkie.
Good morning, Commission. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. Oh, I need to show my library book here. I want to address also the library funding. The puzzling and potentially devastating failure of WC1. And maybe that speaks to the reason why the funding needs to be continued, because we need better education. We need better knowledge of what's happening in our world, on our ballots, in our community.
I worked for the library 30 years ago when Martha Gould initiated this measure. And through those years, I've seen the benefits of that. And I hope that you will use your discretion to continue that funding. I know there are many, many needs before you in our county. Least of all, parks, another one of my loves. But libraries are so essential to our families, to our seniors, to our children. Growing up, I lived on Lester Avenue in Reno, and I walked to the library, which was at the State Building at that time. How many remember that? And I hope that through this funding, we can continue services, and children who are now walking to the library in 30 years from now will be where I am, and continuing to say, please fund our libraries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matthew Wilkie, followed by Samantha Strasser.
Very good morning, Madam Chair Harrell and members of the Commission. My name is Matthew Wilkie, for the record, and I'm here as usual to talk about houselessness and your proclamation for youth homelessness. I first want to say thanks to the Eddy House and the great work that they do to help youth homelessness. As I mentioned here in the chambers before, as someone who was a former homeless youth who now owns their own home, has a very successful pharmacy career, I do want to mention that I do think that public proclamations issued by government bodies, they do often come across as performative gestures rather than effective solutions to aim the solutions. While they garner attention and create temporary sense of awareness, these proclamations often lack the necessary follow-throughs and plans that are essential for genuine change. It is crucial that you guys, the government entities, move beyond these statements and instead focus on implementing policies that address the needs of the community. Without these tangible actions, these proclamations risk being mere words without substance, failing to make impact on the lives that they're intending to serve. The lack of community homeless advisory board meetings, with one meeting since September of 2023, greatly hinders the efforts into tackling this issue. These meetings serve as a vital platform for collaboration, discussion, and exchange of ideas among community members, service providers, and you folks, the policymakers. Without consistent engagement, we miss out on crucial insights and solutions to address the root causes of houselessness in our community. These regular meetings foster accountability, which is lacking, and ensure that all voices, especially those individuals experiencing or have experienced houselessness, are heard in this decision-making process. By neglecting these meetings and gatherings, we risk perpetuating a cycle of misunderstanding and ineffective policies that fail to meet the needs of our community. We need to prioritize these CHI meetings, and it is time to prioritize them, and they are essential for creating a comprehensive and effective strategy for this solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Samantha Strasser, followed by Paula Dolan.
Good morning, Washoe County Commissioners. My name is Samantha Strasser, and I'm here today to make a statement of support in support of the Washoe County Library. The American Public Library System is a triumph that extols the freedoms of this nation in a far greater way than almost any other public institution. It is an essential third place where people can come together in their community regardless of education, immigration status, social status, religious or political beliefs, or, critically, ability to pay. The library in particular provides access to critical resources to extremely vulnerable individuals to the betterment of themselves and their community. It has been said by many news outlets that the reason WC1 failed was due to poor wording on the ballot, which confused voters into thinking that this was a new tax or a tax increase. It was, in fact, neither of those things, simply a renewal of an existing tax earmarked specifically for the library. There is substantial research indicating that ballot design and wording can have a great influence on the outcome of elections. If it's true that many voters were duped into falsely thinking this was a new tax or tax increase based on the ballot, then that's a failure on the part of the election officials that designed this ballot, and the voters should not be held accountable for it. I have also read that even with this initiative failing, Washoe County residents will not see a decrease on their taxes, as some may have thought. The 2 cents for every $100 of assessed property value will still be added to every resident's tax bill. It will now simply go into the county general fund instead of a library fund. It is my understanding that even though WC1 failed on the ballot, the Board of Commissioners still has the power, if they so choose, to ensure the same funding goes to the library from the general fund. On a personal note, as a resident of the North Valleys in Commissioner Herman's district, I can't help but be both crushed and furious that this did not pass. Because according to the Washoe County Library website, one of the things we would have gotten if this had passed was a new North Valleys library facility and expansion of branch services. There is a pervasive attitude in the North Valleys that we are an afterthought to the city and county due to a persistent history of our concerns being largely ignored. Nearly every other part of town has seen beautiful new branches built with modern facilities to accommodate the demand of the local population. Meanwhile, we are stuck with a facility far too small for the population it serves, with hours that don't adequately serve the needs of the community. With the breakneck speed of residential development in the North Valleys, I can't overemphasize enough how much this is needed, and the failure of WC1 is a particular slap in the face to Commissioner Herman's constituents of the North Valleys. Please, I urge the county commissioners to uphold the tenets of freedom of this great nation and support our community in maintaining the library fund.
Thank you.
Paula Dolan, followed by Matthew Cheddar.
Good morning, Chairperson Alexis Hill and the rest of the commission. I am a resident of Reno, Washoe County. I have the pleasure today of reading a public comment by a citizen of Washoe County who could not be here. Her name is Cynthia Edwards, and she's from District 1. As a lifelong library patron and a retired WCLS employee, I know library services are essential. Some have voiced that libraries are obsolete. Nothing could be further from the truth. Libraries have changed with the times. They offer free internet access to all. It is a godsend to those families with school-aged children who cannot afford a computer and internet access for their children. The library's offering of downloadable materials is vast, with up-to-date titles, older titles, as well as magazines. Story time for toddlers and preschoolers happens weekly. Meeting rooms are available for the community to use even after hours. The WCLS has worked hard through the decades to make the library a community meeting place, and they have been successful. I could go on, but the loss of the $5 million budget will be devastating to all library users and staff. Please restore the renewal of the tax override to keep the library funded at their current level. Remember, initially, the Washoe County Library was created by a Carnegie grant. That in itself is historic. Thank you very much for allowing me to read for Cynthia.
Thank you.
Matthew Cheddar, followed by Melody Cheddar.
Matthew Cheddar for the record. My comments address various aspects of the housing affordability package and as such touch on agenda items 25 and 26. Markets respond to increased demand and limited supply with higher prices, which limit demand if allowed. However, the housing package mitigates that limit and will overpopulate the area. There are a couple of principles cited in the Envision document. 3.1, the problem here being that where greater flexibility exists, greater oversight should be used, not approval by right. Further, there are already infrastructure issues right now. TR Principle 1, Transportation Principle 3, The area has many folks for whom alternative transit is impractical. Experimental efforts could be made in flat, high-density areas, but will never be useful in hills or in bad weather. People don't buy cars because they're ignorant of walking or bicycles. Prioritization should be for modes mostly used by most people most of the year, i.e. automobiles. Our sky-high fuel tax should pay for roads that taxpayer motorists use. Herding the public into utopian options is inappropriate for public servants. The voting public deserves to have major policy changes on the ballot, not imposed subtly by regulatory fiat. That's called democracy. Section 110's proposals use wordsmithing to describe downscaling. Replacing family does not hide the loss of cohesion and support. Community implies cohesion, voluntary association, not physical proximity. Chicago's Cabrini Green involved people living close to each other, but it was hardly community. It was adjacent to affluent areas, but hardly desirable. Cramming people together does transform personal quirks into nuisances and absolutely fosters crime. Package 2.5A alters permitting from review and comment to shall approve by default, which is not the same. It turns scrutinized zonal transition into hodgepodge, prevents buyers from identifying areas suiting them, upends stability, discourages long-term investment. It will attract more renters, low-skilled workers, recent grads, government-subsidized residents, and low-income retirees, many of whom use lots of governmental services compared to the taxes they generate. Adverse effects such as crime do spread, reference the recent home invasions in affluent areas of multiple major U.S. cities experiencing similar rapid influx. Bad zoning changes are steps on a destructive path best avoided here and now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Melody Cheddar, followed by Trista Gomez.
Melody Cheddar for both 25 and 26. I oppose the proposed Section 302 changes, specifically multifamily provision, and more broadly the general direction of the regional development. As a resident of unincorporated Washoe County, I chose my home because it was not in proximity to high density. No zoning appeared to permit this in the future. Many proposed amendments are a threat to the expectations we had when we chose to purchase in the county. These amendments override inherent limitations on growth, which constrained resources imposed in the area. Left alone, these limitations would cause home value to rise, benefiting residents and slowing the rate of growth in the area. Instead, the planning department has constructed modifications which will destroy of zoning protections and reduce the future value of current homes compared to the present alternative. We have standing to oppose 302 because your proposed changes will damage our quality of life, a home value. We are not here to waste time. Instead, we have organized to prevent harm before it happens, if possible, here in these chambers, and if not, perhaps unfortunately in court. Our effort demonstrates that our concern and our commitment is sincere-based, legitimate, and should be addressed, not evaded, obstructed, or dismissed. Instructing the taxpayers-funded county employees to argue that we taxpayers do not have standing to litigate the degrading of our zoning protections, which you are overseeing, telling us that you do not have respect for the people whom it's your job to represent. Good zoning, mentioned many times here, require disparate uses to be clustered and transition from one to the other. Your new zoning proposal instead allows random placement and mandatory approval of multifamily within single-family neighborhoods, effectively preventing residents from maintaining lifestyles integrity of neighborhood, and destroys diversity possible when intact, but different areas are forced to become homogenized and lose their identity. The goal of maximizing regional population through overdevelopment is flawed at its core and will destroy what made this area unique, special, and desirable. Further label them, however, the zoning changes are in the wrong direction. This is for quality of life. Density is the driver of many or most problems facing this area. Making housing more affordable is not what's going on, which is rather urbanizing and densifying the area as rapidly as possible for lower-income future residents who don't even live here right now. current growth is so rapid and shocking to current and longtime residents. I've spoken to many throughout the political spectrum who find common ground. The area is less desirable than a few years ago due to overcrowding and development. I would point out that it's a job of good planning and good government to improve life, not degrade it. You're not listening to the constituents who financially supported our effort, who frequent our website. Our group is growing, and as the problem you misguided changes are causing. Reconsider the path you're going.
Thank you.
Trista Gomez, followed by Barbara Twitchell.
Good morning. Trista Gomez, please put my comments on the record verbatim. I've learned a lot about development in the past couple months, and it's not about the quality of life for residents. I've learned that the county's definition of service need, because there's only heavy traffic for 4 to 5 hours a day one day, that we don't widen the roads. The lawsuits that developers bring when they can't develop on land, regardless of whether residents and infrastructure support it. While you feign the apologies about planning that isn't completely coordinated among all of the taxpayer-paid agencies, your answer is no to residents' concerns, no to resident safety, and a polite no to fixing the problems that have been created by increased development, lack of planning, and lack of infrastructure. I've also learned that other jurisdictions have per-year growth caps, and that we'll grow however it needs to look until we hit about 750,000 people. That the money for roads here is different than the money for roads in Carson or in Las Vegas, where the roads seem to have much less of an issue. Adverse effects. How many more do we need? There are sinkholes and flooding where you allowed building on swampland. There's sewage wastewater treatment plants. Only one of a handful in the country. We don't have sewage capacity. There are residents who have to dig their wells deeper because of the huge amounts of building in the valleys where you are allowing building without adequate resources and infrastructure. There are families that have regular jobs and have to drop off their kids at daycare and get home, and while they take an hour lunch, it's often an 11 to 12-hour day due to traffic, leaving them stressed for time and having to spend extra money to compensate for the time that they're away. Instead of working outside the home at jobs that we need them to take, they find other ways to make money or live because of the high cost of working outside of the home, both in time and money. I've learned that kids are late to school consistently because of traffic, and that we don't have safety services close to areas, leaving high safety concerns. Where developers have to pay a bunch of money to coordinate building, residents are stuck with the financial cost of the increased taxpayer-paid employees and the rest of the costs associated with all of the building. Your concern seems to be placating to developers and justifying poor planning when residents push back. I've learned that our taxpayer-paid employers' compensation are higher than average for private sector, and that higher than many adjoining or comparable jurisdictions, and leaving residents' safety and comfort compromised because of the lack of funds. Our county and state have some of the most inefficient processes and high cost. We're taxed on insurance, more on roads. Our managers make more money and take more liberties with the public's trust than adjoining and comparable jurisdictions. The answer to the increased development is no, not forever, but until you can reconcile these issues, until you can make these outlying communities that you want so badly to build up safer. No, until you can figure out why our cost of living in this county is so much worse than other spots in the state. And no, until you can promise that there will be no more sinkholes where buildings should never have occurred. You know the answer is no. You know better. It's time to do better for the residents and families.
Thank you.
Barbara Twitchell, followed by Emily Williams.
Hello, my name is Barbara Twitchell, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the libraries. Again, a very popular subject today. Thank you, Commissioner Hill and the rest of the commissioners, and Commissioner Clark. Since I'm one of your constituents, I'm really glad to hear that you are pro-libraries, and hope that you keep that in mind. I had a whole list of things to talk about, all the fabulous things that the libraries do, which is really amazing. And I don't want to go repeat it because so many other people have done so well on that. But I think the fact that you had such diversity of people speaking, as well as the types of things that they talked about that the library has provided for them, makes me realize that that in itself shows that the libraries are one of the greatest equal opportunity resources in our community, maybe probably in the whole country. It's one that, regardless of age, economic status, gender, whatever, it serves everybody and for free. For free. It not only gives resources, but it also gives a sense of community. There are spaces. I went to a meeting, probably the same meeting the other young lady talked about. I went to a meeting, a very informative meeting at the library last night. And it was a very comfortable space to have that. I frequently go to or even run meetings at the library. There are quilters that go there to do their quilting. There are obviously, well, I know because I always try to compete with them for the space to have it. The Mustang Club goes there and looks for the same time slot that I like to use. The fact is that it's an important space. And I think it's also been really, really clear that there was a real flaw in this question that went before WC1 that was very confusing to people. There was also misinformation that had been put out in a very official publication that voters used as their guide as to how they should vote in that particular one. People were misled to believe that this was a tax, a new tax, an increased tax. And we know they're not happy about that. Please, please, not increase, but keep the funding for the next 2 years so we can get a better written question on the ballot and have it supplied.
Thank you.
Emily Williams, followed by Vic Williams.
Hello, and thank you for listening to all of the people in support of library services today. I want to thank Nanette for her invocation. For me, Nevada is home. Among my earliest memories with my dad were trips to the Round Children's Book Room in the downtown branch of the downtown Reno Library. It was our date every other Saturday. There was a thrill of outgrowing the children's stacks and exploring the young adult section of the library. I certainly utilized the Washoe County Libraries for numerous research papers, and to this day am a high utilizer with a constant list of books to borrow and return. Later, we took our 4 children to the libraries in our region, and my mother-in-law accessed books for the sight impaired. But this isn't about me or us today. It's a universal. We worry about our next generations coming up behind us. How do we nurture them, teach them, instill confidence, give them space to dream, grow, explore possibilities? Well, I've been an employee for organizations that have raised money for nonprofits here in Reno Sparks, among them Catholic Charities, Community Health Alliance, and the Food Bank, as well as I am someone who has the opportunity to give grants to local nonprofits as a trustee for a foundation. And I can tell you that dozens of nonprofit organizations depend on the libraries for their clients and in turn provide support for the community by utilizing the programming that the library provides. So think about the music programs from the Notables, from the Reno Pops Orchestra and the Sierra Nevada Children's Theater, job services from Join and other groups, big brothers and big sisters who take their littles to the library to learn and to grow and to connect with them. That's part of their mission, is to mentor and be a role model. So libraries are super important for them. Washoe Legal Services to help clients. And then the community health outreach that was spoken of earlier And I have met with many who just value the library services and infrastructure, to say nothing of associations that use the library space for their meetings. So my point here today is that the library is doing big, big work and helping all the generations. And you have the power to fund the budget.
Vic Williams, followed by Drew Rebar.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vic Williams, and I'm a 40-year resident of Nevada, and we raised 4 kids here. All went to Washoe County schools, all went to UNR. And I'd like to read a statement from one of our kids, Madeleine, who now lives in Chicago. I am not exaggerating when I say that the Reno Public Library System, and especially the Northwest Branch Library, made me who I am today. Some of my earliest memories are of wandering the stacks in the children's section, filled with wonder at all the worlds I could enter at the turn of a page. I made some of my first friends swapping books inside the treehouse at the Northwest Branch. I learned empathy and history and my own set of ethics by reading countless stories in and from the library. My parents had a place to bring me and my sister, both voracious readers that would fulfill all of us. When I needed sources for school papers, I went to the library. When I wanted adventure on a rainy day, I went to the library. Today, I work as a comics writer and artist, and I hope to pass on even a fraction of the connection I felt spending time in all those written worlds. Beyond me, the library provides shelter, job resources, community, and internet access to countless people who would not otherwise have those things. In a time and place where we are more divided than ever, our stories bind us together. At the library, no restraint of cost or class can keep us from that connection. I can think of no greater single force for good in Reno or anywhere else than the public library. If you do one good thing this year, do this: fund our libraries.
Thank you.
Drew Rebar, followed by Maisie Barnes. And we do have a document to distribute for Mr. Rebar.
Good morning. My name is Drew Rebar. Please maintain my comments on the record and the documents that I've dispersed on the record. First of all, I would like to say, please fund our libraries. Our libraries are a great thing for all of the people. People have come here today and pondered why did WC1 fail? I voted no. I want accountability in government, and I saw WC1 did not provide accountability. The Washoe County Libraries over the last 2 years, as I've documented in my videos, for those of you that haven't seen me before or know me, I run a little YouTube channel called Auditing Reno 911, where I publish my interactions with government. Try to hold them accountable just like government holds us accountable. I think we need an accountable government. This is a good thing. Washoe County has failed. I have come before this commission many times over the last 2 years advising you that constitutional rights are being violated. Washoe County Libraries under Director Jeff Scott has restricted many people. Why? Because the librarians did not like them. Mostly recently I was made aware of a man named Doug Miller. He's a government employee. He was also evacuated during the Davis Creek fire. During that fire, he was trying to reserve a reading room. And the librarians didn't like what he said, you know, free speech and all, Constitution. And so they restricted his access to the libraries because they didn't like what he said. Well, this lawsuit that you see right here is against Jeff Scott, the Washoe County Library System. Your pattern and practice of excluding people from libraries has earned you a lawsuit. I haven't filed it quite yet. Got to go down to the courthouse and get a case number on it and get it served. That should happen hopefully before tomorrow's library board meeting. If you guys want to reach out to me and settle this issue, I just want everybody in our community to have access to our libraries, not just the specific few that seem to have an agenda, one way politically that has seemingly become entrenched in our library system. I did go to the South Valleys Library the other day where I was trespassed from library property. Why? Because I went there to ask a librarian a question. Now, what are the duties of a librarian? They're there to help you answer questions, research, and get you information. But if you ask our librarians the wrong question, they will trespass you from our libraries. So here we are. I think you guys need to give some accountability. I'm glad that you guys now have control of the money and fund our libraries again, but you guys really need to deal with Jeff Scott and his exclusionary policies in our libraries. Certain people shouldn't be excluded based on their views. Everybody should be included in our libraries. Thank you very much. Drew Rebar for the record.
Macy Barnes, followed by Isabella Jacobs.
Okay. Dear Commissioners and community, my name is Maisie Barnes. I am a staff member at the Spanish Springs Library, but I am not speaking as a representative of the library. I am here on my own terms, on unpaid time, taking my badge off, speaking of my own volition because I am passionate about our community. 30 years ago, Washoe County voters said yes to allowing a small portion of their property taxes to bolster library funding. This is the same funding that allowed for many local branches to be built, and it is the funding that has allowed us to give back to our community. The tax will still be paid, but it is now up to you, commissioners, to allocate some of the general fund to our libraries. I was born and raised right here in Reno. For my entire life as a Washoe County local, the library system that received that very funding is the library system that I had the privilege to grow up knowing. My family knew poverty intimately, but wanted for nothing because with each other and with access to the local library, we were rich in literature, art, music, and knowledge. I am blessed that I was raised in a family who valued these things and that the library could answer the needs we could not find at home or school. Friends, commissioners, not every child and family is as blessed as I was, and without library funding, our community's children are losing their chance to be. Not every child has at-home access to books, computers, or even schooling. We need to ensure that despite the loss of WC1, Washoe County will continue to fund the library at the same level it has been for the past 3 decades. The library is a safe haven for folks in need, a bountiful resource for students, job seekers, and for the disadvantaged to become comfortable with new technology. We provide educational, artistic, and community-oriented programs. We host a variety of groups, from quilters to Boy Scouts. We are a designated safe space for people in need, whether that be a teen with troubles at home or someone seeking warmth. If continuous funding is not secured, all of these people and programs may no longer get to call the library a home. I have heard talk at my branch of potential cuts that we may have to make if funding does not continue. These would include Lego Robotics, a STEAM program, public access to meeting rooms, programs for teens that keep them off the streets. Rural and vulnerable communities may see closures of their libraries, including the senior center. We could lose free research databases, open days and hours, and even up to 23 staff members. Parents and children would lose access to safe spaces to gather and learn and play. We received over 500 paper hearts at Spanish Springs that children wrote on their favorite things about the library. We brought them to illustrate how much the library means. Reducing funding would mean diminishing the future of these children. I hope you can see how much our community would be losing if you do not choose to fund libraries with the Washoe County General Fund. It is an integral part of our community and a necessary implement for support, education, and empowerment. I implore you today, commissioners, to please allocate funding from the Washoe County General Fund to continue funding libraries at the same level they have been. Thank you.
Thank you.
Isabella Jacobs, followed by Jen Flynn.
Hi, I'm Isabella Jacobs. Good morning. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the library funding, and I'm asking for a commitment from each of you to help protect and fund the libraries. I grew up in Northwest Reno, and it was the funding legislator passed in 1994 that helped build the Northwest Reno Library. Growing up, the library was a very important space for me. I was homeschooled, so the library was one of the few public spaces I had access to. And I am like 100% positive that it helped foster my mental health as well as physical health, because I used to walk to the library. And without it, I would have experienced isolation as a child and a lack of exposure to many things that I hold very dear and that the library provided for me. And as I grew up into a young adult, I used the library as a place to use the computer, create resumes, print out resumes. You know, a lot of our young adults don't have the money to pay for Wi-Fi and other things that they need to advance themselves in a world that is increasingly hard to do with a rising cost of living. So without funding for the libraries, there's going to be a lot of people left behind, and I would have been one of those people. So I am so grateful for the impact the library had on my life growing up. I do understand that not everybody knows the beauties of the libraries, and I think that maybe even with this whole turn and all the support for the libraries, that more people will actually check out their local libraries, which I hope they do. Because I forgot how cool the library was until earlier this year, and I was like, wow, I have access to these books. You know, I started checking out books on like tree identification and birding. I was like, wow, I have access to interact with the world around me through the libraries. And as we continue to advance in this day and age, the funding is so important for the libraries to keep up with the technological advancements necessary to stay relevant and to be accessible as a public space for those who do not have the financial means to afford the technologies on their own. And so I am happy to be here in support of the library, and I'm happy to be here with so many people who do also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jen Flynn, followed by Ray Bakasegwa.
Hello, County Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flynn, and I'm a librarian at the Downtown Reno Library. When I got out of high school and was deciding what I wanted to do with my career, I told myself my number one goal was to help my community. I started with pre-law, realized I'd be a terrible lawyer. Then went to psychology, realized I'd be a terrible psychiatrist, and then landed on English with the intent to either become a teacher or a writer. The pandemic happened in 2020, and I was unable to continue my bachelor's degree. But I knew I still wanted to help people in any way I could. I had volunteered at libraries when I was a teen when I lived in Virginia, and I had a love of literature, so I set my sights on becoming a librarian. But there was so much more to libraries than literature. In 2022, there was a brief period of time where I was unhoused. I had nowhere to go, I had no job, I was sleeping in my car or surfing on people's couches. And at that time, I still loved libraries, but I hadn't visited any of my local libraries. And if I had known the resources that they had, granted, would I be in a house right away? Probably not, but I would have had the resources I needed to get somewhere. We have community court on Wednesday mornings that's available. There are lawyers that are there to help people with their disputes. We have the food bank that comes in and they provide food stamps. We have Diane, who is very popular. She hands out free phones for people. We have Book Librarian. You can sit with a librarian for an hour. We can help you with your job applications, your resumes, all that sort of stuff. If I had known about these resources, I might not have been living in my car for a couple of months. I probably would have found a place or at least the resources to start. And I could have enjoyed even the fun things about the library. We have all sorts of crafts, book clubs. We recently did a teen escape room that was a huge hit. And I would have had a place to be, and I could be there 100% for free. There are so few spaces nowadays that you can just walk into and you will not be judged, or you do not have to pay. We are here for every single member of our community, whether you agree with what libraries stand for or not. And so I believe in our libraries with our heart and soul. Even if I lose my job, even if I'm no longer a librarian, I will continue to stand for what we fight for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ray Bakaseka, followed by Dan Herman.
Tuisiketwu. That was pretty good. Baka Segwa. It's Yaki. Means from the valley. Tauchami hui. Tauchami hui I. I va'am yora iwa. I lianoka ito wak siaya. I said good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm watching the clock. I don't do good with those. So. Chokyo Tesia. Thank you. I'm Yaki Yome, resident here in Reno 30 years, member of the Shoshone language group. That would be the Paiute Shoshone tribes. I'm a member of the American Indian movement. I want to thank the community, thank all of you for in 2019 getting rid of Columbus Day. It's now Indigenous Peoples Day. That was a tough fight for us. Thank you for supporting the First Nation people. I'm a school teacher in the Washoe County School District 26 years. I currently work at Innovations High School, and I intercess at Shaw Middle School out by the Hungry Valley Res. I'm here in support of Makasitomnia. Makasitomnia. I heard one person say, the universe, all everything. I'm here in support of the libraries, having witnessed how books affect our children 26 years in school and still today. I'm sure many of you have family members that go to the libraries. Y'all go to the libraries. I'm an artist here in Reno, have a gallery 26 years. Was recently asked to show my art at North Valley Library. Went out there, I'm like, dang. Humble little gallery, humble little library. But I felt they needed some love. And put my art in there. It was a great experience for two months. I've been in the libraries here in Reno, all the libraries. South Valley here in Reno in the city. As an artist of the Artist Loft for 12 years, you know, we access the libraries. And it's important to us to share our work in the community. It's important for our young people to stay connected. And maybe that's the message for you in this last 20 seconds, is that what I've seen in schools, the disconnect. We do circles and I surrender our phones. Let's pick up a book. I think y'all see it. You can feel it. I think you'll do the right thing. You'll send the money in the right way. I believe that. I'll pray about that. Itomachia. Tiaya.
Thank you.
Dan Herman, followed by Deborah Achtenberg.
Good morning, Commissioners, or it's almost afternoon. I'm glad you're listening to public comment. Lots of great citizens. I'm really happy to see the library people show up and make their voices known. It is a good asset for our community. What I'd like to talk to you about is a scheduling agenda problem that the county has, and they've had it for years. I've talked to your county manager, Brown. Let me direct you to page 28 of the agenda. And it says, public hearing note, due to public testimony and discussion, time expended on the item, this category may vary. Right below it's a note. Hey, great note, I like this. Items listed under the heading only will be heard at or after the noted time. Boy, that's a good statement. In no case will be heard before the stated time. Another good statement. Due to public testimony and discussion, time expended on this item in this category may vary. That's a great statement. There's no time. This has been an ongoing problem. You got a lot of people here that not public comment, but you got a lot of people who'd like to come to this meeting. A lot of people have to work for a living. I'm retired. I can come. Doesn't bother me. But a lot of people would like their voices to be heard, and by having an all-day meeting and tacking on items 25 and 26, development code amendments, you're excluding all those people. These are your constituents, and they would like to be heard. So by having no time on this, and that's been customary practice for 20 years, I believe, to set a set time, you're eliminating those people's voices from your agenda items. I request that in the future, somebody proofread this. Who approves this document? It's been on there a long time, and no time is allotted. Let's say after lunch, 1 o'clock, great. And if I got to sit around another 2 hours before my item comes up, great. I didn't have to waste, not waste, but 3 or 4 hours while you guys go to lunch, public comment. There needs to be a stated time for hearings, okay? With that said, I just wanted to let you know, I am against the Development Code Amendment 2.5A for numerous reasons. There's flaws in it. There's some good stuff in there. Staff did a good job on some items. There's some flawed areas that need to be addressed by you commissioners, and I will be here until I have to this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Achtenberg, followed by Elizabeth Jones.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you. I won't speak long because the hour is late and I'm sure you're tired. And there have been so many eloquent voices before me. But I did want to speak on behalf of the libraries. I'm a Reno resident. I live on Gordon Avenue. I've lived here since 1982. And I am a retired professor of philosophy from the University of Nevada, Reno. Education is key to a democratic society. Libraries provide extensive and multifaceted education to all people, whether rich or poor. Without them, only those who are well-to-do will have access to extensive education. I wonder how many of the students I taught for 37 and a half years would have come to me and studied philosophy and gone on to rich and rewarding educated lives were it not for the library system. Please fund the libraries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Jones, followed by Roger Edwards.
Good morning, commissioners. Jeannie, Commissioner Herman invited me to speak to you and asked that I share my experience with a code enforcement issue. My husband, Gene Rice, and I received a warning notice in May that we were not allowed to have any outdoor storage on our property without a principal use. At that time, I asked the code enforcement officer if we could use agriculture for our principal use, and I was told that getting a building permit for a house would be easier to do. In the meantime, we have been raising animals and growing a garden on our property. Per our property's zoning, low-density rural agriculture is an acceptable principal purpose, which seems to indicate that we are not in violation of the code on outdoor storage. We hired a lawyer who spoke with code enforcement. He was told we must apply for either a building permit or a commercial license for agriculture. However, the planning department informed me that no action is necessary to establish agriculture as a principal use. The planning department also informed us that we do not need to have a commercial license to conduct agricultural activities for personal use. We were issued a citation from code enforcement in September, and we filed an appeal. Our hearing was scheduled for November 1st, but we continued it until next month to try to determine if we have a valid defense. The notices from code enforcement included photos of our property, but no indication of which items were at issue. Some of the items in these photos were a shed for grain and saddles, portable horse shelters, carts I use for driving horses, and a tool shed next to my garden and apple trees. My understanding is that agricultural buildings are allowed and all of the sheds are under the square footage for which a permit is required. It troubles me that both options given to us by code enforcement will require paying money to the county, which makes me question their motivation for issuing the citation. This experience has been stressful, confusing, and expensive so far. I've also been dealing with health issues and pain since spring. We are also concerned about future issues with the county due to this seeming inconsistency with departments. Whether or not this is something the Board of Commissioners can address, we appreciate your attention today. I also want to add that I do support the library funding, and my husband was among those who voted no because he also thought it was a new tax and was not aware that it was an existing tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. And if the staff could find Ms. Jones and get a meeting together with code and planning. If the staff could find you and get a meeting together with code and planning, sounds like we need to work together on that issue. Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good afternoon. Fellow public servants, please enter my comments into the permanent record. Roger Edwards, 50-year resident of Washoe County. I was here 3 decades ago when WC1 first came up, and it had nothing to do with libraries. It was only for school funding, and I voted for it. Now, libraries, as much of a support to the community as they currently are a passing fad. They have to realize that besides a nice, quiet place to read, everything else that they provide can be done online. And they're on their way out. So if these 100 people behind me that spoke today for funding the libraries, we just send a $1,000 check come Christmas time to the county earmarked for the libraries, it wouldn't be a problem. If they're serious about it, then fund it. Me, as a taxpayer for 50 years in this county, I would like to see some kind of thought paid to balancing the budget and to having funds go where they're supposed to go, and not just every passing fad that comes up, let's fund it with taxpayer dollars. That's my money. And I'm running it lower and lower on it while the things that need to be funded with my tax dollars keeps going up. By the way, the other day I got another late notice on my water recharge. It's been shut off since, I don't know, 30 years? Forever. And I still get a bill. And I'm just tired of paying. Like I say, I'm a longtime resident of this area and I love it to death. But you know, the county needs to seriously consider a building moratorium. And I spent 8 years on the Planning Commission, so I know what I talk about. We can't keep expanding and expanding and expanding. We can't deal with the sewage we create now. We can't. It's called a building moratorium, and it's not a phrase that can't be spoken by the county commission. It was spoken several times in the past. When I first got here in the 70s, they had a building moratorium. And so anyway, I would just appreciate the fact if you guys think about the money you're spending. Billions of dollars, okay? It's a passing fad, as much as I like it, and I like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Gail Townsend.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. I was really upset when Commissioner Andriola suggested that we have the library tax initiative put on the ballot. But I want to thank her because the people spoke. The people spoke that they did not want this money after 30 years going that way. There are a lot of other things, a lot of ways. I liked when Drew Reba brought up the control of the money. The control of the money now is back in your hands. Foster care could be more funded. Social services, which we have heard the librarians say that their job has now moved into social services. Seniors could use more money. Parks, even Commissioner Hill stated in her forums that there was not enough money for parks. So we could allocate that money there. Nobody's asking to have the library shut down.
as you hear all these people like, oh my God, the sky is falling. It's not. And just because people voted against this doesn't mean they don't support the library at all. The misunderstanding, anytime any initiative is put on the ballot, sometimes it's misunderstood. A lot of people misunderstood question 6 because it was going to put us into late-term abortions and no parental consent for abortions. So that happens sometimes. You have to study it. I liked Mr. Edwards' suggestion. All these people that think they voted wrong or are unhappy with the outcome, send your money into the library. The library will accept it. When somebody talked about the information being poured on Nextdoor, one of the people wrote in and said that when their child reported to a librarian that someone was viewing porn, they actually didn't do anything to the person that was looking at the porn. They relegated the young person to another area. It's also been reported before at the downtown library that porn was easily viewed as you were walking by, that people were in watching porn on the computers. What did they do? They moved the computers. Our budget in this county is 2 to 3 times that of other counties of the same amount of people. Way too much money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail Townsend, followed by Kristen Ryan.
Hi, my name is Gail Townsend, and I'm also here to speak in favor of maintaining funding at the same level as it has been for our libraries. By coincidence, I was cleaning up out in my shop and found this old magnet from Spanish Springs Library. Shows the hours that existed when this library was open. And you'll notice it's open 7 days a week. During the weekdays, Monday through Thursday, it was open until 8 o'clock. We were only recovering those hours after the 2008 recession. And now that we've lost funding, we're probably going to have to go back to no weekend, no evening hours. And I just wanted to bring that to show everyone, remind them what we did have. I calculated the tax, the portion of my property tax that would go to the library. It's embarrassingly low. It is probably $100 a year, and that supports 3 users of the library, myself, my husband, my grandson. So when you divide the 100 by 3, I'm paying about $33. I'm getting an amazing amount of service for the money I put in. So I hope that you will consider keeping the level of funding for the library. I know everyone has their own story. My daughter, for whatever reason, did not get a lot of support from school, but she did receive a whole lot of support from the librarians at the Sparks Library. And I think that, she can count them as one of the reasons why she has a Doctor of Audiology degree now, because they encouraged her to continue to study and work. My grandson, because of the pandemic, he was extremely isolated. One of the few places he could go was Library Story Hour. And it contributed to him just thinking that reading books was fun. And so he is now doing really well as a first grader in school, and I think we can count the library as one of the reasons why he's doing that. And I mean, there's so much more we could do. So I don't want to lose the momentum that we have in all of the programs the library provides. So thank you. I hope you will support the library.
Thank you.
Kristen Ryan, followed by Amanda Palmer.
Hi, I'm Kristen Ryan, and for the record, I do work for the Washoe County Library, and I am here on my own time. I had to change my speech a lot because a lot of people said a lot of the sentiment that I definitely share. I am here to urge you guys to keep our funding, and I also want to thank our supporters that did come out here today to make the time. I know sometimes people have to take out time off of work, and I do want to thank them for showing up. So I'm going to keep this one a little short. You've heard a lot about the library, but I want to get a little bit specific, especially with my team at the Downtown Reno Library. My team is one of the most compassionate teams that you will ever see in Washoe County, and I'm bragging about them. You saw Jen a little bit earlier. They have that compassion every day when they're at the library. They help every citizen to the best of their ability in the library. One of the things that one of the populations that we do work with at the Downtown Reno Library is the houseless population. And we do help a lot of people who are experiencing homelessness start somewhere to get help they need. A lot of times they come to the library because they don't know where else to go, and they start with us, and we refer them to agencies like our HOPE team or SNAP, connect them with Catholic Charities. We also have community court at the Downtown Reno Library that also helps them. And so we are really making a difference in this community. We are supporting Washoe County's initiative to support those vulnerable populations. So knowing this, the potential budget cuts will be devastating. My team, the most compassionate team that I have ever worked with, are all fearing for losing their jobs because they're so new to the county. They all were hired within the last year or so, and these budget cuts and the potential layoffs will really affect my team and the services not only the library provides, but as the county, because we are county employees and we are representing the county, and you will possibly be losing one of your most dedicated team members if these budget cuts happen. So I do encourage you guys to keep the library funding for not just the libraries, but for all of our community that uses them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Palmer, followed by Ellen Munson.
Hello. Basically, you're going to be hearing the same thing from me that I think a lot of people have come here to say today. I just want to start with a quote by Maya Angelou. She said, "Forgive yourself for not knowing what you didn't know before you learned it." And I think libraries are a really valuable place where we learn things that we didn't know. And she herself was a child of an abusive home, and she would haunt the libraries for safety and comfort, and she would learn a lot from the great minds and perspectives of incredible authors who helped fuel her voice, and she became one of the greatest writers, thinkers, and poets that this country has ever seen. So libraries are an incredible force in this society. They're one of the few democratizing forces that we have left that serve as social forums where people can gather regardless of socioeconomic background, race, differences in culture, ethnicity. And I think that's so important in this country, especially since we have fewer and fewer places for that every day where we can see each other. We can see each other with different perspectives, people we don't necessarily agree with, and we can access those authors and those voices and those community members. We remain visible to each other. And if we continue to become more invisible to each other, that's when you start seeing further erosion of our democratic values. And libraries foster that. As a teacher in training, I often haunt libraries as well. I am working on my exams right now, and they're an invaluable resource for me. And I think the entire reason why we are seeing this agenda item to begin with, aside from general confusion that we are all, of course, subject to with writing on the ballot questions, is largely due to literacy issues in this country. And illiteracy is a big force in this nation, and you need every resource you can, such as libraries, to help foster that and promote it. So aside from honest confusion, these ballot questions were deliberately engineered to get people to vote against themselves. And if people generally could see that, I think most of us in this room are pretty pro-library, even if they disagree with how funding is being allocated or they think it's a passing fad. People want to see libraries exist. And I will say that libraries have been around for at least 100 years in this country. I hope that they won't be going away. You could argue that everything currently going online could be a passing fad, especially as people get tired of being isolated through technology and wanting to come back to community. And libraries are a great way to do that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Munson, followed by Candace Powell. Alan Munson.
Didn't have my hearing aids on loud enough to hear the. My name's Alan Munson. I'm a resident of Washoe County, and first of all, I thank all of you for listening to us and for the work you do. I was one of those who voted against the funding, and first of all, I think that the libraries are an excellent place, generally. But the reason I voted, it wasn't just because of a tax. It was I spent the last year and a half going to library board meetings, being ignored by Jeff Scott and many of the library boards. I was concerned with Drag Queen Story Hour being held in the libraries. I was concerned with the licentious books that were available to young children. All we asked was that the books be put in the adult section, not the children's section. We were ignored. And then there's a fellow named Kirk Cameron who has a story hour that's a Christian story hour to educate our children, and that was not supported. So there's some issues that that I felt like, gosh, we're not being listened to. What do? Money. Where the money comes from, that will get people to listen. And everything that has been said here today, the goodness of it, that part of it, I don't deny that, and I encourage that, but I don't encourage being ignored, this sexual licentiousness in the books. There's restrictions. You can't drive until you're 16 and pass a test. You can't drink until, 18 or 21. You can't vote until a certain age. And these books, some of my colleagues or friends, they would try to read the books before a group, or the library board, and they were told, you can't read those books. You can't read that. So that's what's in our libraries. So just in case some people are wondering why, some people, the way to be heard is money. And I certainly, if these changes are made and we're heard, I would certainly encourage that 1 or 2 cents being put back. So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Candace Powell, followed by Oscar Williams.
Hi, Candace Powell for the record. I'm devastated that Washoe County 1 failed, and that the misinformation campaign against the libraries succeeded. I can't think of any better reason to have libraries but to combat misinformation campaigns. We've already heard today a number of people say that they didn't understand Washoe County won and they voted no. So the argument that the community spoke up, I think, is, again, another misinformation campaign. I have a hard time understanding how anyone could vote against something so vital to our community. You've already heard from plenty of people in here today talking about all of the things that our library does with the little budget that they have. The essential services that the libraries provide can't be done without that additional funding. This impacts our family pretty directly. I'm a library kid and I'm raising library kids. My library was Sierra View. It opened in Old Town Mall when my parents moved in the neighborhood nearby, and I would ride my bike there, and I love taking my kids to the library every weekend. Without weekend hours, I can't actually take my children to the library. They're in school. So I would lose the ability to raise library kids. This weekend, we were at the downtown library at the magic show. My second grader just broke the record for her teacher's 20-year career. She passed 100 accelerated reader tests already. This was last week. 100. That's crazy. She read 100 books already this school year and passed the test. Her teacher sent out a big email to the class and was really excited. She asked us how she did it. She's never had a student do that before. And our answer was the South Valley's librarians. I can't take credit for that, not even a little bit. I'm her Uber driver to the library, so maybe a little bit of credit. I don't even think she'd give me 5 stars, though, so maybe for the snacks. The librarians at South Valley's were quick to find out what would interest her. They got her really excited about the Magic Treehouse series. My husband and I kind of let her run wild in there, and there was a couple weeks there where we were getting almost daily emails from the library that another book on hold was available, so we were making daily trips to pick up her holds. The librarians inspired her, they supported her, and they created a lifelong learner and reader in my child. Please don't cut that funding. I need the library. I have another child who I want to be a lifelong reader. I want her to have that love, and I need our librarians to be fully funded and able to do their jobs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oscar Williams, followed by Penny Brock.
Good morning, everybody. How are you guys doing? Long morning. I want to talk a little bit about disinformation. I'm afraid there's some disinformation that's been going on. I hope to clarify it. You guys have what would be best described as protected speech when it comes to your vote on no matter what it is, whether it's a canvass of the vote here or funding a project or zoning, easements and deeds and all these things you have on your agenda for today. All of those, you get to exercise your free speech rights to vote. You don't lose those rights because it happens to be an election or a certification of a canvass, Ms. Canderas, Mr. Solaro, and Madam Chair. I believe you're engaging in disinformation by suggesting that your guys' vote is ministerial non-discretionary when it comes to the canvass of an election, right? It is wrong. I would like to bring to your attention, or let me tell you a little story. It goes like this. Michael Kerrigan was a Spark City councilman who had the vote on the Lazy 8 Motel project. His campaign manager happened to be a lobbyist for the project, and so Mr. Kerrigan asked the Ethics Commission if they would give an advisory opinion on a potential conflict of interest. And they wrote him back and said, oh no, you have a conflict, don't do that. Well, he sued them with a writ of mandamus saying you must retract that adverse opinion, and went to the state court sided with the Ethics Commission. He appealed to the Nevada Supreme Court, and they reversed, said, no, you have protected speech, even though he had a suspected conflict of interest. Well, the Ethics Commission, they appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, and the U.S. Supreme Court affirmed the Nevada Supreme Court. This is a case called Nevada Commission on Ethics versus Kerrigan. The citation is 564 United States 117 from 2011. Please make note of that, okay? It's a defining case the legal precedent, and it has not been discussed throughout since July. Nobody has mentioned this case. It's the overriding legal precedent that gives you your rights to vote your conscience. It's protected speech, U.S. Supreme Court, guys. I don't know why that has been lost in the discussion, so I'm here to explain that to you. There's another part. It's called, this is Nevada Supreme Court, it's called Clark County versus City of Las Vegas. The county and the city had set up sort of a bilateral board to go over referendums and ordinances and things like that. And when the county wanted something that the city didn't like, the city said no. And so the county sued the city. All right, went to the Nevada Supreme Court, and the court said, well, according to Nevada Constitution, Article 4, Section 20, the city can do what it wants. Ergo, let's extrapolate county to state. When it comes to the recount of a county commissioner, right, which we just had in July, and you guys desire so long. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. You can shoot us an email with the rest of that. Thank you. Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Meredith Bogue.
Penny Brock for the record. Last week, the vote to certify was 3-1. Mike Clark recused himself. He did not storm out of the room. He left very quietly. So I want the record to reflect that. Donald J. Trump won in Washoe County on Election Day, as did Sam Brown. And yet, in the days that followed from November 6th through November 14th, both the newly elected President Trump lost, as did Sam Brown. Donald J. Trump has tweeted out, anybody that cheats on the election is going to jail. He is going to set up an election integrity department to straighten out our elections federally, because in some states, they are abusing the Constitution. Emerald Robinson has said, obviously corrupt election officials keep counting fake ballots until Democrats win the down ballot races in the swing states. You know the swing states that Trump won. It came out with this news breaking. Democrat Chin has just taken the lead in the crucial California congressional seat by a margin of 31 votes. Our new favorite person in America, Elon Trump, well, he is our favorite, but Elon Musk said the DOSHI, the Department of Government, whatever that is, federal elections are subject to audits. They will go to prison. They're coming to Nevada, folks. Seth Cashel, who's well known in America for election integrity, has got Arizona #1 and Nevada #2 for investigation of the election that just happened, as is bogusballots.com. They're coming also. Gateway Pundit has Nevada on its watch list too. I brought in this article that people referred to last week. Evidence that the Nevada GOP Senate candidate Sam Brown had his election stolen, as did Donald J. Trump. It's true. Thousands of votes were deleted from Nevada. That includes Washoe County. U.S. Senate candidate Sam Brown in the U.S. Senate race until his votes were less than his Democrat opponents. So I just want to let you know, we're not going away. I've been up here time after time the last year, couple years, 3.
Thank you.
Meredith Bogue, followed by our Incline Village speaker. Meredith?
Hi, my name is Kathy Julian. I'm a
Ms. Julian, you're not quite up. We'll call on you in just a minute. We've got one more speaker.
Hi, my name is Meredith Bogie, and I've lived in Nevada.
Do you want to get closer to the mic?
Sorry. Hi, my name is Meredith Bogie, and I've lived in Reno, Nevada since 2000. As a kid, I grew up in the libraries, from the Yellow Library at South Valleys all the way to the Treehouse at the Northwest Valleys Library, I think. I lived there all of my childhood. When my mom would take away the Wi-Fi when she would go to work, I would go there to do my homework. And McDonald's would tell me to go away, so the libraries were all I had. When my dad died in 2019, I went to the libraries to figure out how to take care of a life handed to me from a divorced, middle-class, 62-year-old government worker that he told me nothing about previously. I had to learn how to do taxes, how to take care of a house, how to take care of property, and all of this money that I never had, financial literacy and all of that. I wouldn't have had any of that and would probably be homeless today if I didn't have the libraries. The libraries are a very important part of many, many people's lives, and I hope we can keep the funding that they currently have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will go to Incline Village and Kathy Julian.
Sorry, Ms. Julian, you're up again.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Julian. I'm a resident here in Incline Village.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. I don't know if you're...
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a resident here in Incline Village, and I am here in part because of the decision made 30 years ago to add those taxes and fund the libraries, because this library is a product of that. And also, I'm here because of the expanded services that we've had, because we now have access to the Board of County Commissioners meeting. So I urge you to continue funding the library at its current levels, or if not more. And I also want to address a couple points I've heard today. The first one was that libraries are a fad, and I think that's a misnomer. It's completely unfounded. Libraries are increasingly more important to our society, in part because it is one of the areas, in the case of Incline Village, where it encourages connectivity. It brings people together. It allows for a vibrant story time for our youth. And it contributes to, I would argue, libraries contribute to the overall economic growth of the state of Nevada, because it contributes to education. And God knows we need that kind of input so that we can see further economic growth in our state. The second thing is the comment made that somehow there isn't accountability with the library budget. And that also strikes me as untrue, because as I understand it, your budget is, the library budget is reviewed by county staff and officials. And it is, of course, carefully reviewed by the commissioners. So for respondents today, commenters today, to suggest that there's no accountability, truly, in my mind, is a bit of an insult to county staff and to the commission as a whole. So I do encourage you to continue to fund the libraries at the level that they are now. I also think there was some miscommunication or insufficient understanding that this was not a new tax, but merely a continuation of the existing tax. And I think that was lost on a number of voters. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know that commissioners were probably not wanting to take bathroom breaks during that long public comment, so we could hear everyone. So let's take a 10-minute break, and we will be back at 40 after to continue. I think we will get through before lunch, just so that everyone is on the same page. Item 5, our announcements. Item 6, our proclamations. Our 3 presentations, and maybe donations and consent. I don't know, but then we'll take a lunch break and come back to the block vote and our public hearings. So thank you, everyone, for your patience, and we'll see you at 40 after. All right. Thank you, everyone. I will bring back to order this Board of County Commissioners meeting. And we have wrapped up our general public comment, item 4, and we'll now move into item 5. Mr. Slaro.
Item number 5 is Commissioners, County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commission updates, requests for information on topics for future agendas. And I do not have anything this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Herman. Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. I'm trying to eat my granola bar, sorry.
No, all good.
Come back to me, please.
Okay, Commissioner Andriola. Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, I would like the clerk to accurately portray what took place here last week or last Friday. I decided to recuse myself out of the abundance of caution on a vote. I leisurely strolled out of the building. Luckily, Mr. Rebar filmed the whole thing, so it's recorded. There's numerous witnesses. Took me 2.5 minutes to get from here to the back door. I don't think that's considered storming out of the building, and I'd like the record to reflect that I did not storm out of the building. I'd like to ask the chair if she's an attorney, and more importantly, is she my attorney? When I acted on the advice of my attorney to do something, and she mischaracterized the fact that I left illegally or incorrectly, I don't think that accurately reflects what took place. When she directed the clerk to enter that in the record, I think that she was asking the clerk to put something in the record that was absolutely, positively incorrect, and I find it offensive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just would like to ask the DA's office, not to put you on the spot, but it is the role of the County Commission to take votes on items. Did the DA's office officially approve that recusal?
Am I on? Yeah. It's my understanding that there was no request for a legal opinion from this office.
Thank you very much. So we will now move to, Commissioner Clark, do you have additional comments?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So, again, you asking the clerk to put it on the public record from now until the end of time for the whole universe to research anytime that they decide to look at the meeting, I'd ask you to please ask the clerk to change that I did not storm out of the meeting, number one, and number two, you saying that it was illegal for me to recuse myself it has yet to be determined. So again, I relied on my attorney advice, and I did the thing that I thought I should do. And I agree that you don't have to agree with me, but you don't have to miscategorize it as storming out of the building, because I've got it on video, and I've got numerous people who saw it, and we can time it. 2.5 minutes from here to the back door is hardly storming out. Stopping and shaking hands, talking with people on the way out is not considered, I wouldn't consider it storming out. I think you put it on there, put that comment on the record to belittle me as I left. So please correct the record. Thank you.
I'll just really quickly read state law, and we don't have to belabor this point, but I think it's important to your constituents. If you do tell folks why you did recuse yourself from that vote, if you did recuse yourself, because per state law, because absenteeism by a public officer disrupts the normal course of representative government and deprives the public and the public officer's constituents of a voice in governmental affairs, the provisions of this subsection are intended to require absenteeism only in clear cases where independence of judgment and a reasonable person in the public officer's situation would materially be affected by the public officer's acceptance of a gift, significant pecuniary interest, or commitment in a private capacity to the interests of another person. Can you explain that?
Sure I can. I'd like people to go back and look at the record and look at the advice that our district attorney gave us last week and said that he wasn't sure, that he may need 10 hours of research to look, 10 minutes or 10 hours, he wasn't sure. So again, what you just read to us about the state statute doesn't say anything about having the ability to put your spin on it and accuse me of storming out of the room. That's the word I want to key in on it. You telling the public record from now until the end of time to the whole universe to research that I stormed out of here. And I'm gonna come back and say that was not the case, and I'll ask you to respectfully take that word out of your description of me leaving. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. On a more positive note, I wanted to thank staff on highlighting our student poll workers story yesterday that was posted. If you haven't seen that video, please check it out. It was very uplifting and highlights the importance of civic engagement, especially for our young people. So I wanted to congratulate you on telling that story really well. And I also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that November is National Adoption Awareness Month. Our Human Services Agency works really, really hard to make sure that children are connected with caring homes and under the most difficult of circumstances. And it pains me that we have a community of 500,000 people, and there's still 45 children that are free and clear for adoption, and that's our current numbers right now. 650 currently are in care, so thank you to all the foster families who have stepped up throughout the region. And 379 adoptions have been finalized in the last 3.5 years, which is very uplifting. We'd like to see that trend continue in a positive direction. So if you are at least just thinking about it, have considered it, please reach out to our staff. It's really easy to get information and learn more. You can dip your toes into it just through mentoring if you'd like. If fostering is something that you and your family are able to do, I encourage that. And of course, adoption is a really important step in building a family. So I just wanted to thank everybody who's involved with those efforts. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, we will now move into our proclamations. I think Commissioner Clark is going to help us with this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish Mr. Wilkie was here. He was talking about this earlier, and proclamation. He was interested in, proclamation having more than just words, just more than just something on the record. I think it was important that he asked for the Citizens Homeless Advisory Board meeting to happen on a more regular basis. We haven't met with that group since September. I think it was 8 or 9 months before that. I think that particular board about community homelessness advisory board should meet monthly, but I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Thank you. Whereas National Homeless Youth Awareness Month was first declared in 2007 and designated by the U.S. Senate in 2021, recognizing the urgent need to address the challenges faced by the 2.5 million youth experiencing homelessness each year across the United States. And whereas the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, reports that on a single night in 2023, over 34,700 unaccompanied youth under the age of 25 experienced homelessness, reflecting a 15% increase from the previous year. And whereas youth experiencing homelessness in Nevada face numerous dangers, including increased risk of physical and sexual assault, mental health challenges, and vulnerability to trafficking, and whereas Washoe County is committed to addressing homelessness throughout comprehensive initiatives that provide outreach services and resources for youth and family facing housing insecurity, and whereas Eddie House, Northern Nevada's only nonprofit dedicated to ending youth homelessness, served 511 youths in 2023, providing vital bed nights and counseling sessions to foster sustainable independence. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commission does hereby proclaim November 24th as National Homeless Youth Awareness Month 2024.
Thank you very much. And I think the Eddie House is here to accept this. And Mr. Macaluso, do you have any words to say?
For example, the City of Sparks offers a portion of their CDBG funding for youth shelters. It's an allowable expense by HUD. So we'd love opportunities like that and others that we can work together. And we, again, appreciate just the awareness of what this means. We're excited to launch some new programs here this week and our new transitional living facility in the spring. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your great work. We appreciate it. Okay. Is there any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
There is none.
Okay. And Commissioner Clark, was that in the form of a motion? Okay, looking for a second from the board. Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. We have a motion and a second. Any questions on that? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes as soon as you hit the button unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now move into our presentations. Mr. Solero.
All right. Item 7A1 is a presentation by Dig Studios on the final Truckee River Visioning Plan.
Good afternoon. Gabrielle Enfield, Community Reinvestment Manager for the record. I just want to introduce Brandon Shabak. He is going to give you the presentation on the Truckee River Vision Plan. This is the project that the City of Reno began, and we partnered with them to identify a plan going forward for the Truckee River, and pretty exciting outcomes. So just wanted to go ahead.
Thank you, Gabrielle. And I see the timer's already clicking, so I'll be as fast as I can to make up time. But thank you, commissioners, for having us here today. Very excited to discuss the plan. Like Gabrielle said, this is a vision plan, but unique in its goal to not only look long-term, but look short-term and take advantage of some funding opportunities that the city and county had through ARPA. And so while we looked kind of long-term vision for multiple systems, there was a focus on implementation as well, down to simple things like replacing trash cans, which we'll get into. But first, an overview of our approach. Obviously, a long stretch of river that was studied all the way from Sparks to the California state line. During that study, a lot of the certain areas began to have a familiar character and face familiar issues, and so the plan looks through 4 different character areas of rural, Reno West, which is really kind of the Reno suburb area, downtown, and then Reno East into the industrial areas. And then we used 5 different pillars to kind of, or lenses, if you'd say, to kind of view the different recommendations in the river corridor from safety, water, and ecological systems, land use and design, parks and open space, mobility and connectivity, and public art, and kind of looked holistically at how all those 5 things come together to create space. The first thing that we did was recognize that there was a lot of plans, and the first thing that we heard from council was that we don't want another plan that sits on the shelf. So we did due diligence, went through all those plans, actually mapped out all those different recommendations so we could create a basis of beginning and starting, so we weren't duplicating efforts, but we were working on a document that truly began to get into implementation. We also had a robust public outreach period where we went out into the community, drove to a singular website, asked a lot of different survey questions about what you'd like to see in the river, and one important question about what keeps you from the river, which is cleanliness, aesthetics, safety concerns, and lack of trail connectivity. From that initial outreach came goals. Those were then prioritized through the second round of outreach. These are shown in priority of clean and safe river, the ecological function, the river as a recreational asset, and promoting that and implementing a cohesive plan for consistency and maintenance in building a connected river. So with that foundation, we'll get into the plan recommendation summaries that, again, tie to those lenses, or how we call them here, planning themes, which were enhancing ecology and safety, promoting really great neighborhoods, activating public space, creating connections, and integrating public art. So enhancing ecology and safety is something through the process that really rose to the top, but then set a foundation for pretty much every single recommendation that came out of the study. where really the idea of river health kind of permeated through all those different lenses. But the recommendations were really categorized in three main buckets of promoting desired riverside use, improving in-river safety, and then recognizing that there are a lot of partners and a lot of history on this river and collaboratively stewarding the Truckee River forward. Some specific recommendations were to provide consistent and ecologically sensitive lighting, create vegetation management strategies and funding opportunities for ongoing vegetation management along the riverbanks, standardize and implement a Truckee River site furniture package, which includes, picnic tables, trash receptacles, just kind of everyday needs, and assess in-river dams and in-river obstacles to look at potential removal or creation of better passages. It's something that we heard a lot from the in-river community, is that there are some very, very dangerous spots around the river that needed to become a priority. The second lens was that of land use and design and promoting great neighborhoods. And this one really focused within the boundaries of the city of Reno, looking at the creation of a Truckee River Overlay Zone District, which would provide guidelines and development criteria for parcels, not including single-family parcels, but those parcels along the river, industrial, mixed-use, higher density parcels, and then incentivize responsible redevelopment once those guidelines are in place. So we get really wonderful, engaging development along the river that helps to build that identity of something that is safe and sustainable. And so we broke down kind of the contents of what that guideline package would look like, and it would cover everything from buildings and massing, so you make sure that, your cafes are spilling out to, the river and not, your loading dock access. Connections and open space became key. One of the biggest challenges as you get to the east side of Reno, it becomes not only connectivity of the corridor itself, but actually access into the corridor. So there's these big, long blank walls of maintenance facilities and all sorts of things that prohibit people from actually getting to and enjoying the river. So connections and open space became a big component of that. Amenities and materials, not only kind of longevity, durability, maintenance, but also performance standards. How permeable are they? How do they reflect heat? That sort of thing would go into amenities and materiality. And then access and parking to avoid kind of parking lots right on the river. How do you actually integrate those into development while still providing good access to the river? And finally, a green infrastructure and stormwater management overlay, which would provide guidelines on treatment and improving water quality that enters the river. The third category or lens was revitalizing public parks, and this really kind of pulled from the efforts that were done on the Parks and Rec Open Space Plan and kind of expanded on those and came to the same conclusion that a special parks district is needed for long-term funding and operations and maintenance for the river corridor. There were a lot of discussions about just uncertainty about who ultimately controls and cleans and does all these different services and maintains along the corridor, that a creation of a central district would benefit not only for clarity, but also for long-term funding. Within the document, we review several case studies, one being the Three Rivers District in Hennepin County, which oversees all the parks, recreations, and trails along the Mississippi River. From there, we also kind of pulled forward this idea of investment and reinvestment in key civic spaces, and that those key civic spaces have an opportunity to show the values of the community that we heard of ecological sensitivity, bringing more nature into the urban environment and water quality. And so we looked at West Street Plaza and what could be done there, the Riverwalk District, and really reintroducing softness and vegetation back into that area, potential partnerships with local businesses, private development to transform spaces that are currently underutilized into public squares, activated retail and restaurant spaces, and then, of course, downtown in reimagining access down, both physically and visually down into the river, to create not only more vegetated park spaces, but very programmable park spaces. So celebrations, activities, those types of things can have a life and live along the river corridor. Along with the overall Parks and Rec plan, we also looked at all the kind of adjacent neighborhood parks, identifying amenities based on feedback that we felt would be appropriate to kind of augment those parks, pulled forward the recommendation from Parks and Rec Master Plan of expanding parkland and looking at opportunities to do that. And then went further out along that entire stretch, kind of individually park by park, looking not only at how certain parts within kind of the county levels could be improved in terms of access improvement, river access improvement, parking improvement, signage and wayfinding became themes, but also how each park could support better trail connectivity as the Tower Pyramid Trail kind of winds through different areas, which takes us to creating connections, and I'm almost done. This one was a good partnership with the county, understanding discussions that are currently happening as you go west along the Truckee, and how the Tower Pyramid Trail could be kind of rerouted and have a better connection with the river, and maybe not take you out on a 4-lane road or by the highway, and what opportunities and what partnerships are out there between the various landowners that we could take advantage of and reroute that to create a better trail experience. We looked through kind of typical sections, looking at urban sections on Riverside Drive, downtown sections, about how to create consistency within a trail program. And then off land and on water, there was an idea of developing a blueway plan for better navigation when you're actually tubing and using the river in float. And the final chapter was about integrating public art. And really the biggest thing to say here is just recognize that it's an important part of the community. Reimagine Reno. Art was number 2, just behind recreation in terms of how people wanted the community to be seen and promote. And so that became something that ingrained itself into the recommendations as well. You could see some of the recommendations. We also went through with our team and created different typologies of art in different experiences, and then mapped those potential spots and improvements along the river corridor. And then to wrap, we had a kind of a robust implementation plan that went through multiple levels, or so basically identified every single recommendation in the plan, gave each a priority level based on public feedback, and on the second round of outreach, we talked about priorities a lot, and then used that to guide priority levels, timing, project triggers, budgets, other agencies to work with, potential funding sources, and then related plan efforts that are ongoing. And so this is a living, breathing document that then can basically be tracked and guided, and is currently being used in terms of implementing ARPA funds that are already available. So this was a slide saying, kind of where we are at plan adoption. There are those ARPA-funded projects that are continuing to move forward, and then ideally, kind of those next steps would be recognizing the importance of the park district and the overlay zone as precursors to new development and ongoing financial support, and that those two things would be high priority. And with that, I think I made it 10 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you for respecting our 10-minute guide. We really appreciate it.
No problem.
Looking to the rest of the board, Vice Chair Herman, do you have any comments or questions? Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much. I just really appreciate your ability to synthesize what has previously been done and studied in the past and not overlooked that significance, and then you kind of beautifully weave it together with today's story. So it's a craft you have, so I just wanted to commend you on that. And I think, fast forward, the vision for downtown would be to have a lot more families living there and living, working, and playing downtown. And so I really look to other cities when I'm traveling, and I recognize those elements in the built environment that encourage play and creativity. And I think that when we do these plans, it's really important to think from our youngest constituents all the way up to those who have mobility issues, and just really think about access for all. So thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriella.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's just really a sign of living here a long time and seeing the river, and lots of discussions over the last 30 plus years. And so it's really exciting to see this come to fruition. And I think to Commissioner Garcia's point of having it be more active and family oriented and really providing those opportunities. So what I don't see here, I see a lot of vision and a lot of exciting opportunity. What is a projected time frame in terms of actually being completed?
The vision, kind of the extents of the vision, kind of looked at about 20 years. Okay. But I will say that there are steps.
I will not be around.
Yeah,
the record
I will say there's steps being made.
Likely not to see it. Darn it.
Yeah.
Hurry so I can see it.
Now, it all depends on kind of what gets momentum, but there is, there's funding in place to move simple things forward. And honestly, what we heard from public outreach about in multiple rounds from kind of multiple segments of the population is that idea of just simple things will make a big difference. You'll see investments in, new trash cans that are cleaned up and along the corridor to help with, some of the day-to-day issues that are happening around the river. And so, potential signage, wayfinding, branding, that sort of stuff will help kind of build that identity. But yeah, you think of vision plans, you think of typically like a 20-year horizon.
Yeah, thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've said it before here plenty of times. I think this is the jewel of our state, the Truckee River. Nobody else can duplicate this. So when Oscar Goodman was the mayor of Las Vegas, he came up and said, we can do all kinds of things in Las Vegas, but we can't duplicate this. Yeah. And it's just a real jewel of the Sierras and a jewel of our state. What I'm concerned with is trash and pollution. Fishermen tell me that they're afraid to go out to fly fishing in the water because of needles sticking in their hypodermic needles sticking in their boots. I'm worried about the trash that continues to build up and the wind. If you've lived here longer than 5 minutes, you understand Nevada has a little bit of wind, and trash isn't anchored down. It ends up in the river, and then it ends up in downstream to our neighbors, the tribes. Down in Pyramid Lake. So that's a big concern. And so over the last 10 or 12 years, I've seen a continued diminished use of the river by people. People are afraid to go down there. There's not a lot of, there used to be families and strollers and skateboarders and all kinds of bikes. And sometimes I'll ride there for an hour and a half on a nice weekend and might see 5 other people on bikes. So it's underutilized. And the trash is a big issue, and I hope that that's addressed. We need to partner maybe with waste management and see if we can get receptacles placed along there somehow, or waste manager, or whoever's conducting the trash removal. But that's a big issue, and giving folks options. I mean, not everyone's going to use a receptacle, but at least if they have the option, it's you might have a 50-50 chance of them cleaning up. Yep. But that's a big issue. Getting people back to the river, getting people to enjoy it, nature walks, docents, using that great resource that we have. It's a natural park. Yep. And that should be really encouraged. Cleaning up the river and getting more people involved with the usage of the river. That's my comments.
And that, if I comment on that, that was a similar story that we heard. And so I think when we talk about a plan that is looking into the future but has kind of day one impact, you'll see animal resistant, fully closed, not open to the wind trash receptacles being installed, day one, using the ARPA funds. But then there's a long-term kind of policy piece of that from Parks District about operations and long-term maintenance and having the right amount of staff being able to actually kind of manage the river, making sure that all the trash is getting picked up. And so, yeah, it's just a good example of.
So if I got a couple more comments, and so it's one thing to have nets that might trap trash. It's another thing not to make trash happen in the first place. I mean, it's don't throw things on the ground and you don't have to worry about the wind blowing around. That also being said, we've got to, if you spend as much time riding your bike up and down the river as I do, and you look at you and you wonder what made people make this decision. Why does the city of Reno have a city yard right on the riverbanks? Okay, this is prime, as a former assessor talking, prime real estate, valuable real estate, and you don't park a bunch of dump trucks there. And then right next door to that, you've got waste management with 200 or 300 trash trucks with riverfront views. That should be, open space. That should be a walking path. That should be something besides places to park heavy equipment that leak fuels and all types of things leak out of the trash trucks. Yep. And I'm not picking on these people, but that wasn't good planning. And that was then, and this is now, and now we should do some other kind of planning and get the industrial base moved away from that prime riverfront property. If that river was running through, Malibu or Tiburon or some, high-end real estate area, they would have never, ever allowed industrial use right on the riverbanks,
No, so again,
Thank you.
Comment. We actually use that as a catalyst site on the development guidelines. And so that we recognize it as well. In previous planning efforts that the city of Reno has done, they recognize that as a growth district and that could be transformed, and also an opportunity for expanding parkland.
Sure, and then they should take the leadership position and move their city yard off the river. That's just my comment. Not picking on them. Everybody should do their part on cleaning up the river banks and the surrounding real estate around the river. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I just want to commend you and the team at the City of Reno and also our county staff for working together on this plan. And I know Commissioner Garcia is working really hard on the Parks and Open Space. Oh my gosh, what is it? Commission on the Parks District. So thank you so much. I know we're in our next budget, we'll look at funding that study and seeing how we can move that forward. So we're all trying to work regionally, and appreciate your time on this.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Solero, next presentation.
All right, item number 7A2 is a presentation on the behavioral health strategic priority by Julia Ratty, Washoe County's Behavioral Health Administrator.
Hello.
Hello.
So you all may recall that back in October of last year that you, chose to make behavioral health a strategic priority for the county. And so we thought it was well past due to give you an update on what that actually meant and what we're working on. So today I'm going to go over 4 specific initiatives that are behavioral health oriented, obviously at a pretty high level with the time that we have available. And then if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. So there's 4 key strategic priorities. The first one is building out a best practice crisis response system. Within the crisis response system, we work with 2 local coalitions that have partners from across the community, including all kinds of different folks who have interest in building out this system. So the partner agency team is primarily providers working in the provider space. And they are working on the crisis response system as a whole. And then we have a children's crisis collaboration that is specifically focused on the needs of children and families who are experiencing a behavioral health crisis. And our team provides support to both of those coalitions. For the crisis response system, we're talking about 3 essential components. The first component is someone to talk to. So on this front, the progress that's been made to date is that 988, the single call line for behavioral health crisis, went live in 2022. Crisis Support Services of Nevada is the nonprofit that operates that line. In the 2021 legislature, and then again with some amendments in 2023, there was a fee put on everybody's phone lines. That fee is 35 cents a month, and it generates funding that will support about $15 million annually, so that there's a good operating budget for that statewide crisis response system. That money has now been collected for a year and is able to be invested. The state has put out a request for proposal for that funding, and we expect that award to be made to the bidder at the next Board of Examiners meeting. So we'll start to see some meaningful capacity improvements in our 988 call center system. Those will look like things like more ability to have good data collection, more case management to be able to hand folks off once they've experienced a crisis to that next level of care. It will include the ability to dispatch. So as we get to mobile crisis teams in our region, then we'd have the ability to dispatch and other additional capacity building. And finally, some good news from the national level. When 988 was first rolled out, calls were directed to the local call centers based on your 3-digit area code. And as you can imagine, with the level of folks we have moving in and out of our region, if you say have a Michigan area code, that call would be directed to a Michigan call center. So very recently at the federal level, geo-routing capabilities have been added. Now there's a rollout where they have to work with every cell provider to get that up and running. But in the near future, we will have those calls being routed to your local call center, which then allows for us to have a continuum of care. So that is great news. I was afraid that was going to take quite some time, but the fact that it's been accomplished so quickly is a good thing. So then we move on to someone to respond. someone to respond in the best practice model or crisis response teams, generally comprised of a behavioral health professional and a peer. We're a long way off from this part of the plan. We're still working towards it. So the good steps that have been made forward are there's been a state plan amendment through Medicaid that means that we will have an ability to build a billing model for this type of services. So that's a first step that needed to happen, and that has been approved by the center's CMS at the national level. A significant thing for our region that you saw is that we were able to negotiate with the state and have the Children's Mobile Crisis Team that was managed by the state transferred to be managed by the county. You may recall that the state had about a 49% vacancy rate in that team, and by the county taking it over with the same amount of dollars, we were able to double the level of service in our community for children and families who are in crisis. So that's been a big deal, and I want to commend the Human Services Agency for their work there. We have our certified community behavioral health centers. These are safety net nonprofits, and they do some mobile crisis as well. And then, as you are well aware, we have our co-responder teams, which are a behavioral health professional and a law enforcement officer, are most teams out of the sheriff's office that are able to respond as well. So we have bits and pieces of parts of mobile crisis teams, but not an overall public health model where you can call 988 and have a team dispatched. That's the next work that needs to be done in this area. And then finally, a safe place to be. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about this particular section because your next presenter is Steve Schell, who's actually got all the details on this, so I'll just leave that to Steve Schell from Renown to do that presentation. So that's the crisis response system and the work that we have going on there. Hopefully in the next 2 years, we'll make significant progress on the mobile crisis front and really start building out that whole crisis continuum of care. The next big project that we're working on in the county is something that's known as the sequential intercept model. This is a model that is widely accepted as a conceptual framework to work on making sure that individuals who are having involvement with the justice system, who have behavioral health challenges that are driving that involvement, that we're doing everything that we can to divert those individuals from the justice system into a behavioral health system of care and avoiding deeper penetration into the justice system. So in this space, we are talking about the intercepts just mean all of these different touch points where we can have interaction with an individual, whether it be in the crisis response system before they ever enter the justice system, through our law enforcement, through our courts, our detention centers, through when they re-enter, to make sure that we are connecting people with behavioral health care and where we can diverting them from the justice system. 2 of our county commissioners plus 25 other folks have traveled to Miami-Dade County to learn about the great work that's being done there. What we've accomplished so far in this space is there was a summit that was held in January of 2024 with about 150 individuals. We have the 25 folks who've attended the Miami-Dade conference. We've resourced this with, I got the short straw to facilitate this project, so that's great, but we also have social entrepreneurs on contract to help us with some of the project management. There's been a core team that continued to work on it, and we have completed a first draft of an assessment of our current efforts so that we know what are we already doing well, where are the gaps, and how do we move forward. So we're working on building out a strategic framework so that there's a plan for our work on this moving forward, and have touch points now with the City of Sparks and City of Reno to make sure that we have their engagement, because they also have law enforcement and courts that need to be engaged. So that's the sequential intercept model project. There's a lot more to that. Just want to point out, championed by Judge Walker and Judge Liu with the 2nd Judicial District Court. Next steps, again, finalize that mapping, finalize the strategic plan, and start working on what are some of the critical gaps in our behavioral health system, because it's great if we divert and deflect from the justice system, but we need to know that there's a behavioral health system to catch folks. The next one is the Washoe Behavioral Health Center, which may not be a name that you recognize, formerly known as West Hills, if that helps. We are still working on what is the highest and best use for the West Hills facility and how do we meet some of the needs and gaps in our community. At the highest level, we are still working towards having a portion of the building that is a psychiatric residential treatment facility dedicated to serving youth, having a crisis stabilization respite center for children specifically who are in crisis or need respite. Still working on can we include the CSEC center so that there's a receiving center for children who've been victims of sex trafficking, and then an adult program for individuals who need more treatment than what is available in the community currently, hopefully trying to take some pressure off of CARES Campus, Our Place, some of our other services within the county, our public guardian. There's a number of folks who are working with adults and could use that. Intake and assessment and a training facility. So that's the general idea. Where we are now is that we are working through all of the components to reopening a hospital, which include what can we afford to build, what are the licensing requirements, what are the sustainable business models, and how do we work around the deed restrictions that came with that property. So lots of good work going on behind the scenes here. I would expect us to bring a more full presentation about this facility to you in the near future. And then the last piece is children and family. A lot of this is happening in conjunction with the other sections. So the Children's Mobile Crisis Response Team moving over from the state is a big deal in terms of crisis response in our community. The children's aspects that we're contemplating in the facility formerly known as West Hills would be meaningful additions to our community. We are staying very close touch with two major efforts from the state of Nevada that would be part of the business model. So Medicaid is working on a children's behavioral health transformation. They are also working on an expansion for reentry and incarcerated youth from the juvenile justice system. So we are actively participating in all of the workshops and things that happen when you are updating Medicaid state plans. And then finally, we actively participate in and support an effort led out of by the Children's Cabinet, which is known as the Youth Mental Health Collective Impact Project. It's a collective impact project that brings together all of the partners to work together to figure out how do we move the needle for children's behavioral health. So that was the speed round of the 4 major initiatives. So crisis response system, sequential intercept model, the Behavioral Health Center, formerly known as West Hills, and some of this area where we're focusing on children and families. Questions?
Thank you. Wow. You've gotten a lot done in the last year, well, less than a year when you were hired. So thank you so much for that presentation. Vice Chair Herman?
Thank you so much for what you've done. We really appreciate your hard work. And what a project.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So much.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. I guess we've been talking a lot about what's happening locally here in Washoe County at the state. My question is more about the National Health and Human Services Agency and the potential impacts on SAMHSA. Are you hearing any rumblings or any significant changes that would trickle down to us at the local level?
I think first of all, Commissioner, thank you for the question. It's an excellent question and something that we should definitely be contemplating. I think it might be a better question for, say, Cadence Matijevic, who has the regular conversations with the Porter Group and knows a little bit more about, gets that level of information from our federal delegation. I think remains to be seen. So we're going to keep marching forward on the good work that we're doing locally. And if there are impacts that come our way, we'll manage towards that.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you for really incredible presentation in a record amount of time. Mm-hmm. That was a lot of information to cover. And, there was no time. I was going to say, and I don't even know if you have time left, but that was really amazing. I was really blessed to attend that behavioral summit and Judge Walker and Judge Liu, and really seeing the launch of the sequential intercept model and all of the hard work. And I'm just wondering, is there, and all of the partners that had participated, I believe it was like 2.5 day summit, and I was wondering if there were any plans of bringing that back. That was almost to me like a bit of a launch, and then collaborators. I know I sat at several tables and looking at really a lot of discovery that happened at that summit. And I was wondering if there were any plans of having that come back.
Thank you. Great question. Thank you, Commissioner. So it is in our current scope of work to do some level of convening, probably in the spring, to bring back some of those partners. Probably not. So it was a day and a half, I believe. Okay. Maybe 2 full days. I don't remember at this point. So I think what we want to do is not pull a bunch of people together in a room without having something meaningful to share with them. Mm-hmm. And so that strategic framework and the mapping briefing that really does tell us, like, this is what we're doing well, but this is where we really have some gaps and could lean into, we want to make sure that we have those done before we convene everybody. Nice to have people in the room. We also just want to make sure that when we're pulling them together, we have something meaningful for them to do. So I would anticipate something in the spring. I would anticipate nowhere near that much time, something perhaps like a half day.
No, that sounds great. I'll look forward to participating in it. I learned a lot, and I do think it was very moving to actually see and informative to see agencies kind of having this conversation, and I'll remember it because I didn't expect it. You know, where you have law enforcement and social workers and then everyone talking about these various components and having those breakout sessions. So it really was, and I know you were there, so I just, whether it's a half a day, I look forward to whatever it is and participating. And I was just wondering on the 988, I know that it's a bigger program in terms of just these steps that are happening. But are we able to gather information in terms of what those calls look like here in our community?
So again, excellent question, Commissioner. I appreciate the question. We are able to gather limited data at this point, and that is part of the capacity building piece that will come from that $15 million that was allocated by the legislature through those fees. So I can tell you, for example, like the last numbers that I saw, that the call volume went up by about 30% once the 988 line came on. So I can give you that level of data. What I can't tell you is what is the disposition of each of those calls. We just don't have the level of technology necessary to do that kind of tracking. And so once that contract is awarded, we will learn a little bit more about the provider that's the administrative services organization that has been selected, but that really is their piece. We already have a wonderful nonprofit that does an excellent job with running the call center, with text, chat, all of those, phone. But what we really need is that higher level of capacity from an administrative services organization that's done this in other states that can really lift up that capacity to be able to collect data. That's a big part of it.
Well, I look forward to seeing what that looks like as it rolls out. And thanks for being a powerhouse, department of 1, 2. Okay. Powerhouse.
Yeah.
So thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the hard work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you this morning. We had a good visit and got to know each other a lot better when we went to Miami last year, but I think you're doing a great job. With the presentation, I have some questions. Are we doing any type of collaboration or partnership with UNR? Any of the students there? Are there any type of situations where the students could be working on this project with us I'm trying to think of the word now, students that are interning with us at the health department and through this process. Is there any way that we can work with them? Is there any interest in working with UNR and some of the students there, and kind of an intern program with what we're doing here?
So another great question. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for asking that question because it allows me to say something that I forgot to say earlier in the presentation. So I want to just be very clear that these 4 initiatives are the 4 sort of strategic regional collaborative initiatives that we're doing. I do not want to take away from all of the other work that is happening at the department level through our sheriff's office, through our human services agency. We employ 35 clinicians, 30 plus clinicians here at Washoe County that are doing direct services. And so these collaborative initiatives, just to answer your question directly in terms of the kind of internships where somebody comes and gets their hours to be able to become a clinician, it's not necessarily happening on these collaborative systems and policies initiatives, but it is definitely happening within our organization where there are internship opportunities that I'm sure the Human Services Agency or even I believe we do some interns in the jail as well. So there are internship opportunities that aren't necessarily tagged to these. Workforce development is one of our biggest challenges as a region, making sure that we have sufficient providers who can serve the needs of our community. And so we are trying to partner everywhere that we can to make sure that we are helping with that workforce development. It is anticipated in the Washoe Behavioral Health Center that we want to have a very strong partnership. One of the shortages in our community is places for people to do residencies and to have, have the ability to move through programs. And we hope that when they're moving through our programs that they get excited about the work that we're doing and want to stay in Nevada, so part of a retention strategy. So we are always thinking about workforce development and overlaying workforce development in all of the work that we're doing. In terms of actually more on a policies and systems level, we could do a better job of that. It's a great idea. We should be looking at public health students or others who are thinking more from that systems policy lens as opposed to the direct provision of services lens. And I will think about how to get more students involved.
Great. Thank you.
You bet.
Well, thank you for the great presentation, and looking forward to hearing about our new behavioral health center when you're ready to bring us additional information.
Will do. And if I may just take one quick thing. With it being Adoption Awareness Month, I just wanted to say that I am a person who has been adopted, and I won the parent lottery. So I just appreciate you promoting adoption.
That's
Thank you.
wonderful. Thank you so much. And yeah, absolutely. We're inspired, and we just appreciate all your work on behalf of the state and Washoe County. And Mr. Solero.
All right, that takes us to item number 7A3, which is a presentation by Mr. Steve Schell, Vice President of Behavioral Health on the renowned Crisis Care Center.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I really appreciate your time today. I have been a resident of Reno for 15 years now. I know I don't sound like it, but this has probably been the most favorite project that I've worked on in my entire time that I've lived here. I've worked in behavioral health for about 30 years now, and I think we can all attest that we still have a mental health crisis in our community like we have all across the country. But I joined Renown about 4 years ago and brought this project to Renown. It was very glad that my colleagues decided to get behind it. So we're very excited to be launching this in early 2025. So I just wanted to give you a quick snapshot of what the Renown Crisis Care Center is going to be able to do for the community. You'll see that we do have signage on the building now. I'm going to tell you more in a moment about the actual space there. But this is actually located on the State Hospital campus off of Galletti Way. It is actually attached to the State Psychiatric Hospital. You may know it as NAMS, or Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services. Signage, for those of you that have been on that campus, you know how large the campus is, and so we knew signage was going to be very important to be able to direct individuals to where they need to go. So that's just one example of the signage that we've placed around that campus. Just to give you a quick overview of the operations, as Julia alluded to, this is a safe place to go for adults in our community. This will be for adults who are experiencing a mental health and/or addiction crisis. So basically, any type of behavioral health crisis, we will be able to address and get them to the right level of care in that moment. I wanted to call out that this is a public-private partnership between Renown and the state of Nevada, specifically the Department of Health and Human Services and the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. I have to call out the state on that because they've really been a key partner in this with us for several years. And then, as I said, Renown has also now gotten behind it, and it's truly become a great partnership. And also in addition to working with our county and city partners as well. As I said, this is a part of the state hospital. Some of you may not know, but that building had been vacant. Part of the building had been vacant for several years, so we are actually repurposing an existing facility, which I think is exciting. We've done some minor renovations to the space and created a beautiful, beautiful, peaceful setting for people to be able to work through the crisis that they may be experiencing. This will be licensed as a crisis stabilization center. This is a new license designation for the state of Nevada. A lot of states around the country have already had this in place, so we're really just putting an evidence-based practice into play here. And I wanted to also mention that we've been working closely with Medicaid to create a rate specific to this type of operation to make this a sustainable model, so very proud of that. This will truly be a 24/7 operation, so anybody will be able to walk into this space at any time of the day or night. As I said, if they're experiencing any type of behavioral health crisis, this will also be a location for law enforcement to drop off individuals that they see in the community who are experiencing a behavioral health crisis. Granted, some individuals may still need to go to the emergency rooms if there are glaring medical issues or if they're extremely violent. But outside of that, law enforcement should be able to drop anyone at our door and we'll receive them gladly. We've been working very closely with law enforcement throughout this entire process to make sure this is really a good fit for them and that this is going to be able to provide a lot of ease for our law enforcement officers in getting individuals to the right level of care. This has been designed to follow SAMHSA's national guidelines for behavioral health crisis care, so very proud that we are implementing evidence-based practices. And then the last bullet there, when an individual enters our operation, they will get a full assessment and triage process. My team's goal is to figure out what that individual is experiencing, what level of care do they truly need? Is it an inpatient level of care? Is it outpatient? Do they need other resources in the community? So our goal is to figure out in a short amount of time what that person truly needs and then get them connected to that next level of care. Our goal is that individuals will move through that operation within 23 hours of arrival. We will have some beds available, though, for those individuals that we can't place within 23 hours. But as I said, our goal will be working very expeditiously to figure out what that person needs in that moment and then get them connected to the right level of care. Safety has been at the forefront of our entire planning of this project, so I wanted just to call out some of these bullet points about the infrastructure of the space. It was originally designed as a psychiatric hospital, so we did not have to make many modifications to the space, but we did have to bring it up to some of the current codes with Nevada, and so I think it's a very safe facility. We've removed items that no one can harm themselves with. As you know, we'll have individuals coming to us that are very suicidal. They could also be having homicidal thoughts, and so we wanted to make sure it was a very safe space. Also, we wanted to make sure it was a very easy space for law enforcement to drop off individuals, as well as individuals and families to walk in at any time. And so those are just some bullets there. I did want to call out the fourth bullet, which is the living room model. It truly is set up like a living room. We know that the emergency rooms and other types of clinics are really not the most appropriate settings for people to be going when they're in a crisis. We want it to be a very welcoming space, and so that's exactly why we wanted to move it away from the emergency room and move it into more of a living room model. So it's set up with very nice lounge chairs where individuals can relax while we're working behind the scenes to figure out where they need to go. So all of you will be invited to a grand opening in the coming weeks, and so we'll be excited to show you the space that we've designed. In terms of the staffing, we will have staffing around the clock 24/7. As you'll see there, registered nurses, social workers. I wanted to call out the certified peer recovery support specialists. For those of you that may not know those individuals, those are individuals who have lived experience with either mental health and or addiction issues. And when we looked at an evidence-based practice in Arizona, that was really the key to their success, having those individuals on site with that lived experience who can really talk the language and they understand what that person is going through that crisis. So that's really the big part of our staffing model. We'll have several peers on site around the clock. We'll also have nurse practitioners, psychiatrists, and so forth. So you may be wondering, once we've assessed and triaged, where do these individuals go? So I just wanted to go through a few options on where we will be connecting individuals to in the community. Some will certainly need inpatient stabilization for either psychiatric or addiction issues, and so we will transfer those individuals accordingly, either to Reno Behavioral, St. Mary's, the State Hospital, Northern Nevada Health, and so forth. Some individuals may strictly need outpatient levels of care, whether it be for behavioral health or for even primary care. There are a lot of individuals that have not ever seen a primary care physician, believe it or not. And so we know some of those individuals will also need to be receiving primary care. So we'll be working very closely with Community Health Alliance, HOPES, our certified community behavioral health clinics in the community, which are Vitality and Quest, and then a multitude of other community partners that have been at the table helping us plan this. And then there could be other community resources that the individual needs. It could be that they need to be connected to the CARES campus or other temporary housing options that are available. It could be case management and so forth. And then what I put there in the stars, I wanted to call out that we're also going to have a care coordinator on our team who will be maintaining contact with these individuals for at least 1 year beyond the time that they spend with us at the crisis center. I think that's really important for us to figure out if we're getting these individuals connected to the right resources in the community. We want to track the recidivism. We see a lot of the same individuals landing in our ERs today. And we know there are gaps in care in our community, and so we think this care coordinator will help us identify more of what those gaps are and really give us some real-time data to make more informed decisions about what else we need in our community. And then this is just a list of the variety of community partners we've had at the table. We are in the midst of creating service agreements with each of them, just defining the expectations for both parties so that everyone knows what we're providing and what they certainly can provide. The first item there you'll see with law enforcement, we've actually created a screening tool that will be in the hands of all of our law enforcement officers to help guide them on who needs to be brought to the crisis center versus who may need to be taken to the jail or to the emergency room. We want our law enforcement officers to be able to make quick decisions to figure out where those individuals truly need to go. And then again, you'll see another list, just a long list of community partners that have been at the table. This is not strictly a Renown project. This is truly a community project. We are simply the operator of the Crisis Care Center, and I really wanted to stress that. There has been a huge amount of partners working behind us throughout this entire process, and we could not have done that without all of them, along with yourselves as well. And that concludes my time here, so I'll be anxious to take any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Schell. I'll go to Vice Chair Herman.
I don't have any questions for you. You did a fine job.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much. I think on behalf of all the emergency rooms and the jail, we say thank you for stepping up to fill this critical need. It's been a long time coming, so it's really exciting. I can't wait to see it. Can you talk a little bit more about the sustainable funding piece? I know that's always an area of concern for people that want to stand up these projects or initiatives. We want to make sure that you're successful, and we're here to support you in every effort you can. But can you talk to us about how you're going to keep the doors open and the lights on?
Great question, Commissioner Garcia, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Yes, we knew sustainability was going to be very key for this. We certainly did not want to stand up a new venture like this and face it possibly shutting down within a year or beyond that. So the state of Nevada is actually giving us some ARPA funding for the first year to go towards our operating expenses to really give us that first year to really analyze what our true costs are going to be. We've estimated the best that we can, but there are always surprises when you open up something new like this. But in addition to that, we've worked very closely with Medicaid for the last 3 years to create a reimbursement rate specific to this type of operation. So that has now been approved by CMS and is ready for us to use on day one, or ready for us to be reimbursed by on day one. We've also been talking to all of the other payers. All of the payers have certainly gotten behind this. They see this as more of a least costly level of care than the emergency room, so they've all certainly gotten behind this, and I think they're going to be supporting it. But yes, sustainability has been a major concern in this. But I think with the Medicaid reimbursement and talking with the other payers, I think we're going to be fine. But it's certainly something we'll keep a very close eye on, especially in the first year of our operation. So thank you.
Commissioner Andriola.
I have a couple questions. What do you anticipate the number of folks that are going to come to utilize these services on an annual basis, or what are your projections?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Andriola. Yes, we've estimated as carefully as we can. We looked at our current volumes in all of the emergency rooms in the county. We've looked at, the volumes of individuals that are landing in jail unnecessarily, and we've anticipated that we'll most likely serve about 18 to 20 adults per day within a 24-hour period. Now, that certainly could grow once the word gets out and people know that this is a safe space, safe place for them to go. Those numbers could certainly grow, and we're prepared for that. We'll be prepared to add additional staffing as we need to. We've got our baseline, to open the doors, but we're going to be watching the volume very closely. But we have 25 chairs available on site, and we have 10 beds available. So we could realistically hold 35 individuals at any given time.
Thank you. Thanks for actually looking at that facility. Has been unoccupied for quite some time, and it's great to utilize the infrastructure that appears to be conducive to the services that you're going to be providing that are essential in our community. So thanks for that. It's great to repurpose something, especially with the limited resources we have with land. I have a maybe unusual question, but I'm just super curious. So here we go. You mentioned in the beginning of your presentation that you brought this to Renown, and I'm wondering what inspired you to do that, and how did you get this where it's at now? I know that you went through in all of the collaboration, but what was the catalyst that actually inspired you to bring this to not only Renown, but here?
Thank you so much for that question, Commissioner Andriella. So some of you may not be aware, but I designed an Reno Behavioral Health Care Hospital several years ago here in town. And I had been running behavioral health hospitals for many, many years. I actually opened one in Las Vegas about 12 years ago while I commuted from Reno, believe it or not. So that's really what I've been focused on throughout my career. And I knew we still needed something different in our community. I knew Reno Behavioral did not fill all of the gaps. We certainly never expected West Hills to close as it did. And I was at the point where I was really getting burned out in running major, behavioral health facilities, and I'd been having discussions with Renown about what they could be doing to step up to serve more of the behavioral health needs in our community. And several of us, including Julia and others, we had been talking about what else we could do in the community. And so about 7 years ago, we started talking about crisis stabilization. And we then started looking at other states that are doing similar projects, one of which is Arizona. And so several of us went to Arizona and saw that in action. And so I never intended for it to go to Renown. I actually started this project while I was at Reno Behavioral, but fortunately, the project did not have to stop when I left Reno Behavioral. I was able to bring it to Renown and really get them behind it. So I was very proud of that because I knew I didn't want this project to fall apart. I think we still would have pulled it off regardless with all of our energy and passion, but that's exactly how it landed at Renown and why we're behind it. And it truly is a game changer for our community. We have needed this for a very long time. We all know the emergency room is not the appropriate setting for someone that's having a crisis, whether that be mental health or addiction. And so I think this is truly a game changer for our community, and we just appreciate everyone's support behind it. Reno Behavioral is just one piece of the puzzle, and I think this will be an even bigger piece of the puzzle in getting people connected to the right resource at the right time.
Well, I don't know why, but I'm like super excited. I want to come, feel like I should be as enthusiastic about everything that I do as you are. So what a blessing, really, to have you so dedicated and great partners like Miss Ratty and everyone that is on the list. And it's not only well needed, it's critically needed. So thank you for your passion, and it'll be great to see this launched. What is that anticipated?
Early 2025, so it's very soon. We've already hired about 70% of our staff. And so we still have a few positions to fill, and once we've got enough staff to operate 24/7, we'll be opening our doors.
So you need to hold down the enthusiasm. I just can feel like, that I'm going to leave here today a better person because of your devotion to our community. So I'm not kidding. Thank you so much for that. Really, thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of the commissioners' comments made me start thinking about some other things. Commissioner Garcia asked about sustainability. Commissioner Andriola asked about how many folks you might visit on a regular basis. So I'm going to kind of key in on that a little bit. Sustainability. Is this going to be a regional center? Are people going to come in from out of state, out of the county? Is this strictly going to be for people in Washoe County? I know we've had an issue with the CARES campus where other rural counties in the state have admitted to sending people our way. So are we going to use this facility to be a regional center for the northern part of the state, or is this going to be Washoe County residents, inhabitants? And again, I understand homelessness by definition don't have an address, so maybe they could be from anywhere. But is this a focus is going to be on our folks that need help, or are we just going to have an open door policy, no barriers? Can anybody show up here? So what are your thoughts about that?
Great question, Commissioner Clark, and I appreciate that. No, our focus is on Washoe County. We certainly know that someone from outside of our county could certainly walk through our doors, but our focus is to take care of our residents in Washoe County by far.
So if we see folks showing up from other areas, we have any type of ability to get some compensation from wherever they may have come from. Is that something to be considered?
I think it absolutely will need to be considered because our goal, our obligation will be to serve that individual at that moment and then figure out, exactly where they came from and who possibly does need to be paying for their services. But you bring up an excellent point. I think it's something we'll have to keep a very close eye on. But our focus truly is on Washoe County. But, as I said, if someone were to walk in, we would certainly, uphold our obligation to take care of that individual and then figure out where they need to go.
Sure, and I understand that. Nobody should be turned away. However, we don't have unlimited funds either. So if we're the main county in the north part of the state and we've got the best facility, I just don't want it to be a place where people push their people to our center and have our local folks paying for the care of folks that need care.
No, I think you bring up an excellent point, and I think it's something we'll have to keep a very close eye on and address as we need to. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think that this time in Washoe County will be seen as a really important time for us investing in the mental health care and behavioral health care of our residents in Washoe County, and working together with a coalition of public and private and nonprofit partners to take care of our community members. So thank you for being part of that. And I'm with Commissioner Andriola. I'm excited and can't wait to see this get opened. I know that we have folks who we don't have any other option but to arrest them if they have a crisis in public. And so we must do better, and we are. And so it's very exciting to be part of it, and thank you for your passion and your work on this project.
Thank you so much, Chair Hill. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all, commissioners.
To the board, we have 8 minutes till we're at 2 o'clock, but I'm thinking before we take a break, if folks don't mind, if we could try to get through donations, consent, and block, and then take our lunch break, come back to our public hearings. I'm seeing nods. Okay. It sounds like there's an appetite. I look to Commissioner Garcia to help us through the donations.
Okay. So I'm going to move to approve 2 donations today. First, a cash donation to our parks. Second, a $2,500 donation from the Reno Elks Lodge, number 597, to support Veterans Treatment Court.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Looking for a second. Second. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. And Madam Clerk, any public comment on those items?
There is not any.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second on donations. Any question from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now move into consent. Do commissioners have any items to pull or questions on any items? I'm not seeing any. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on consent?
We do have public comment. Cliff Lowe has signed in, but he's left the room, so we have Penny Brock.
Okay, thank you.
Penny Brock for the record. As I've expressed several times in the past, I object to these block or consent items because these are very complicated. It involves a lot of taxpayer money. And we, the taxpayer, we only get to speak once. So with that, I'm going to address item 9D1, 9A2, and 9C3. 9C3 is about giving what would total a 5-year contract to the janitorial services. In the business world, this is not best practices. There should not be a 5-year contract. What are you going to do if they're doing a sloppy job? If they know their contract is going to be reviewed every year, which is best, or at the least every 2 years, that will keep them doing a good job. Now that they know they're going to get a 3-year with a 2-year extension, what kind of work will be done at the library? So I object to that. Secondly, on 9A2, which is the financial reports, monthly and quarterly statements, again, why aren't we, the taxpayer, getting a report either from the treasurer or our CFO or someone? We, the taxpayers, as you, need accountability. I would ask that in the future that you have either the CFO or the treasurer here giving reports. Secondly, or thirdly, on 9D1, this is acknowledgement of a receipt of interim financial report for 3 months. It says there's a total fund balance increase of $57 million to date and $29 million year over year. Does that mean you're collecting too much taxpayer money? You have a budget of $1.2 trillion. When I mention that to fellow taxpayers, they're shocked. They said, "You've got that wrong." No, we don't have it wrong. It's $1.2 trillion. And now we learn there's some kind of an increase here. We, the taxpayers, would like an answer about what this increase of this amount is. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like Mr. Lowe just came in the building.
Mr. Lowe is back. So, Mr. Lowe, you're up to speak.
And this is on consent.
Thank you. For the record, Cliff Lowe. Whew, just ran from the cafeteria across the way. I want to speak to an item on the consent agenda. I tend to, when I'm looking at an agenda for the meeting, I tend to take a quick look through the consent agenda, and rarely do I find anything of great interest. Sorry, I'm out of shape. But there was an item that caught my attention. That was 9B1. And I think it's a great thing that the assessor's roles are, that the assessor's looking for approval to change the assessor roles due to property that was damaged and or destroyed by the Davis Creek fire. And so quickly. I think it's terrific. But, and I hate to use the word but, there isn't the word, and I certainly hope this stays in the consent agenda and gets passed. At the same time, I want to just point out something regarding process, because when we get to the agenda items later on, process is going to be very important. Process, procedures, what the code says, what the rules say. There's going to be a lot of that taking place later. So what does it have to do with this one? I have to talk on the item itself, of course. So, again, I'm not opposed to this. I'm in favor of this, but it talks about how this takes place. And these were pulled out. Usually there's an item on the agenda, consent agenda for this. These are pulled out. It says NRS Chapter 361 also allows for various methods of providing relief to the taxpayer when incorrect assessments are discovered. Going on the staff report, as a result of a mathematical, clerical, or typographical error, or as the result of a factual error under NRS for up to 3 fiscal years. So it talks about errors. And in this case, I don't think it's an error. I don't think a mistake was made. There is new information. There is new information here, and I'm not suggesting this shouldn't go through, but it would seem, though, as though, again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to ask for a lawyer's opinion on this. But it seems like maybe the rules are being bent here in order to properly make provision for those folks who were unfortunate, some of whom are my neighbors, who were unfortunate enough to suffer damages in that fire. Process matters. Substance matters. The rules matter. Words matter. See you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other board comments or questions on consent? Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm no longer the assessor, but when I was the assessor and we had the Little Valley fire, we took the improvements off the rolls instantly because they had vaporized in the fire. The land was still there, so that helps Mr. Lowe with the process of that. It's the improvements that were destroyed, damaged, or devalued because they were no longer there. And the Little Valley fire, I am not speaking for the assessor's office at this point in time. I'm just historically what has happened in the past. And I applaud the assessor for instantly taking these properties off. It's hard enough to lose your property and then be taxed on it when you don't own it anymore. It's not there anymore. I see the wisdom in that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion on consent.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that passes unanimously as well. And I look to Vice Chair Herman on our recommended block vote.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that. Mechanical stuff. Okay, so on the block, it would be number 10, and then number 12 through 23.
Thank you very much. And I look to the attorney on 11. It can't technically be added to the block vote because it's a recognition of a report.
Because it's not an action item, I would do that separately.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we have a motion by Vice Chair Herman on block. I'm looking for a second. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. And then, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do. On item 19, we have Penny Brock.
Thank you.
Penny Brock for the record. I'm excited that Pennington Foundation wants to donate this money to our park. I'm on the CAB out in that area, so this is wonderful. But I do have some questions. I don't understand who applied for this grant for our park. We know that Wendy Damani is still waiting in the wings with her wanting our park for her professional soccer stadium, who went to Pennington Foundation for this donation. I looked through the staff report. I could not find who was the applicant. Secondly, I'm concerned that part of this is for a road to connect to South Virginia Street. It will go through a park, a mobile home park where a lot of retired people live. So there's some questions. Hopefully it will be on our next CAB agenda out in the South Valleys area. Our people will be excited, but we still don't have the assurance that Wendy Damani is not waiting in the wings to come before you for the land, some of the land, a lot of the land in South Valleys Regional Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I don't see anybody else signed in on any of the block items.
Okay, I would like to, before we vote, recognize item 10 as the first inclusive playground of a Washoe County-owned park at Rancho. So that is super exciting. I commend the staff for that. And then I agree with Ms. Brock. We need to commend the William N. Pennington Foundation for their ball field grant on item 19. That's incredibly generous. And we're so lucky to have our private partners. So with that, I have a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. And on the recognition on item 11, just so we are able to head straight into our public hearings, do any commissioners have requests or comments on item 11? I'm not seeing that anyone does. So I'm sorry, we rarely get these receipt of reports. To the DA Canderas, do we just make a motion to accept? Is that what you're looking for? Okay.
So
we can just move.
Presentation if you want, or you could just go on to the next item.
Well, great. So then with that, we will be moving after our lunch at 12:30. We will be starting with item 24, which is a first reading, and then I know there are folks who have been so patiently waiting for item 25 and 26. And we will start that at 2:30. And so with that, we are going to take a lunch break. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
What time are we back? 2:30. Okay.
Okay, we've got the full board here, and so I will bring back the Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. We'll start on item 24, and this is a first reading, so Madam Clerk?
Okay. This will be bill number 1923. An ordinance amending the Washoe County Code chapter 110 Development Code, Article 310, temporary uses and structures to modify the administrative permit application requirements to occupy a travel trailer or recreational vehicle when necessary to temporarily care for the infirm, specifically by allowing nurse practitioners and physician's assistants, in addition to physicians, to sign the required affidavit identifying both the initial and subsequent annual need for on-premises care and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Looking to the board to see if we have any questions on this change. I'm not seeing that anyone does. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do not.
Okay. With that, I am looking for someone to read this into the record.
Madam Chair, I'll move to introduce and conduct a first reading of bill number
1923.
1923 under, which is an ordinance amending Washoe County Code Chapter 110, Article 310, temporary uses and structures by revising provisions related to temporary occupancy for the care of the infirm, and further move to schedule a public hearing for the second reading and possible adoption of the ordinance for December 10th of 2024.
Thank you very much. And we'll now move on to item 25, which is our public hearing for the day. And I am looking to Mr. Solero to read this into the record.
All right, item number 25 is an appeal of the Washoe County Planning Commission's recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to approve Development Code Amendment Case Number WDCA 24-0004, Housing Affordability Package 2.5A, which is proposing to amend the Washoe County Code Chapter 110, which is your Development Code, by modifying various sections in Division 3, Regulations of Uses, Division 4, Development Standards, and Division 9, General Provisions, in order to add middle housing use types, multifamily minor, guest quarters, and employee housing to the Development Code and regulate those use types, and to update regulations related to allowed residential uses, accessory uses and structures, lot coverage, regulatory zone development standards, common open space developments, parking minimums, alleyway standards, landscaping exemptions, residential common open space standards, and various definitions. We do have staff here to give a presentation to the board as well as the appellant.
Okay, great. And so are we starting with our planning staff or the, okay, great. Well, come on up. Yes.
Appeal
Okay.
prior to the
Planning staff.
presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm sorry. Kat, we'll go to Ms. Gustafson, and then we'll go back to planning staff, and then we'll go to the appellant.
All right. Jen Gustafson, Deputy District Attorney for the record. So it's my understanding that the board was just looking for a bit of an overview, just kind of to set the stage for what you're here to discuss today in item 25 versus item 26 before actually getting into the public hearing today. And of course, I'm happy to provide a little overview for the board. So the first item on the agenda today is item 25, and that's an appeal of the Planning Commission's recommendation that this board consider and ultimately approve proposed code amendments, which are known as Housing Package 2.5A. So as I'm sure all of the board members are aware, there are a group of individuals who have called themselves Citizens for Spanish Springs, and they've appealed the Planning Commission's recommendation. So when you're looking at the appeal, the appeal is essentially limited to two issues. Issue number one is standing, and issue number two are the merits of the appeal. So issue number one is whether or not the appellants have standing to bring the appeal forward. And so when we're looking at what is standing, standing is essentially the legal right to bring the appeal in the first place. And under state law, Planning Commission decisions can only be appealed by persons who are what's called aggrieved. So I use the quotes, aggrieved. So in order for the appellants to prove that they have standing, which of course it is their burden to do that, they have to show that they fit the definition of an aggrieved person found in Washoe County Code. And for our purposes here today, the part of the definition of aggrieved person, which I believe would probably be most relevant to the board, is the part where it says that a person who has suffered a substantial injury to their personal or property rights by the Planning Commission's decision. So basically, to kind of summarize standing for you a little bit, the appellants have to prove that the Planning Commission's recommendation caused them to suffer a substantial, non-speculative, concrete injury to their personal or property rights. So that's just kind of to give you a little bit of background on what standing is. I do want to note that the action that was taken by the Planning Commission is a recommendation. And in and of itself, that recommendation does not change anything on the ground. So keep in mind, the Planning Commission has no legal authority to adopt code amendments. State law vests authority to adopt code amendments solely in the Board of County Commissioners. So that's issue number one. If the board finds that the appellants have standing, then you do have to reach issue number two. I'm talking procedurally. If the board finds that the appellants do not have standing, that they lack standing, then it's up to the discretion of the board whether to reach issue number two, which is the merits of the appeal. Now, I would recommend that if you decide that there's no standing, that you still do reach issue number two, the merits, and that's just in the event that there's a future legal challenge on that. So in talking about issue number two, the merits of the appeal, when you're looking at that, the board's role is to review the Planning Commission's decision. And in order to make its recommendation, the Planning Commission had to make one of four possible findings. So this is a little bit different than what you're probably used to seeing for an appeal. Usually all of the findings have to be made, but for development code amendments, it's a little bit different. Only one of the four possible findings had to be made by the Planning Commission in order to make the recommendation. And you'll notice that those findings are in your staff report on page 2, so you can look those over. So if you find that the information that was in front of the Planning Commission can reasonably support any one of those four findings, then you'd affirm the Planning Commission's decision and deny the appeal. Important thing to note, if you deny the appeal today, that actually doesn't have any bearing on how you will vote on the actual ordinance itself. So keep in mind that these are distinct things. So if the appeal is denied, you would move on to item number 26 on your agenda. That's the first reading. And then if the first reading is conducted, there will be set a second reading and a public hearing for possible adoption of the ordinance. And at that time, at that public hearing, that's when this board would use its legislative action to decide its policy decision-making, look at the content of the ordinance, decide the wisdom of the ordinance, decide if you want to adopt the ordinance. So I just want to clarify that that's not happening today. These are separate processes. You've got item 25, which is the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision versus the actual code adoption, which is a separate process. So hopefully that kind of clarifies the procedure, the framework of what the board is asked to do today. And if there's no questions, I'll simply be here.
That's very helpful. I'm looking to the board to see if folks have questions about this appeal today. Okay, I'm not seeing any.
All right, Cat Oakley, Washoe County Planning. This item is the appeal of Housing Package 2.5A. And as, could I get the presentation for the appeal rather than the first reading? Awesome. Little spoiler there for the next presentation, but this is the presentation for the appeal of Housing Package 2.5A, and I'm Kat Oakley from County Planning. So, as Jen just said, this is the first of 2 agenda items. So we're going to talk about the appeal now, and then potentially, if the appeal is denied, we would talk about the introduction and first reading of the amendments. And so we're going to go through in turn, talking about the determination on standing that you'll have to make, whether or not the appellants have standing to bring this appeal, and then talk about the possible ruling on the merits of the appeal. And as was just stated, a denial of the appeal is not the same as the introduction of the ordinance. That will be considered separately in a subsequent item, and that's where we'll be talking about the details of the amendments and the wisdom of them, and whether or not you want to proceed with them. To provide some background, this is third in a series of housing-related development code amendments that were originally identified by this board in November of last year. They're intended to implement the Washoe County Strategic Plan, the Master Plan, the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan, and comply with recent state-level housing legislation by enabling more housing types and streamlining the planning and permitting processes. And that screenshot on the slide there is just that language from the strategic plan. So Package 2.5A focuses on what's called missing middle housing, and that would be a range of house-scale buildings that have more than one unit but are compatible in scale with single-family style development. And so that specifically is duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, and cottage courts, which you can think of like tiny home style development. These set of amendments would propose to define those use types and add allowances and regulations for them, and then would also propose adding allowances and regulations for employee housing through a special use permit process in commercial areas, proposes some changes to lower barriers to the development of different housing types, and then also add some things like common open space, additional regulations to ensure quality development. So that's just a short overview of what the amendments themselves are focused on. And I do want to emphasize the amendments would not change the regulatory zoning or master plan designation of any property. It would not increase the allowed density in any regulatory zone. And so that means that the number of houses that is allowed now in the neighborhoods and residential areas of Washoe County would be the same number that would be allowed if Package 2.5A were approved. It does not propose any development projects, and it does not expand allowances for large multifamily projects. The appeal was filed by Attorney Mark Ray on behalf of Citizens for Spanish Springs, and the reasons for the appeal, as referenced in the appeal application, are that the owners claim that the housing package would adversely affect the use and enjoyment of their properties, that their properties would be adversely affected by developers, quote, being allowed to build apartments in Spanish Springs as of right, that the amendments would adversely affect property rights, personal rights, and property values of existing single-family home residents, and then they also allege that the Planning Commission's recommendation was made in error because of a lack of ability to make any of the 4 findings. And so we're just going to start with the issue of standing, and it is the burden of the appellant to demonstrate that they have standing, which means proving they are an aggrieved person. There are 2 ways to be aggrieved as defined in Washoe County Code. The first would be having suffered a substantial grievance for the denial, through the denial or substantial injury to a personal or property right, or secondly, the imposition of an illegal, unjust, or inequitable burden or obligation. And so we'll go through each of those in turn. For denial of or substantial injury to a personal or property right, what's most important to understand about the Planning Commission's decision in this case is that they made a recommendation. Their decision simply recommended to this board that you consider and ultimately adopt the proposed development code amendments, but that recommendation did not in itself make any changes on the ground. So the code is the same now as it was before they made their decision. And so there can't have been a substantial injury to a personal or property right because at this point, nothing has changed. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And then secondly, I want to address that the appeal references, quote, developers being allowed to build apartments in Spanish Springs as of right. I just want to clarify, the multifamily use type is not being expanded into any new regulatory zones. The change is really focused on, again, the duplex, triplex, quadplex, those smaller middle housing types being allowed in some of the suburban areas of Washoe County through various review processes. So just to clarify that apartments will not be allowed all over Spanish Springs or in any area of the county if this were approved. The second way to be aggrieved is through the imposition of an illegal, unjust, or inequitable burden or obligation. And again, the decision of the Planning Commission was a recommendation, and so because nothing has changed, no burden has been imposed. And then I also just want to emphasize that the proposed changes, if adopted, would apply to the entire county based on regulatory zone. So the regulations would apply equally to all based on the zoning district they live in and are not illegal, unjust, or inequitable. You'll also see in the second part of this provision that burden or obligation would need to be placed by an enforcement official, the Board of Adjustment, or an administrative hearing officer. The decision in this case that's being appealed was made by the Planning Commission, and so for that reason as well, this provision would not apply. And so it's staff's recommendation here that the appeal be dismissed for lack of standing, but we also are asking that you make a decision on a ruling on the merits of the appeal. And that comes back to the decision of the Planning Commission and the question of whether or not they had reasonable evidence before them to support at least one of these four findings. And again, only one of them had to be made to make the recommendation that the Planning Commission did. And so I will just go through each of these in turn as well. And the first one is really the most straightforward. It's consistency with the master plan. And I say it's straightforward because Package 2.5A is in fact a direct implementation of the master plan as prioritized by this board. There are action items identified in Chapter 3 of the master plan, including expanding the types of housing allowed by right, removing barriers to provision of affordable and workforce housing, and then also policy language supporting the accessibility of adequate housing across all market segments, particularly segments impacted by natural imbalances that accompany a growing community, such as the prevalence of single-family residential housing in the absence of other housing types in Washoe County. And so this is very clearly, there's clear evidence to support the making of this finding because it is the master plan itself that is driving the direction of these amendments. And so that there would be enough to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to recommend approval. But we'll go through the other findings as well. The second possible finding is, do the changes promote the purpose of the development code? There are many purposes of the development code, one of which is to promote public health and safety. Of course, the changes are intended to reduce regulatory barriers to housing and expand the housing supply. Housing is a very well-researched social determinant of health, as is referenced in your staff report. And then also, there's, as part of these amendments, the proposed addition of more standards for certain types of housing where they don't exist now, such as for employee housing. And those also are designed to bolster public health and safety by providing high-quality housing facilities and amenities. And so, for those reasons, this set of amendments would promote the purpose of the development code. Third potential finding is, are the amendments a response to change conditions? In this case, of course, the change conditions are the decrease in housing affordability that we've been talking about throughout these code amendments. We know that there are housing affordability issues in Washoe County and that there's a good supply in the county of larger detached single-family homes, but those homes don't serve the needs of all parts of our community. And so these amendments are really responding to that change condition to accommodate housing for our current residents and for future residents. And then the last finding is that there are no adverse effects to the implementation of the conservation element or population element of the master plan. Again, this is another finding that's really about the master plan. It goes back to that population element. And this set of amendments is a direct implementation of the population and housing element, which calls for a greater diversity of housing types and a greater mix of housing types. So again, clear evidence to support that finding. There are two decisions again, and it's staff's recommendation that the appeal be dismissed for a lack of standing and that the decision of the Planning Commission be affirmed. There are motions here for you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff from the board? Okay, well, we're going to have the appellant come up and we'll put 10 minutes on the clock.
excuse me, my name is Mark Ray, and I'm here on behalf of the appellant, Citizens for Spanish Springs. May I ask, when there used to be a blow-up machine, I believe, on this side of the podium.
Yes, sir. It's right there. Your paperwork, if you look at the screen. Do you see, sir? There you go.
Is it upside down? Or?
Yes, sir. Now flip it over.
Thank you.
Yes.
There, this is the target right here.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Okay. Do I have 10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. I'm sorry, before I start, I'm just catching my breath. I didn't realize that we would be at this item this quickly based on following everything at my office this afternoon. Okay. Okay. My name is Mark Ray, ladies and gentlemen, and I represent Citizens of Spanish Springs, and that's exactly who they are. They're the people that live on the properties that you see in the dots. And I hope each of you may have in your packets gotten a copy of this map that was prepared by my client to show where the people that I represent live. And without trying to be, I'm trying to be serious, but the staff almost implied that the people I represent are some ghosts that aren't real. But they're real people, like you and me, who live in real houses and real properties, and hired me, 96 of them, to represent them in this matter. What they're asking you to do, please, is to grant this appeal, okay? And to make the findings by the Planning Commission a rejection. The findings, by the way, as you know, only by a few commissioners. Some of them couldn't make any of the findings, some could make some of the findings, but reject that. And by the way, you are not compelled to make any findings here today, as you know, under the code. And then finally, we're asking that you reverse the recommendation for approval of WDCA 240004. Now, when I was preparing to address you, I looked into this subject of what we're all calling missing middle housing. When I say we all, I mean the staff has made that the focus of this, and the reason or justification for proposing the amendments to the code that we're all talking about is that somehow the missing middle housing is going to solve a bunch of problems and lead to affordable housing. I respectfully submit to you, commissioners, it's not the case. Now, missing middle and the topics that are in the staff report, all those buzzwords that you read about missing middle, affordable housing, attainable housing, have been the subject of many, many, many meetings like this across the country. There's even been meetings in Reno. Do you all know what happened in the Reno case? Was that addressed in the staff report? On May 4th of this year, Reno was asked to put in middle housing, to put duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, called multiplexes and other things into Reno. How did that turn out for them? The city council said no. Now, I'm not asking you to follow what the Reno City Council said, but they are Nevadans. They live here in our community. Reno is part of Washoe County. These are people that we know, grew up with, respect in various degrees. And they, after lengthy discussions, said things like this: I am not in favor of this proposal. I believe fundamentally that I don't want to deprive neighborhoods the ability to have input in these projects, which is an issue about input that I don't believe the staff recognizes. Input from the people that live here, the existing residents of this county. Not the future 6,700 households or whatever the number is that they think is going to come before 2040, but the people that live here now. This council person said, I don't think that makes a measurable difference and will not move the needle on affordable housing. I know that this can be blown up if you can. I looked at all the news articles I could find on this subject, and you know that this issue has been addressed countless times in countless jurisdictions, and only a few of them have adopted what the staff is asking you to do here. And the people that have adopted it across the country have not found success. It does not lead to affordable housing. Sometimes it doesn't even lead to housing because of the factors including development costs and expenses. There's very few states that have adopted legislation in this area. California is one, Oregon is one, Maine is another. There are several states that have done it, and they found nothing perceivable, nothing tangible as a result of any of that legislation. These buzzwords are all directed, folks, at something called the bad, they call it the perpetuation of bad planning by having single-family homes. That is, the single-family homes becomes the enemy or the evil to be addressed here, that we can't just have people in single-family homes. And so they've written all these articles like the complexities in middle housing. I'm just showing you an excerpt of one of many dozens of articles that I read. And the truth of the matter is that what you're talking about here is a battle between people who believe that there's nothing wrong with the American dream, which are my clients, that they have the American dream. They want to live in a single-family home, in a neighborhood of single-family homes. And heretofore, until the last several years, that was all right. Although there were critics who said living in single-family homes excludes people from the opportunities of being an American, and therefore we have to do something about that. And they came up with this concept that there's a missing middle. There wasn't any missing middle until now. Now there's a missing middle. But before, it was the American dream that everyone wanted to strive for. Now, the fact of the matter is that when we appealed this, when the 96 people had me write the brief, and I hope you had an opportunity to read it, because there was 2 briefs filed by the county and 1 by me. I hope you had a chance to read it. It's extremely important to understand that you're not going to learn anything from my brief. You can't see from the articles written about people like me standing up on behalf of the existing residents of the cities of Minneapolis or Raleigh, North Carolina, or Dallas, Texas, or Pasadena, California, or Reno. Everything that they say, that my clients say or want to say, has been addressed before. It has been addressed before. And when it's been addressed, these jurisdictions across the country, except for the few states that I mentioned, have put the kibosh on this and said, no, we're not going to take away, just like Reno said, we're not going to take away people's right to live in a single-family home or a single-family neighborhood. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing inherently wrong with the American dream. Now, the staff is not calling it that, but I'm telling you, again, everything that I'm saying to you has been said before. The battle has been fought many times. And fortunately, the prevailing view is that we are okay having single-family homes for everyone. We don't have to put duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes in to make everything all right, to make people happy to live in their neighborhoods, or to save money on their homes. Save money in the sense of a lower price. But the articles will tell you over and over and over that none of this, the places where it's been enacted, has been successful in accomplishing the goals it was supposed to achieve. They cannot. The staff cannot come up here and say, this is going to lead to affordable housing or anything. What they're going to say to you is, they're going to come up with a word called diversity. They're going to say, diversity is what we're talking about. We need diversity. Well, diversity means we want duplexes in single-family neighborhoods for people who want that, and we want triplexes in the single-family neighborhoods, and we want all of this in zones where it's not regulated for it too, without having some kind of permit or permission given it, not just a building permit, but some kind of review and notice to the neighbors. They're trying to do away with that by trying somehow to say that we don't have standing, that it doesn't matter. May I say a few words about standing? I only have 2 minutes. Oh, this is ridiculous. Let me just ask you, please. I know. I'm trying to go too fast. I get 10 minutes to say the whole thing. Here's the deal. In standing, I cited to you in my brief a case called Citizens for Cold Springs. They're just like the people called Citizens for Spanish Springs, and they had standing in front of the Nevada Supreme Court to object to land use decisions that would be made against them by the Reno City Council. There's 2 decisions. Please understand, we do have standing. And as far as the standing goes, I don't like the concept that somehow we don't have standing because we're not aggrieved. Here's why you know they're aggrieved. And by the way, as I do this, I'll put their names up here for the record, the people that I represent. This is the first page of 5 pages of names. These are the petitions that they signed, examples. of all the people that I represent who just, all they want to do is stand up for their neighborhood, stand up for themselves, stand up for the American dream and say, please don't change where we have to live, please don't do it. And I'm asking you to think about their right, the people here, these people. Ask the staff this question. Are you telling me that if you sacrifice the dreams of these people, it's going to satisfy the dreams of other people? Because it's not. Why would you do that? Please follow the example that was set by our friends in the city of Reno. Please tell the staff we believe in the American dream. We believe in single-family homes. There's nothing wrong with it. People of all shapes, sizes, colors live in single-family homes. I hope you have the opportunity to look beyond what the staff is telling you and deny what they're asking and deny and make no findings in their favor. I'm sorry. Okay, that's it.
You can wrap up, sir, if you need to wrap
Okay.
up your comments.
Okay. I would like to say something about the findings then, just very, very briefly. I know I said some crybabies about, there's not a level playing field, and there really isn't. I wish I could talk to you about this for an hour, but I know you've been here all day, and I apologize for taking any more of your time. But it's so incredibly important to understand the people I represent. The findings that were made by the Planning Commission do not take into account anything other than what the goal of the proposed amendments is. They do not, with all the community meetings, with everything we said at the Planning Commission, do not take into account the investment in our community and the investment in their future that we talked about from the Planning Commission. I wish every one of them was still here to talk to you and to express that to you. I ask you to stand for them, to stand for the people who know what's best in their best interest, what's desirable, and to say to yourself, am I, by adopting these amendments, helping them or hurting them? And if the answer is I'm hurting them, why am I doing it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I will open it up to board discussion, and then we'll go to public comment because this is a public hearing, and we'll continue the board discussion. Is there any board comments or questions before I open it up to our public comment? Okay. We will move to public comment. Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Cliff Lowe, followed by Christopher Burke. I will distribute a document. Go ahead and go.
Hello, Commissioners. For the record, Cliff Lowe, Washoe Valley. I guess I need to back off. So the clerk is distributing a document. I was going to save it for the end of my public comments right now, but I think it's too important to take a risk that I'm going to run out of time. Regardless of how you decide the appeal, although I think you should take it into consideration, this is a reason why the Development Code Amendment should not proceed. You've received something that looks like this, and what it is right out of the Development Code, and it talks about, I'm going to skip some of the verbiage here, notice for all Development Code amendments shall be given in accordance with the provisions of this section. Subsection A has notice in the newspaper. Subsection B, notice to citizen advisory boards. And it says that the notice shall be given to the chair of the Citizen Advisory Board 10 days prior to the hearing date, and notice shall be given to the members of each and every Citizen Advisory Board 10 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. Now flip it over to the back side of that piece of paper. This is from the staff report for the Planning Commission meeting, and I hope I highlighted it on all your pages. It says public notice. Pursuant to Washoe County Code Section 110.816.20, notice of this public hearing was published in the newspaper at least 10 days prior to this meeting. Is there something missing here? Yeah. Where's the notice to the cabs? Wasn't done. A lot of talk is taking place and will take place about technicalities, and I talked about process. The process has been flawed. The process is flawed by this alone, but I think it's flawed in other ways as well. And I'm not saying that you should throw the baby out with the bathwater. What I'm going to be asking is that you send this back. Much of what is in this amendment is worthy, but there are some problems with the process and some problems with the substance. In the Planning Commission meeting, which again was not properly noticed for this agenda item, I think you should not consider the Planning Commission vote to recommend as all that meaningful. The bar is very low, as has been discussed, unlike other matters that come before the Planning Commission, where they must make most or even all of the requisite findings to go forward. They needed only as little as one finding, and then were obligated by the rules to recommend approval by you. What a narrow path the planning commissioners must walk. They cannot consider whether the development code amendment as a whole is good for Washoe County.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Christopher Burke, followed by William Naylor.
Good afternoon, Christopher Burke. I live in Spanish Springs. As to being aggrieved, they give the definition of the statute, but we need to look at case law. That's what interprets it. And if you look at, in Mr. Ray's brief, Hantages versus City of Henderson, citizens who were not property owners of the subject land had standing to challenge an agency's findings on a redevelopment plan. In other words, it's broad who's aggrieved. We're aggrieved because we bought property on the expectation that we wouldn't have a bunch of apartments and other buildings around us. So we're aggrieved on that. We're aggrieved it might affect our property values. We're aggrieved because the infrastructure's not there. There's a lot of reasons why the citizens of Spanish Springs have standing. Second, the supplement, which was just filed last night, or at least I got a copy last night, is troubling. One, that it came in at the last minute, but two, it says it's written by Ms. Oakley to provide accurate information. Isn't that ironic? Because when you read it, what she says on page 3 is, the staff report says that we should follow the master plan that says we should streamline, which the changes are going to steamroll. It's not streamline anything. But these are the stated goals that we should follow to streamline and take down unnecessary barriers. If there's a barrier, it's there for a reason. It's to stop being steamrolled. That's what they're trying to do. And the problem, secondarily, is I've been to many of these meetings, 4 or 5 of them, probably 200 people from Spanish Springs shows. Not one developer, not one builder, not one project manager. And every one of us, to a man, says, don't approve this. 2 or 3 realtors show, of course, they want to sell property. You represent the people, not the developers. But here, you're sitting as an appellate court for your own planning board. So it's us versus the planning board. It's not even us versus the developers. But going back to the comments by Ms. Oakley, what she completely avoids is, on page 32 of the master plan community, it says coordinate population growth with the availability of water, sanitary sewers, streets, highways, and other public facilities. Here's the key. Allow for more flexibility in the zoning and land use regulations to enable more housing types to be built throughout the community where adequate infrastructure exists, already exists. It doesn't exist. In their own words, catch.
No, sir. Thank you very much.
William Naylor, followed by Pat Davison.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is William Naylor, for the record. As a 46-year resident of Washoe County, I'm extremely disappointed about the way the citizens of Spanish Springs are being treated. The statement that the appellates appear to be various unnamed individuals that had labeled themselves as citizens of Spanish Springs is demeaning and untrue. Mr. Ray showed you the names, he showed you the addresses, he showed you where they lived. I've read Article 818, Amendment of the Development Code, and I read Article 912, Section 110, 912.20, covering appeals to the Board of County Commissioners of a decision by the Planning Commission. I'm not a lawyer, but I'll tell you what, I didn't see anything in there that required the citizens to have standing. Nothing. This is clearly government overreach. It is clearly aimed to attempt to silence the citizens with their justifiable concerns about this amendment. I agree with Mr. Ray's brief. I will not take time to restate what was in it. It was very, very complete and very clearly spelled out. I hope you read it, because if you did, you could make no other decision than to deny this application and give the citizens standing. You know, it's time to have a meaningful discussion on the lack of merit of this code amendment. Just to close, there's a way to achieve affordable housing and to maintain or improve the quality of life for current residents at the same time. This amendment is not the way. Take my word for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pat Davison, followed by Roger Edwards, and I did receive an email as well that I will place on the record from Ms. Davison.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Oh, that was for the other item.
26? Okay, I can add
Yeah.
it for 26.
Good afternoon, Chair Hill, Commissioners. My name is Pat Davison. Oh, is this better? Okay,
go ahead.
Thank you. I have no opinion on the question of standing. I do have some comments on the 5 points of the appeal. First is Planning Commission findings. 5 planning commissioners agreed with finding 1, and 4 commissioners agreed with finding 3. The draft minutes from the September commission meeting note that 1 commissioner was not prepared to vote on the proposal. Had he an option to abstain, he might have done that. Abstaining is not the same as supporting or opposing. Could the Planning Commission reasonably make at least one of the 4 findings? The answer is clearly yes. Second point, current zoning. Even if you support the appeal and the proposed development code changes are not approved, densities will remain as is because they are already in the development code. MDS and HDS allow a range from 3 to 9 dwelling units per acre. MDS and HDS allow more than a countrified setting of traditional single-family detached homes. That's the reality. The gradients or distinctions in zoning serve a very important purpose and regulate what can go where. It is not indiscriminate or poor planning. Third, rate of housing growth. The TMRPA projects average annual growth rate for the next 20 years at 0.81%. The county share, 712 people, more or less per year. As best as I can tell, we are not seeing a comparable increase in annual housing growth, and that's one reason why we have a housing shortage. That is also why you, as the board, took action last year to spur the creation of affordable housing. If incentives or changes are opposed because they spur the creation, then we are in a no-win situation, always playing catch-up with housing. Fourth, noticing concerns. It sounds to me like one of the concerns raised in the appeal is loss of advance notice. Maybe there's some middle ground in the policy discussion to ensure that noticing procedures for nearby residents are included in the planning process so there are no surprises. Fifth, adequate water and sewer. You've probably heard some comments that future water supply to meet growth will depend on treated sewage because not enough potable water is available. What about Donovan Ranch subdivision or Lifestyle Homes north of Silver Knolls? As an outgrowth of this appeal, I think the time is right for a public workshop on water supply and sewage disposal, much like what was done at the Spanish Springs CAB. Closing, I respectfully request that you deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the Planning Commission. embrace the notion of responsible growth with guardrails. To me, that means we address the housing shortage we have today, encourage citizens to be involved in the planning process, preserve property rights of owners with vacant parcels, maintain potential for future construction jobs, and continue to generate tax revenue.
Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by Dan Herman.
Good afternoon. Roger Edwards for the record. Please enter my comments into the permanent record. 50-year resident of Washoe County, 30-plus year resident of Golden Valley, and I'm one of those folks we're talking about here. I also, as the vice chair of the North Valley's CAB, we never heard anything about it. Our neighborhood's directly impacted in this, and of my 600 neighbors, I have nobody withstanding. You want to know why? Because it says somebody who is negatively impacted by the piece of legislation. Well, there isn't any legislation. There won't be until you guys vote on it. And the Planning Commission, of which I served for 8 years, is in a perfect place. They can say, listen, we're just doing what the county commission told us to do. Is that right? Do we need to maybe look at what we tasked the Planning Commission to come up with? You know, if there can't ever be an impacted citizen until a piece of legislation is already in place, and then down the road we find out that I'm impacted, it's too late. This is a bunch of nonsense. If you're going to be representing the public, you can't put building requirements on them that they can't possibly permit or go along with, and until it's over and done with. Come on, folks. You're putting the Planning Commission in a bad place, and you're putting the public in a worse place. If the Planning Commission is really doing what the County Commission told them to do, maybe we need to look at that. But in either case, we need to uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Herman, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dan Herman, Spanish Springs. Whatever it's worth, I'm a native Nevadan. I was raised here. I went to all the schools in Reno area, UNR graduate. This is a convoluted proposal that the staff has put forward. I agree there's some good areas that need to be addressed, but there's some really bad areas that will have negative consequences for our community. Spanish Springs, in our specific plan that Trevor Lloyd helped develop 20 years ago, this is a rural community is what it was designed to be, rural. What part of this is rural? Right now, neighborhood commercial, people can come in, change instead of having meetings where the CAB takes a look at it, neighborhood meetings are gone. These developers can come in on a 10-acre parcel, put five dwelling units per acre on neighborhood commercial. They can put 50 houses, dwelling units on 10 acres. You don't think I'm affected by that? I've got 6 neighborhood commercial properties within a quarter mile of my house. You don't think I've got standing. This is going to be very, very bad, adversely affect me. So to hear that I'm not being affected and I don't have standing is wrong. I'm offended by it. The common open space data that's in this proposal is needed. Good, leave that in. But there's some really bad parts of it, which I'm not going to go into. How to force this on the Washoe County citizens? How's this going to affect? How's it going to help low-cost housing? I haven't seen it. I didn't see it. I read the whole proposal up there, and I don't see how it's going to help. Middle housing, what the heck is that? You're imposing this on Washoe County residents, which I think Reno and Sparks are also Washoe County residents. Are they a part of this proposal? They're opted out. They're not involved in it. It's not going to affect them. If you're going to do something, it should affect all the citizens in Washoe County. Obviously, Reno and Sparks, or at least Reno, as our attorney said, is they voted on it. This is not needed. It's the wrong time for it. It needs to go back for more community input. Thank you.
Janet
Thank
Butcher,
you.
followed by Davy Burke.
Janet Butcher for the record. I'm going to read this from Trista Gomez. Trista had to leave because of the unclear time and inability to miss a whole day of work. In communication, these daytime work hour meetings are a frustration, hardship, and barrier to many working people who are impacted by the development happening in the valleys. Right now, there are in these zip codes, 89436, 89441, there are 150 houses, 140 in 89506 and 89508. The inventory is way up from previous years. The inventory in town, not in the valleys, is less than one half these numbers. You point to developed lawsuits as a reason to continue development. You ignore the issues of the residents most impacted. You ignore the economic impact of people choosing not to work with kids because of the time it takes, the drain on their money and time. If the laws and regulations created guidelines, then the developed could not sue. If there was a per year growth cap, if there were fees that contributed to infrastructure and costs, these could be a natural deterrent. If you created structure around the development guidelines, the residents and infrastructure could breathe. Your laws have very little of these controls in place and placate to developers instead of benefit of residents. You can have better controls, the property value, safety, finite resources, and ultimately the residents that are trusting you to represent them are suffering continuous adverse effects that are becoming more prevalent, not less, with your poor planning and lack of controls. Those were Trista's comments. Mine are, having moved out to Spanish Springs, taking 18 months to find the right place that we wanted to move to out of Northwest Reno, there's now out in Spanish Springs an increase in crime, a huge increase in crime. By the development, we're displacing coyotes, which are now affecting people's pets. I can't tell you how many people come up on either Facebook or neighborhood or one of those a ring that their pet is gone, and if your cat gets out, it ain't coming back. So I'm out of time. I'll talk more later.
Thank you very much.
Davy Burke.
Hello, my name is Davy Burke, and I am part of Citizens for Spanish Springs. I do exist, and I am being impacted. I do want to read something on the master plan, page 32, 3.1. It says, allow for more flexibility in the zoning and land use regulations to enable more housing types to be built throughout the community where adequate infrastructure exists. The paper that they filed last night and gave it out to everybody on the 11th hour, page 2, in the middle of it, it says that there would be no additional infrastructure impacts future development that are not already anticipated and planned for. The adequate infrastructure does not exist. It does not exist in Spanish Springs. There's a one-way road in and out. Our wells, there have been a couple people that their wells have dried up that don't want them to build a water thing out there with 10% of recycled sewage water to add into the 90% good water and give it back to us. So we are being impacted. We are real people. We live out there. We paid money. We worked all of our lives to have a place that we can call our own, not to have somebody to talk out of both sides of their mouth telling us that we don't have standing. We have standing, and as a matter of fact, they don't. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I look to the board on comments and questions. I'll just start over with the Vice Chair, Vice Chair Herman.
I can't see where they do not have standing. I believe they are looking to us to reverse this planning commission decision. And that's where I stand.
Okay, thank you.
I have standing.
Okay. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I acknowledge your concerns and your thoughts and your experiences. That's not what I am talking about when I talk about standing. I think legal standing and being dissatisfied with something that is being proposed are two entirely different things. And so as I stand looking at this information, I don't see the legal standing of the substantial injury, something illegal taking place. I don't see it. That doesn't mean I don't empathize with your concerns. I represent 100,000 constituents, many of which express your same concerns day in and day out, especially in my unincorporated part of District 3. So I hear you loud and clear, and I agree with you on a lot of fronts. But in terms of standing, I don't see a legal standing.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Andriola?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I totally empathize with everyone. I've met, just for full disclosure, with several of the people that are not only here, but were a part or are a part of this group. And I think that the item that is before us is to look at the standing. And the fact is that in looking at the language in terms of defining a grieved person or persons or entity who suffers substantial grievance, and so that grievance or substantial injury to personal property is like right now. And I think that speculating is understandable, but the fact is, as an example, and I have spent a lot of time talking to staff as well, that as an example, some of the rural areas that were described or are described aren't even being impacted at all. And so the fact is that the burden is on the appellant to prove it being aggrieved. And I do not feel that that's been upheld.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot happening here. You know, as I look around the county, the missing middle could be said about a lot of neighborhoods. If you look at certain parts of this county, certain parts of the city, you see different types of homes being built over the years. Entry-level homes. I don't see a lot of entry-level homes being built anywhere. There are some, but not like there used to be. I'm thinking about areas over like Mayan and over in that area. Those now, compared to the new homes in South Meadows and the new homes other places, there's just more bells and whistles on new homes. It's just as easy to sell a big house and much more profitable than to sell an entry-level house. It's just almost the same amount of work. More materials go in the bigger house, but it's almost like buying a car. If you look at, new pickup trucks are $100,000 now instead of $10,000. So everything is moving up. So where's the middle ground? Maybe the middle ground should be us helping entry-level builders build more homes in subdivisions designed for that. I think that's something that we could be looking at as an elected body. But I think Mr. Ray's presentation was excellent. He covered a lot of good ground. I think he sold me. And looking at many other cultures value their elders. We see Mr. Edwards here. He's been in the community for years and years and years. He's been on certain bodies. He knows what he's talking about. He's got some subject matter expertise. We can't ignore his information. He's got more time on the Planning Commission than everybody sitting up on this dais. We can learn from this man if we put aside our political differences that people may have and follow some logical decisions. Mr. Herman talks about his standing, and I believe he does have standing. He's going to be impacted by this. You know, when people from Gerlach come in and they tell me about the things that are going to impact them, I think that they had standing when they didn't want a project that I thought was a good project. But they're the ones who had to live with it. I don't. So, how can we force things down people's throats who already live there? These are citizens in our community who already live there. And that's how I view this. Cliff Lowe is correct if he is correct, and somebody should look into that. I'm just saying that he may be correct. If we didn't have proper notice on there to the cabs and the newspapers or wherever, is what he's saying is factual, or is he just pulling this out of the air? If they weren't properly noticed, that's something that we need to look at. I sat in the McKinley Arts Center 4 or 5, maybe 8 years ago, and there was a community meeting there about a subdivision. It was over on Mayberry. It's a big garden center. It's been there forever. The folks that own that wanted to put in some office condos over there. And people had what I thought was no standing, didn't even live in the area, came into that meeting and raised enough heck that project was denied. People who probably didn't have standing. But in this case, I see people who have real standing. They're going to be impacted by this, and we should listen to them. Again, there's so much going on here, and for us 5 to sit up here and tell people that they're going to be impacted, we all have to admit that there is not proper infrastructure right now as far as roads out in that area. Anybody who thinks there's adequate roads in Spanish Springs right now hasn't spent longer than 2 minutes in Washoe County. Go over there in the morning, go over there in the evening. It's a parking lot. It's worse than LA. And we're just going to have more and more congestion. So if we're going to do this, let's fix a lot of the other problems that are involved. But just to say it's going to happen and these people don't have standing, I can't agree with that. I think they do have standing. Their lives are going to be negatively impacted by this type of a project without adequate infrastructure to back it up. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
And I'm with Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Andriola. I don't see that the appellants have standing. This board hasn't even determined if we're moving forward with this housing package, this master plan amendment. I live in a neighborhood that has single-family homes, duplexes, and fourplexes, and it's a very desirable part of town. So I don't also see the property right damage argument as well. It does land on the appellants to make those arguments, and I don't see that either. So at this point, we also need to discuss the merits of the appeal and meeting the findings. I see that all 4 of the findings have been met by the Planning Commission and by our staff, but I look to the board. I'll start with the Vice Chair to see if there's any other comments on that piece. Vice Chair Herman.
I just stand by what I said.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too find the findings.
Thank you. And looking to Commissioner Andriola.
And just for clarification, it's my understanding from legal that it's our point for the second part was to actually look and determine that the Planning Commission had all the information in order to make the findings.
Thank you. Affirm the decision of the Planning Commission.
And so I just want to be clear that that's how I understand it, and therefore I am not going to specify any of the four. What I am going to specify is I spent time watching the Planning Commission. I've spoke with legal. I've asked a lot of questions. And the fact is that the Planning Commission had all of the information that was presented to them in order for them to make the findings.
Thank you very much for the clarity on that. I appreciate it. I am looking to, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't predict to be a clairvoyant, but I think I know where this is going, so that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am trying to find okay, so for the possible motion, and I'm happy to make it, I move to dismiss or deny the appeal, having found that the appellant lacks standing. And on the merits, move to, do I need to do two separate motions?
So your first part was corrected, then you'd say on the merits, I move to deny the appeal and affirm the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval of the housing package 2.5A because the Planning Commission had information to support at least one of the four findings in the development code.
Thank you, DA Canderas. So as you stated on the record, I agree with that. That is my motion. I am looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on the motion from the board? So if we agree with that motion, we say yes, correct?
Correct.
All right. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
And the motion passes 3-2. We will now be moving on to item 26, and this is an introduction and first reading, so I look to Madam Clerk for this piece.
Okay, get out the popcorn. This is long.
Okay. And if you don't, I don't think you have to read every single piece, so I'm seeing that
No.
DA Canderas agrees, so however you want to summarize it.
I think it's summarized. Okay, this will be Bill number 1924, an ordinance amending the Washoe County Code at Chapter 110 Development Code by adding and amending various sections in Division 3 Regulation of Uses, Division 4 Development Standards, and Division 9 General Provisions. These updates include adding various sections to establish minimum standards for guest quarters, cottage court developments, and employee housing, relocate lot coverage standards from Article 306 to 406, establish required findings for the approval of a common open space development, and establish minimum standards for alleyways. These updates also include amending various sections to update residential table of uses to include middle housing types, minor accessory dwelling units, guest quarters, multifamily, minor, and employment housing, modify allowances in the table for duplexes and multifamily housing within regulatory zones in which these use types are already allowed, and reorganize the uses in that table. Update the residential use type list and to add and define multifamily, minor, the middle housing use types of triplex, quadplex, and cottage court, guest quarters, and employee housing, and reorganize the list. Update detached accessory structure regulations to reference lot coverage standards rather than enumerate them, and to modify deed restriction requirements for connection to water and wastewater facilities. Modify attached and detached accessory dwelling unit standards to regulate their use on parcels with middle housing types and specify their mutual exclusivity with guest quarters. Modify Table 110.406.05.1 governing regulatory development standards to consolidate the separate tables into one table and to make modifications to minimize lot size setbacks and minimize lot widths for certain regulatory zones. Modify common open space development standards to clarify that detention ponds and drainage facilities cannot be included in common open space. Modify off-street parking requirements to add standards for the new housing types and modify the requirements for duplexes. Modify landscaping exemptions to include middle housing types as an exemption, modify common open space standards to add dog parks and pocket parks as permissible types of open space, and require common open space for all multifamily developments with 5 or more units, and add or amend various definitions and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And that was Bill number 1924.
1924.
Okay, thank you so much. We would love a staff presentation on this, please. There we go. No, that's not the
Yeah,
PowerPoint.
if we could go to the original presentation that was played.
Thank
for the
you. While
last
they're
one.
pulling that
Thank
up,
you.
Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in. Do you want to speak now?
Yes, I'd just like to, if this, we have a second reading, the only change I'd like to see on this, if we vote to do that, is to change the date from the 10th of December to the 17th of December, a week later. I've had some requests from folks that are going to be out of town on the 10th, and they would like to be present on the 17th. So that would be the only change I would make on this.
For the second reading.
Item number 26, yeah, and I don't need a presentation. I don't know if the rest, okay, excuse me, 25, 26, then. Okay, very good. I'm early.
All right, okay, do you, you're
Just
talking
move
about the
forward.
second reading?
Yeah, the second reading on this.
You want it on the 17th?
The 17th, yes.
I don't, how does that work, DA Canderas, putting you on the spot? Is that possible?
At least 2 weeks.
It'll be fine if you have a meeting scheduled for that day. You can do
Okay,
the 17th.
so it can be changed to December 17th. And I'm sorry, Commissioner Clark, I need I would like a presentation by staff
Sure,
just to
sure,
kind of
that's fine.
ground me
Yeah,
in
yeah.
some of the questions I have on this first reading, but
certainly.
hopefully the rest of the board. Okay, now Ms. Oakley, if you can continue.
Cat Oakley, Washoe County Planning. This presentation is on the Housing Package 2.5A amendments. And just to provide a little bit of background in the context that we're bringing these amendments forward in, there is a housing affordability issue facing Washoe County that we've talked about to you a number of times. And this chart on the screen just highlights the percentage of renters who are cost burdened, which means spending more than 30% of their household income on rent, broken down by age. And what this shows is that young people and seniors in particular are impacted by the cost of housing. And we see that trend mirrored in housing ownership costs as well. This is the Housing Opportunity Index charted over time, which shows the percentage of the population in this region that can afford a median-priced home. And what we see is that in 2014, 65% of households could afford a median-priced home. And at the end of 2023, that number was only 17.5%. That is a change of almost 50 percentile points. It's a huge change. And so this is just to illustrate the problem that we're trying to address in every way that we can. Due to the breadth of the problem, it does appear in the Washoe County Strategic Plan, in the Master Plan, in the Regional Plan, and in recent housing legislation on the state level. And these amendments are intended to address the housing supply and affordability issues by expanding appropriate housing options through creating incentives, streamlining planning and permitting processes, and enabling more housing types. The focus of these amendments is on what's known as missing middle housing, which is, again, a range of house-scale buildings with more than one unit that's compatible with single-family style development. And in the image on the screen, you see highlighted the housing types on the left-hand side of this image. So really we're focused on duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, and cottage courts, which are like tiny home developments. And so these amendments propose to add definitions and use types for these middle housing types that are not currently in our code, to provide regulations for them, and then to allow those uses through various means in the suburban areas and zones of Washoe County. Before we go farther, I just want to talk about density and emphasize that all housing is regulated and must comply with the underlying density established by the zoning district. And so density, it's limited by our zoning districts. It's also further, has to comply with the master plan designation and the regional plan designation. And what this means is that the number of homes that is allowed right now in residential areas will not change if this is approved. And just to provide a concrete example, if you have an acre of medium density suburban, or MDS, right now, our code allows you to build either 3 single-family detached homes or 5 single-family attached homes, which would be like townhomes. Those 2 options would remain under these code amendments, but what would also be available to people is those middle housing types. So for example, with an acre of MDS, you could build a duplex and a triplex. So the total maximum number in this case is 5. It will remain 5, but the options for the configuration of those units for the types of housing would be expanded. The amendments would not allow apartment complex throughout the county, would not increase the number of houses that could be built in residential areas, would not change the zoning of any property, and do not propose any specific developments. So what does this look like in our code? So this is our use table in Article 302, and so you can see the addition of a middle housing category. Duplex would be moved under that. That's currently in our code, but the addition of triplex, quadplex, and cottage court there. In addition to the bifurcation of the multifamily use type into multifamily and multifamily minor being developments of 20 units or less. Just recognizing that the smaller developments do merit a different level of review, but also emphasizing they will still be only allowed in our urban zones and in the neighborhood commercial regulatory zone where multifamily is currently allowed. The permitting process for duplexes would also be changed to align with what's proposed for the rest of the middle housing types. Additionally, we're proposing the new employee housing use type, which could be of a dormitory style or of traditional dwelling units. This is a use type that's currently actually allowed in the high desert area of the county under the name bunkhouse. But there are no regulations established or no minimum standards established for that use type. And so we're proposing to add those standards, which I'll talk about in a little bit, and then again to add it as allowed through a special use permit in commercial zones. Because we're adding new housing types, there's the need to go into various sections of our code to establish minimum regulations for those types, and so making those necessary changes in our parking and landscaping codes. We're also proposing to update our common open space standards to bolster them, ensure high-quality development, and then proposing some other changes to development standards to enable middle housing types, such as changes to some setbacks, lot widths, and lot sizes. And I'm not getting into the details now, but I'm happy to answer any questions about any of this. A new accessory use type is proposed that's known as a guest quarters, and this is an accessory structure for semi-separate habitation without a kitchen. So it could have a bedroom and a bathroom, but no kitchen. And the idea of this is that it would support aging in place by providing that semi-separate living space for somebody who's still part of the main household but wants that independent space. And this is actually a direct response to feedback that we heard doing public outreach for Housing Package 1, that there was a demand for this housing type, particularly for our residents who cannot have an accessory dwelling unit. And so we're excited to finally propose this as part of these amendments. Some of the housing types are a bit more complex and do merit more specific regulations, and so Article 313 is proposed to be introduced to establish those regulations. They would include for cottage courts things like a maximum dwelling unit square footage of 1,000 square feet, parking placement standards and common open space requirements, and then for employee housing would include things like the requirement for on-site property manager, specifications for facilities such as kitchens and bathrooms, and common open space requirements. So again, this is the use type that currently is allowed as a bunkhouse now in Washoe County in the high desert, and so adding these minimum standards to make sure it's high quality housing. To talk a little bit about how we developed these amendments, we did outreach in many different ways. We spoke with professionals involved in housing development, including realtors, home builders, and professional land use consultants, and that was really to understand that and ensure that the changes we were making could have a practical impact and that we weren't missing anything that would make the middle housing types allowed on paper but not actually practical to develop. And so those meetings were really helpful for us. We also met with infrastructure agencies who provide and regulate infrastructure to make sure that there weren't any infrastructure impacts that we weren't accounting for. What we heard from them is that they do their infrastructure planning based on the zoning and master planning designations and the maximum densities associated with them. Since those are not changing, they did not have any concerns because their anticipated and planned for impacts to infrastructure are also not changing. It's based on that maximum number of units. We had a number of community meetings earlier this year, 3 in June and July, that saw good attendance, and then also had 38 residents complete the survey on the Neighborhood Meeting Hub page. Respondents were generally not in favor of the proposed amendments and did have a number of key topics of concern that we have made some changes to address that I just want to go through. So some items of key concern initially were a proposed removal of a 2-story height limit in Spanish Springs and the North Valleys. There were concerns brought up about infrastructure impacts, concerns regarding density increases and apartments in rural areas, and then concerns about the overall size of the package. The proposed height limit change was removed from consideration for this package, so that concern is resolved in that manner. I just talked about our communications with infrastructure agencies to make sure that we had adequately considered potential infrastructure impacts from this set of code amendments. There is no increase to density in residential areas, as I've said, and there are not going to be allowances for apartments in rural areas. And then for the size of the package, we actually removed a number of articles, changes in articles from the original package. So the proposal before you today is a more focused, albeit still large, set of amendments. There were a number of other concerns and a number of other changes we made in response to those concerns that are on the slide and that I won't read through, but improvements definitely that were made from that public outreach process. The Planning Commission did vote 5-2 to recommend approval to this board based on their ability to make various findings in support of the code amendments. One of the following findings would have to be made should you decide to support these amendments. And that is, of course, the Planning Commission's recommendation and our recommendation. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Looking to the board to see if there are any questions before I open it up to public comment. I'm not seeing any, so Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Cliff Lowe, followed by William Naylor. And I do believe Mr. Lowe has documents that I will distribute to the board. Go ahead.
Probably the last time for today, Commissioners. For the record, Cliff Lowe, Washoe Valley. Not that, as I've stated, not that I ever would be interested in the job that you guys do, and I'm very grateful that you're doing these jobs. I do try to project out what I would think. And one of the things I would wonder is, why isn't this room filled with people? Why are your email boxes and your voicemail boxes overflowing with protests about this? And I submit to you there are 2 reasons. Those reasons are that people don't know what's coming, what this enables, what this provides a path to. They don't know. And to the extent they do know, they don't trust government. I imagine each one of you, one of the projections I make is that you have to deal with on a regular basis a fundamental mistrust and distrust in government. And I suggest to you that if you advance this amendment to a second reading and ultimately adopt it, you will be putting fertilizer on that mistrust in government. Now, why would I make a statement like that? I'll never get enough time. I don't know why Mr. Ray has to be limited to 10 minutes, but he was. Those are the rules. So if you pull out your driver's license and you look at it, I'm going to pull out mine. If you have yours handy, you'll see that there's a class on it. And I suspect that most of you will have Class C on there. And Class C says cars, vans, et cetera, that have a vehicle weight under 5,000 pounds. Now, let's make believe, let's just hypothesize here that the powers that be, the state legislature, Department of Motor Vehicles, whatever it is, decides in their great wisdom that drivers with Class C need more flexibility in the kind of vehicles they drive. So they go and they make a change, and they change what Class C means, like is happening here. Regulatory zones are not being changed for any property in Washoe County, unincorporated Washoe County. But let's say that they change and decide that Class C now means you can drive vehicles up to 50,000 pounds with a Class C. You can drive a vehicle with that weighs 25 tons now. Has any change been made in your classification on your driver's license? No. Has a change been made in what you can drive? Absolutely. I submit to you, and you'll look at the page that I had handed out there, this is an amendment of regulatory zone. And you'll look that there's notice required by NRS 278-260. That is the kind of notice that has not taken place. And I also hope you'll remember the black
Thank you.
for the Planning Commission.
William Naylor, followed by Pat Davison.
For the record, my name is William Naylor. I'm here speaking before you because I consider the Affordable Housing Development Code Amendment to be severely flawed, to be misrepresented to the public, and to be damaging and incompatible with suburban lifestyle. This misrepresentation started at the public meetings provided in June. This slide was shown there. You just saw it tonight. The only new housing unit that was shown on the slide was a triplex. All the others are currently allowed. What you weren't showing were these other types of housing which can be built. You have the triplex, you got the quadplex, and you have the cottage court. Okay. What you see here is that each one of these types of housing has to be built on a single parcel. Okay, that's important because when you have a single parcel, when you go to sell that, you only have one party that can buy the whole thing. What's that mean? What's that mean is you've given landlords who are going to buy this with their wealth a lot of units that they can rent out to other people. The density of all middle housing is 5 units per acre. Cottage court, separate family housing. Normally would be 3 units per acre, but they have modified the development code to say now that you can build separated family housing using 5 units per acre rather than the 3. So they've mixed attached family with separated family. Okay, the bottom one shows a cottage court. Down there you can see on this is roughly an acre, 2.5 acres, allows 12 units. Basically those 12 units, if a developer goes in, buys a parcel that 2/3 of it is bad, they can put in 12 units on the remaining acre in a suburban environment. Okay, this one shows, basically here you'll see that 12 units exceeds the density allowed for a high density suburban or low density suburban. So you have more units built out in MDS than you do in urban, not high density urban. You notice they're condensing down the lot size. Now they can put 6 houses on a road where they only used to be able to put 5. This thing is a gift.
Thank you.
Pat Davison, followed by Dan Herman.
Want that wallet? Yep.
Hello again, Chair Hill. Hello again, Chair Hill and Commissioners. My name is Pat Davison. I created a 5-page chart for you to try to show the current density and current housing types, plus proposed housing types in the 16 zones. It is complicated. I support these changes as part of an overall effort to increase the supply of smaller size, detached and attached housing units for those who are today or in the future overpaying for housing, living in substandard housing, or unable to find housing close to where they work. Proposed changes include definitions, classification, and consistency. Proposed changes make uses like a triplex or quadplex explicit instead of being contained in a generic multifamily text definition or incorporated into a footnote. Being explicit is always a better way to go, in my opinion. My chart didn't look at any of the proposed density because density is not increasing in the residential zones. If there isn't enough acreage and the zoning's not right, some housing types can't be built. It's been almost a year from when you as the board unanimously directed staff to pursue these code amendments to spur the creation of affordable housing, including streamlining associated permitting processes, removing unnecessary regulatory barriers, and establishing incentives. A variety of possible changes were mentioned during your discussion that day last year. Staff brought up the discretionary permit process and hearing required for a duplex in many areas and questioned whether that made sense. Well, you will see that process change is one of the items in your package. If the current set of proposed changes spur development to happen a little quicker than continuing with the status quo, then I would say these changes have accomplished your goals, but that's an unknown right now. That's why I've commented before about close monitoring. Be acutely aware of what is happening or not happening after you approve any change in policy or procedure. Your action at that board meeting a year ago was in response to the housing shortage that was causing numerous direct and indirect negative impacts on residents. That shortage has not gone away. Please support the package of changes in front of you to address the known problem. If these changes are not to your liking, please suggest other changes that might be a catalyst for increasing the supply of missing middle and workforce housing. Just want to give kudos to Kat. She's got the patience of a saint and walked me through it. The only way I could do this chart for you was with her help. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for the record, I do have that document for the record.
Thank you, Madam
Next
Clerk.
up, we have Dan Herman, followed by Janet Butcher.
Let me just start off. There's a reason why this room isn't filled. And the reason is, as you commissioners, you should not be holding these meetings at mid-afternoon, early morning. If you want the public to be involved, a lot of people work. These meetings need to start at 6 p.m. I know you don't want to work during that time frame, dinner. I don't want to be here, but I think it's necessary for inclusion of your constituents. All right, I request that you guys make one change. I got a real heartache with neighborhood commercial developers being able to come in and build residential developments on their property without the citizens advisory board neighborhood meetings. So basically, you've thrown all that out, and when the developer, say right next to me, he can come in and put, ideally, 50 houses, 50 dwelling units on his 10 acres. I'm on 10 acres. I'm general rural zoned. How many houses can I put on there? One. So there's no reason to delete. Let me get you to the right spot. So it's table of uses, page 13, and it's called middle housing. And it's on page 13 of your packet, I believe. And it's middle housing in neighborhood commercial. They've changed it from S2, or special use permit. They've changed it to A's, allowed, duplex allowed, triplex allowed, quadplex allowed, cottage courts allowed, with no notification to the surrounding citizens. You've eliminated the citizens advisory boards and any special use. I ask that you direct your staff to change those to S2, where the citizens will have some knowledge. Again, neighborhood meetings, they're just not being done. This is a gift to developers, and you're not going to want to hear this, but I request that all commissioners have full disclosure of contacts with their developers and people who have donated money where this is going to directly affect them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher?
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the record verbatim. I appreciate the fact that Commissioner Hill likes her community and that she's surrounded by duplexes and triplexes and whatever. She bought that property. She knew where she was moving. I bought my property out in Spanish Springs to get away from the town, to get away from the density. And yes, my public health and safety is right now currently affected. If the crime rate is higher, my safety is affected. And then it gets into, like, I have to worry about, is my garage door closed? Is this in? Is that in? Is what's going on? I never leave a car outside because people have their cars swiped, hit and runs on the street out there. That never happened 20 years ago when I moved out there. And then I want to address employee housing. Isn't that similar to what China does? That's what I think of when I hear employee housing. And I do know that one of the staff made a point to say something that one person living in an 1,800 square foot house, that's awful. I live in a 2,500 square foot house with my husband. Is that awful? I worked hard to live in that house. I had a cousin that lived in Chicago, downtown Chicago. She loved it. She chose to live in downtown Chicago. I don't choose to live where there's a whole bunch of things going on around me. I chose to move out to an area that was serene and quiet. It's not now. The police sirens going off at night, all the accidents on Pyramid. And I just question, really and truly, who's going to financially benefit from this? We all know.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm looking to the board to see if there are questions for staff or comments. I'll start with the Vice Chair. Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo the sentiments of our public speaker, Pat Davison. I was reflecting back even prior to me sitting on this commission. I know the FY 21-24 strategic plan talked about housing supplies, so that's before many of us came on board. Our January 23rd BCC workshop prioritized housing. We talked about the importance of increasing inventory, not only making available more housing, but the diversification of that housing. We mentioned workforce housing back then, so this is again January of 2023. This year we've prioritized, as you all know, seniors. A big critical need is making sure that our seniors can stay in the homes they're at or age gracefully and with dignity in their own homes. And so I think it ties to our current priority of serving our senior population. As was alluded to, that young people and seniors are often the most impacted by this. And, you know, the county has invested a lot in permanent supportive housing, so not just the work that you all do, but our health, our human, what is it, HSA?
Yeah, Human Services Agency.
Sorry, it's been a long
You're
day.
doing great.
HSA. And I just think that larger picture, even if you take it even further, is we've prioritized in the past sustainability and the importance of making sure that we're building things, a built environment isn't putting hardship or impacting our environment in negative ways. And so all of that is basically me saying you did your job that we asked you to do for years and years and years. And it's really great to see this unfolding. I know it's tough work carrying that torch, but you did what we asked you to do. So for that, I'm grateful.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Andriola.
May I have a question to staff?
Of course.
I just am wondering if you could speak to, it's now been twice that Mr. Lowe has referred to notice, that the concern of notice of the process for this ordinance may be implied or inferred as not being proper, and I'd appreciate if you could speak to that.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Kelly Mullen, Planning and Building Division Director. I'm actually looking over at Acting County Manager Dave Solaro because he was very much involved in some processes that led up to that change. So I'm actually going to ask if he wouldn't mind touching on some of that.
Thanks, Kelly. I appreciate that. As Kelly mentioned, Dave Solaro, Assistant County Manager. So, Board, as you'll recall, the Citizen Advisory Board process that this board went through, or actually the board went through, I should say, probably about 2 years ago, where we created the community or the commissioner support portion of the community outreach, I suppose, is the best way to put it. We essentially took development out of the cabs and we reimagined kind of what the cabs did for the county commission. At the same time, we created a second track, which was the neighborhood hub process, because at the time what we had heard was that the development wasn't being appropriately detailed at the citizen advisory boards, because they would, there was a theory that the developers would choose when they would go to those boards, and sometimes it would fall in between meetings, and so they wouldn't actually ever have a chance to go to the boards. Also, when the developers did come to the boards, it was already after an application was submitted to Washoe County. And so staff really had nothing to do other than receive it in per state law and do what we do through the process. So the board actually directed us, based on our recommendation, to create a neighborhood meeting hub process, which allows for the development to meet with the neighbors prior to application being applied for at the Washoe County. And you've seen this in your staff reports from the planning, for either the Planning Commission or directly to the Board of County Commission on Appeals. There's a section in there that talks about the outcome of the neighborhood meeting hub prior to application. In fact, there have been instances when a developer wanted to do something and they came in and met with the community and got a different idea about what they were actually going to apply for, and that changed based on the sentiment of the community. So along those lines, that really has helped with understanding development projects within Washoe County at a neighborhood level. And so at the time, the board directed us to go ahead and do all of the things. There are a couple of exceptions within some of the area plans that require a Citizens Advisory Board meeting, but everything else goes to the neighborhood meeting hub. A neighborhood meeting. And so those are the meetings that the staff has talked about. There were 3, I believe, in June and July timeframe, where we gave notice to all of the community members that have signed up on the hub, as well as the notice in the newspaper, to make sure that our entire community is getting notified of things that are changing that may or may not impact them. In this instance, it's a little bit more difficult because we're talking about all of unincorporated Washoe County. And so it's hard to target just one neighborhood. So I think staff has done exactly what this board has directed them to do as far as having neighborhood meetings, posting it on the neighborhood meeting hub, providing that information, even to the point when we go to the CAB meetings and there's a monthly standing item on those CAB meetings where our staff talks to the community that shows up at the CAB meetings to talk to them about those things of interest in their community and going over any new projects that come on the neighborhood meeting hub. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, so it may just be that the handout that we received dated 2015 may actually have a more current update in terms of the specification for notices to the cabs. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to go back and look
No, I
through
know,
and
but
understand exactly
for
what the
for the
context
sake
of
of
that
clarity,
meeting is, that information. Yeah.
It appears that way. It just appears.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to point that out, that I understand that the change has occurred, and if other things need to be addressed, that might be something to consider.
We'll get you this document, staff, just to make sure that if we need to do cleanup and bring it back to the board.
Yeah.
After that change.
I also just want to get verification that, if I could just have staff or that the applications that will come in, well, first of all, there isn't a density issue. There is no density that's changing, and I know that you've said that several times, and I just am confirming. And that in additional discussions, the rural areas really are going to remain, because there's no zoning changes, the rural areas are essentially still going to be rural areas, apartments. There's a lot of fear, that's what I've heard, of apartments going into the rural areas or large complexes going into the rural areas. And I just wondered if you could just clarify that.
Yes, Kat Oakley, Washoe County Planning for the record. Yes, you're correct. There are no changes to allowed uses in our rural areas, so our rural zoning districts. The allowed uses will remain exactly the same, and there is no increase to allowed densities in our residential areas. I do want to be clear that the one potential for more density is that employee housing in neighborhood or in our commercial zones by special use permit, but that is why it is by special use permit. There's that discretionary process to make sure that the potential impacts are accounted for. So in general, though, for our residential areas, our residential zones, there is no increase to allowed density.
And just to confirm, as an application, no matter what the application, will still go through the same process, specifically in terms of looking at all of the items, whether infrastructure is met, safety, public safety, all of the criteria of any application as stands now will still have the same process, that there isn't any special provision of ignoring the steps that staff diligently takes to ensure that something is just, this ordinance isn't going to give like a check mark to ignore any of those infrastructure processes, water, sewer, public safety, and any fire. Anything that has to do with what you're doing now will still be done in terms of ensuring compliance.
Yes, that's correct. Every application we receive, whether from a building permit to a special use permit, the agency is responsible for regulating and ensuring the appropriate provision of infrastructure, whether it's water, sewer, fire safety. They review those applications and make sure that it meets all of their standards to regulate infrastructure. And that will continue to be the case regardless of the type of housing development or any type of development.
And then my last additional confirmation that you've been so eloquently providing during the presentation is that technically the process that you went through, not you, but the staff went through this whole process, was actually inclusive, even of regulatory bodies as well. On one of the slides, you had a list of the stakeholders, if you will, the community, the timeline, and then even additional jurisdictional bodies, if you want to call it that, in terms of public safety or water or any other that might look at this ordinance and have concerns. So that was all vetted. Did I read that right?
Yes, that's correct. We talked to our partner agencies who regulate infrastructure about these amendments and met with some of them multiple times to make sure that there were no impacts or concerns that they had.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions. I'd like you to review the home ownership component that you were talking about. Statistically, it used to be certain percent. Now it's a different percent. Could you give me those numbers again?
Yes, in 2014, the percentage of the population who could afford a median-priced home was 65%, and at the end of 2023, that number was 17.5%.
Okay, so, and can you give us a reason why? Do you have a reason why statistically to back that up? Do you have some information that might enlighten people to why that's happened?
Well, what I think is especially interesting and useful about that particular statistic is it's talking about the median home price, right? So just your average home in this region, and how many people have access to that, have access to buy that. And so what that really illustrates, I think, is that that median home price, it's shifted upwards over that period of time from 2014 to 2023. And it's clear that that salaries, that household incomes haven't kept up with that. And we've shown that as well in other statistics. And so the reason that I see behind that change is just the disparateness between the increase in housing costs and the increase in salaries. The salaries not keeping up with the rate at which housing costs are increasing. And it also, I think, goes back to what you, Commissioner, brought up before about the houses that are being built now aren't starter homes in the way that we used to see them and that we conceive them. It is more cost effective for developers to develop more expensive homes, and that's what we're seeing. And so I think all those things could be contributing to that statistic.
Sure, and I'm not trying to play gotcha, so don't think that, because I really appreciate the work you do. So, when you say cost affordable, the housings that are built now, it's profit that drives this. I mean, again, I use the example of cars used to be a certain price, and now they're, 10 times more because there are more options. Even the electronic heated windows, side windows, everything is more expensive. I get it, but part of the real reason, and I'm just trying to share some detail with you, somebody who's been in the business for 48 years of selling homes and other facets of this, is what's taken place in this county and what's taken place in this state is nobody wants to talk about it, but it's directly responsible of what's happening right across the state line here. Folks in California have taxes, crime, political climate, whatever, come over here and have more money in their pockets than we do, and they pay cash. And there was a point in time just a couple of years ago, over 50% of the homes were sold in this county were cash. People could sell a house, 1,200 square foot house in like say Campbell, California for $1.2 million, and come over here and buy a $500,000 house that was 2,400 square foot a couple of years ago. So that's part of the reason. It isn't like that this just did it itself. This is an organic activity. This is all external stuff that we have no control over, none. We can't build a wall at the state line and say, you can't come over here. We can't do that, and we shouldn't do that. But that's what's caused the median price home to go through the roof. 10, 15 years ago, a house would sell for $200,000. Next year, the same house would sell for $210,000. Now it's massive increases. So that's part of the problem that we have to deal with. Unintended consequences of what's happening across state lines is causing us all of this grief and problems, for lack of a better word. So thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. I also appreciate the work. I think this is a moderate proposal, and I think it will improve the county as a whole. And it's the number one thing I've heard when running for office, knocking on doors, talking to over 150 people a week. And we have to use the tools that we have in local government to support the people who live here and support the future of our community. And so I know that these conversations will only become more difficult because this is Housing Package 2.5A. So there's a B coming. And I know it's going to be even more difficult discussions from this board, but I appreciate you tackling it, and I think it was well done. I have no changes that I see that need to be made today, and looking forward to moving forward with the first reading. Any other commissioner comments? Does anyone want to read this into the record? If not, I'm happy to.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to introduce and conduct the first reading of Bill number 1924 as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you very much.
It's actually a second reading.
I'm so sorry.
I'm
Second
sorry.
reading.
Thank you. All right. Yes. Didn't she just say that?
And move the second reading to December 17th.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. It was too many people talking at once. I got confused. No, I'm sorry. Thank you for the reminder. So we are now on our final public comment. Mr. Slero.
Commissioners, item number 27 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole, and the speaker's viewpoint will not be restricted. However, reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant statements, unduly repetitious statements, and personal attacks that would objectively antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. The Board of County Commissioners carries out the business of Washoe County and its residents during its meetings. The presiding officer may order a person to be removed if the person's conduct or statements disrupt the order of the safety of the meeting. Warnings about disruptive conduct or comments may or may not be given prior to removal. Furthermore, certain disruptions of public meetings are criminal acts as defined under NRS 203.090 and or NRS 203.119, which may result in prosecution in appropriate cases.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
First up, we have Cliff Lowe, followed by Cheryl Hobensack. Yes, ma'am. Right after Mr. Lowe.
Okay, before I said it might be the last time. It wasn't. I didn't follow those rules, maybe. For the record, my name is Cliff Lowe. And while I appreciate what Mr. Solero had to say, and to respond to what Commissioner Andriola brought up, what I showed you is in the code now. Unless the code, the county code that's accessible from the county website is in error, in which case, how do we know what we're supposed to be doing and not supposed to be doing? There is a requirement for notice of the cabs. That's not to diminish all the other things that were happening, but that notice, I challenge staff, planning staff, to show where that notice took place and to be able to prove it. So that's a problem. The other thing, getting back to the driver's license analogy I brought up. An old phrase is, if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, you know the rest. It's a duck. So when changes are going through that, and I don't have copies for you, that would have people who live next to a parcel like this is what they might be expecting, 1 unit per acre, because that's the way it's zoned. But you'll notice there's 12 acres here. And people who live near it or on it or drive by it, this is what they're looking at. Now, isn't this what is proposed with including a path to cottage court housing in low-density suburban? Very different picture. Or is it, in fact, what you see here? 12 dwelling units on part of 1 acre, because that's what there is now a path to do. I submit to you, this is not just a code amendment. If you look at the other handout, the last handout, I hope you got it, Article 821 from that same county code that I got just a couple days ago, talks about amendment of regulatory zone. And it talks about it as including requests to change a regulatory zone affecting a parcel of land or a portion of a parcel. And then if you read, and it says that the notice is guided by NRS 278-260. I know this is a lot of detail. And take a look at this later. A question for each of you to ask yourselves. This is a heavy lift. And I praised the staff earlier. How familiar are each of you with really what this does? How deeply has you gotten into that? I know of one commissioner that has. Or are you really relying on a planning commission process that is a very easy lift? One finding and 2 people who wanted a workshop.
Cheryl Hobensack, followed by Penny Brock.
Thank you.
Cliff.
can I just apologize before we start?
You don't need to apologize.
No, I do.
Don't take your time doing that.
No.
Okay.
I need to say I'm sorry to all of you for interrupting earlier this morning. I was passionate, and I've had not a lot of sleep, and apparently this isn't church where you can just talk in the
Okay.
middle of
Don't
everything.
worry.
So I'm sorry. Each one of you, please forgive me.
okay.
Got it? Here we go. 3 minutes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Libraries are essential. I'm here. I was perhaps 5 years old when my mother took me to sign up for my first library card at the San Fernando, California Library. That library had a distinct smell that I can still, oh, I got to wink at all my librarians. Oh, hi, honey, thank you. Oh, thanks, baby. See, all people that don't even know me. That library had a distinct smell that I can still appreciate when I purchase older books. Takes me right back to that moment. When my friend Holly and I were single moms, we took our children to the storytime room at the Reno main branch of the Washoe County Library System. That was about 40 years ago. And I know it's late, guys, but I'm going to be so quick. We discovered authors like Dawn and Audrey Wood, and books like All the Places to Love and Mem Fox's Wilfred Gordon MacDonald Partridge. It is my belief that that time and those books influenced our children greatly. I walked into Spanish Springs Library on Friday, part of the Washoe County Library System. I was there to try to reserve a study room, but as I entered, I was met with the information that the library initiative that was presented on the ballot did not pass. How is that possible? I was shocked. Who would not vote for that initiative? Oh, okay. The opposing opinion, the one that was sent to us in the sample ballot, was misinformation. It would not have been a new tax levied upon taxpayers. It regarded an existing tax, as I understand it, right? 30-year-old tax. So I think that, okay, so now that there's a $4.5 million in the budget floating out there in the ether that could be used by our amazing library system, why are they, in fact, not using it? Why are you, in fact, not using it? The mom I chatted with standing outside to get into the Spanish Springs Library, and it was cold, but I was there. She's a mom of 3 who is also in school and studying, and thus does not have the time to appear before you this evening. And she represents so many people. As KOLO reported and quoted, ballot question WC1 failed at the ballot box on Tuesday. 52% of votes favored removing the library expansion tax, and that was established 30 years ago. I mean, I'm 63. That was established 30 years ago. 23 staff may be laid off. Libraries may close on weekends and evening hours. Some branches may be closing altogether. Community access to free meeting rooms may be lost. I'm that person, right? The Spanish Springs Library may lose popular programs such as Toddler Time for preschool children and their families, Dungeons and Dragons for teens, and Lego robotics for elementary and middle school students, and Baby Social for babies and their parents.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out. Okay. Thank you. We appreciate it. Oh.
Next up, we have Oscar Williams, followed by William Naylor. And I have documents to distribute from Mr. Williams.
Hello, Oscar Williams again. I wanted to just follow up from my comments from earlier because I ran out of time. And what she's distributing to you right now is just 2 pages, guys, all right? It's just 2 pages. There's this one which talks about the Nevada Constitution, Article 4, Section 20, and your enumerated right to convene grand and petite juries to investigate elections, all right? I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. This one's got a list of 7 legal cases that are pertinent to your rights to vote your conscience. At no point is it ever ministerial, non-discretionary, regardless of the topic. The Nevada Commission on Ethics one's in there, and Clark County versus City of Las Vegas, which where I left off last time. And I just want to read a little bit of the Nevada Supreme Court opinion on that case, because I think you'll like it. And then it'll segue into something else, and I'll finish real fast, very fast. The county board is bound to consider the interests of all its citizens, while the local governing body has a like obligation to the citizenry of the municipality alone. This is a separation of powers thing where the county and the city had some conflict over ballot referendums and ordinance and stuff like that, and so went to litigation to the Nevada Supreme Court, and so the court's separating. The board is bound to consider the interests of all its citizens. The local governing body has a like obligation to the citizenry of the municipality, county versus city. No man, much less a public fiduciary, can sit on both sides of a bargaining table. He cannot in one capacity pass with undivided loyalty upon proposals he advances in his other role. Now, obviously, a little apples and oranges here, but when you talk about the Secretary of State demanding that you bend the knee when you're dealing with a recount of a county commissioner, which is a matter of local concern, which is a legal term, I think you might appreciate that you guys have rights, and the Secretary of State may have overexerted his authority a little bit. Real quick, on that case, Clark County versus City of Las Vegas has two parts, and that's mentioned here. All right, there's two citations. The second one talks about your rights under Article 4, Section 20 of the Nevada Constitution, the ability to regulate the elections of county and township officers, to regulate the elections of county and township officers, okay? County Commission, right? You guys just absolute right to regulate that. Secretary of State can try, but you guys have great rights there. One of those rights, and this is what this will come here, Article 4, Section 20, allows you guys to summon and convene a grand or petite jury, which you can use to investigate election complaints. Now, I understand last Friday, you may have received some information, some election complaints that had a lot of facts in them that the public wants you to dispel, stuff that would put concern to the accuracy of the equipment and modes of implementation, algorithm hiding in the system, and you guys can do something.
Thank you for the follow-up. We appreciate the documentation.
William Naylor, followed by Janet Butcher.
For the record, William Naylor. I'm disappointed, to say the least, at your decisions. The underlying density was, in fact, increased. The details are in the small print below the table, which nobody read. I didn't know it was there. I had to ask the planners where it was. But it says 3 density units per acre for single-family detached, 5 density units per acre for single-family attached middle housing. Cottage court is middle housing. Cottage court is single-family detached. It's right in here. They lied to you. They didn't tell you what the small print said when they talked to you. You know, these new uses, I guess, for the land seem to be very appealing, and they are. I'd rather live in a duplex or a triplex than I would in an apartment building. You probably would too, with some common open space. Do you think after a developer or a landlord buys those units or buys that cottage court complex that the rent is going to be cheaper than it is for an apartment? Do you really think that we're going to gain affordable housing with this thing? Give me a break.
Janet Butcher.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. I think I heard Commissioner Hill say something about B will come after A. So in other words, kind of like what the gentleman just said, and we know in the past that zoning is changed, and I will mention Shadow Ridge. Shadow Ridge was originally developed to be 1 house per 1 acre, and I believe it was 2 years ago, it was right before Commissioner Andriola was appointed, that Shadow Ridge was rezoned to allow for 3 houses on 1 acre. And no further development was done for getting in and out of that area. So if they ever catch on fire, and you had plenty of people come before you and complain about that. I do believe that there were people on this board that voted to allow that to happen. About the library initiative, WC1 was the ballot initiative was written by Jeff Scott, director. So if people are confused, blame Jeff Scott. And then inflation, let's face it, or I mean the cost of housing, not only with all the people coming over, let's look at how our inflation, let's look at what happened. If I used to pay $1 for something at the store and I'm paying $1.30 now, that's a 30% increase in inflation. Bidenomics, but we don't have to worry about that. There's a new sheriff in town, or in the White House. So anyway, that along with the, like, okay, you have to have this, you have to have a gas stove instead of an electric stove, and you have to do this and have to do that, and what have you. And as all these new apartment buildings are popping up out of the ground all over the city, when they build a new one and it has all the amenities to it, the old one that doesn't have the amenities and may have mold or asbestos in it, they increase their rent. I have a family member that's been living with asbestos for 8 months now.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will now move to our item 28, Commissioner and County Manager announcements. Mr. Solero.
Item number 28 is your Commissioner and County Manager announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commission updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas. And I do have one little thing that's come in during the meeting.
Great.
Just want to make sure anybody that's still watching or you all are aware, NV Energy has increased to a warning for their public safety outage management system, and this impacts quite a big section of Washoe County. And so hopefully the news will cover it this evening, but for those that are not watching the news, 6 a.m. tomorrow morning through sometime on Thursday, due to red flag warning weather, NV Energy has created a warning, and the warning means that power shutoff is likely to help power lines and debris from blowing into power lines and other equipment from causing a wildfire. So specifically in Washoe County, this impacts Verdi, Galena, Washoe Valley, and Southwest Reno. So just want to make sure everybody was aware of that.
Thank you very much. I'll just go down the line. Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything? Commissioner Garcia, no. Commissioner Andriola. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I want to salute the security, the sheriffs and the security for their endurance today. All my fellow commissioners, Mary Canderas, the clerk, and whoever else is here that's been here all day. Congratulations, you're marathon runners. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you. I agree. It's been a great long meeting, and we got a lot done, so we are adjourned.